One fine morning, a voice rang out, "Teacher." A small hand tugged at her shirt. Hannah looked down in surprise at the little girl. Then an involuntary smile spread across her face. Hannah patted the girl's head and said, "I'm here, Masa." The little girl hugged her tightly and exclaimed, "Over there, the red apples are ripe." Hannah looked at Masa, smiling fondly. "God, she's like a little angel. So cute. We'll have the freshly picked apples for our snack today then." The little girl squealed with delight. "Yes." "Awesome," Hannah added, along with Jeremy and Ian too. Hearing this, the girl's face fell. Seeing this, Hannah gently asked, "What's wrong? Did they fight?" She pondered, "Is it possible? Did they fight without me knowing?" The little girl immediately denied. "I know. I'm afraid there will be fewer apples to eat." Hannah's face beamed. She looked towards the two children playing. She called out, "Ian, Jeremy, come and pick apples with us." The two children looked up, rushed over, and spoke over each other. "I'll pick the most. Can I pick the green one? I hope there are no worms." The dark-haired child asked Hannah, Teacher, are you going to make apple pie?" Hannah cheerfully replied, "Yes, I will. While I hang this blanket." Hannah pointed to a nearby apple tree and said, "Pick as many apples as you can, okay?" "Got it." The three children signaled their readiness. "Understood." Hannah smiled at their enthusiasm. "Honestly, they're so cute." She began hanging the blankets from a basket. Watching the three competing to pick apples, she mused, "Look at their innocent faces. Who could imagine that these children are the villains who will destroy this empire in the future?" Yes, these innocent and adorable children are the main trio in the novel, the extraordinary villains I read about. 9-year-old Masa Platt, a crazed sorceress who will create a dark guild and attempt to end the world with black magic. 9-year-old Jeremy Allen, a villain who won't hesitate to do any dirty work for money as the future head of the Dark House. And 10-year-old Ian, a psychopathic tyrant who will become emperor and turn this empire into hell. Jeremy's voice interrupted her train of thought. "Teacher, look how good I am at picking." He held up a freshly picked apple for Hannah to see. She smiled and praised him. "Wow, that's amazing." She wondered to herself, can I imagine him growing up and hunting people down, slitting their throats like he's cutting an apple? Well, for now, she thought happily, these children are growing up better than I expected. Is this the effect of proper education? She and the children were heading inside when she noticed their drawing on the ground. It was a crude drawing, and her face darkened. The children had drawn a figure with dismembered body parts, which was the reason for her reaction, not because the drawing was poorly executed. She scuffed the drawing with her foot, consoling herself. Well, children at this age often draw strange things. She smiled and said, "Come on, let's go." Hannah's thoughts drifted to the past. These peaceful days with these adorable children had begun just a few days prior. In a bewildered manner, she greeted the children. "Hello." This first meeting seemed perfectly normal, until she realized who these children were. She knew she had possessed someone's body, but she never imagined this was the world inside the novel. This was an orphanage within the temple. She looked in the mirror and saw an unfamiliar face, pink hair, and golden eyes. She knew this body belonged to a teacher of the children here. The original owner of this body also grew up in this orphanage for 15 years. She worked at this orphanage because she couldn't become a priestess. The memories of the original owner of this body still lingered in Hannah's mind. She possessed this body on her first day of work. Hannah nervously introduced herself. Hello. So what are your names?" The three children answered in turn. "Jeremy, Masa, I'm Ian." That's when, hearing their names, her face darkened with worry as she wondered, why do I have this ominous feeling? Where have I heard those names before? They aren't even Korean names. Come to think of it, I read a novel before I possessed this body. It was a novel about heroes fighting against villains. The novel was recommended by my best friend as a way to relieve stress. More than half of the content was violent and bloody. By the way, is it a coincidence that the characters in the novel and these children have the same names? But these kids look very different from the main characters. While Hannah was lost in thought, the children stared at her worried and frightened face, not understanding what was going on. She continued to think, wait, if I consider the eye and hair color, the main characters also grew up in an orphanage. Oh my God, are they really them? A brief moment of anxiety later, I had to admit this was the world inside the novel, the extraordinary villains. If so, a chill suddenly ran down my spine. Hannah nervously asked, "What's my name?" Ian asked, "Miss Hannah." Hannah fearfully thought, this is the end for me. The nanny, Hannah, in the original story, wasn't she the first one killed after the temple was destroyed for child abuse? Hannah saw her own ending. Her body was burned so badly that it was never found. She looked at the children. These adorable children reminded her of her own demise. Ugh. Wait a minute. Aren't these the same children who will end my life in the future? Back to that night. Hannah packed her belongings and began to leave quietly. She thought, this isn't right. Just like in the original story, if I die, I might be able to return. But there's no guarantee I'll go back at all. Besides, I don't want to continue bothering these children. Rather than corrupting the original story and dying in obscurity, it's better to leave. She ruffled her hair and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm the villain in this orphanage." She thought, however, the good news is that they haven't been abused yet. Hannah looked outside and saw no one. She resolved to leave. Hannah said, this is for the best. I'm not really Hannah anyway. Staying here will only raise suspicions. I'll go out and make a living somehow. I have to go. I'm sorry. Please find a better teacher and grow up well. If possible, don't kill anyone and burn down this temple, okay? She quietly slipped away. Suddenly, a call of "Miss" from behind startled Hannah, making her scream. She turned around to look, stammering, Masa. Behind Masa, both Ian and Jeremy, rubbing their eyes, asked, "Miss, where are you going?" Hannah hesitated. She didn't know how to answer, thinking to herself, why are they all up at the same time in the middle of the night? Meanwhile, Masa had noticed her suitcase. Masa's eyes welled up as she said, "Miss, are you going to abandon us?" Hannah was startled and scared. Say what? Why would you say that, my student? She started to explain. No, Masa. Ian, his face expressionless, interrupted. You really want to leave? Jeremy added with an air of certainty. See, the old teacher said the new teacher wouldn't like us. Hannah felt like the children had struck a nerve. She started to imagine what would happen if she left the temple like this. Especially that child, Jeremy. He would come back to take revenge on the one who abandoned him. The image of Jeremy, sword in hand, finishing her off with an icy voice flashed through her mind. You abandoned us? Frightened, she didn't know how to answer them, but you am. What should I do? Hannah looked at Masa, who was crying and calling out, "Miss." Hannah worried. These children, no matter how pitiful they look, no matter how hurt they are, I have to leave without looking back. But she remembered her past before she transmigrated. 10 years ago, a voice called out, "Big sister." Thinking back on it, that day was truly strange. The child called her, big sister, let's go play." Normally, she rarely refused, but that day she was exhausted. I'm tired. Go play by yourself. This little brother was so annoying. Hannah told him, stop bothering me. The child said disappointedly, sister. She quickly shooed her brother out of the room. Go outside. And that day, her little brother left forever, to a place he could never return from. It became a day she would never forget. For a while, it was difficult to see children of a similar height to her brother. The image of her little brother calling out to her kept flashing her mind. Sister, will you play with me? Those words remained like a knife in her heart. Masa's sobs brought her back to reality. Are you going to abandon us like that? The sight of these children resembled her younger brother. Therefore, she couldn't leave. The three adorable children called out, "Miss." In that moment, she couldn't leave these children hurt. It's just that the teacher's room isn't very comfortable, so I wanted to move somewhere else. Don't worry. Masa, don't cry. Oh, Masa ran into her arms. She sobbed, "Miss, don't leave us. Don't go." Hannah comforted Masa. I won't go anywhere." She looked at Jeremy and Ian and smiled gently at them. She knew these children weren't her real siblings, or perhaps they were just illusions existing within this novel. Either way, she couldn't ignore crying children. She thought to herself, I'm even more worried because I think of them as pitiful children. She didn't know if she was weak or foolish, but at least for now, she didn't want to abandon her students. She sighed, believing she was digging her own grave. She resolved, all right, let's just leave it like this. After observing them for a while, Hannah noted Masa's lively personality, occasional anger, and tendency toward violence, her fondness for hugs, frilly things, and dolls. Jeremy liked to bully others, was mischievous, made embarrassing remarks, was stubborn, and enjoyed teasing. Ian was blunt, always indifferent, hated dirty things, and acted like a little old man. As a result of her observations, Hannah realized the children had very diverse personalities. She mused, that's why we always support each other and strive to do our best. But even so, why don't these kids ever listen? They're always fighting. Hannah watched the children playing across from her and imagined, could I ever have fun like that? Just then, they started arguing again. Hey, behind you. What? Stop it, you idiots. She returned to her work, digging up carrots. Masa ran over, smiling brightly, and asked, Miss Hannah, can I help you with anything? Hannah replied cheerfully, Oh, Masa, please do. Masa responded, Yes, Mississippi. The two of them began digging carrots together. They chatted about the meal. What's on the menu today, miss? We're having beef stew. You don't need to add any more vegetables, Mississippi. I shouldn't eat too much beef. It's not good to be a picky eater. Masa pouted. Well, that's fine, I guess. She asked Hannah, "By the way, miss, why do you have to go teach every day?" Hannah replied, "Well, I think it's because I don't know much about this world." She smiled at Masa that I have a different view on education. Masa asked a different view. Hannah explained with a smile, "Instead of just opening a book and teaching, I want you all to grow strong in harmony with nature." After speaking, she thought to herself, "That sounds reasonable, even though I don't really understand it." Masa spoke up excitedly, "Oh, okay, miss." Looking at the little girl, Hannah felt a pang of guilt and, "I'm sorry, Masa. I'm just a fool." Hannah and Masa were talking when Jeremy suddenly approached. He kicked Masa in the head and asked, "What are you doing?" She fell and hit her head on a tree. Masa, with a smile that seemed both cheerful and dangerous, said to Jeremy, "What do you think you're kicking with those filthy feet?" But Jeremy didn't seem scared. He continued, "What are you doing with your hands so dirty?" Masa grabbed Jeremy's collar. "What? They're already dirty anyway." So, Jeremy was thrown to the ground by Masa. Hannah cried out in fear. Masa sneered, "They're already dirty anyway, so just roll around a bit more and get them completely filthy." Hannah was worried by the sight of the two children fighting. She shouted, "Hey, don't do that." Masa replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about a naughty boy running around outside, Mississippi." Hannah tried to stop them. Masa, stop it. Don't hit him." Masa's face was full of anger. "I can't lose, miss." Jeremy grabbed Masa's hair and taunted there. "You can't attack me with force anymore." Hannah called out worriedly, "Jeremy, wait, you too." Hannah turned to Ian and called out, "Ian, are you here to help?" The book Ian was holding was accidentally dirted by the fighting children. He stared at the stain. Ian hit Jeremy and Masa on the head with the book, making them both cry out, "Ow." He took off his gloves and joined the fray. Hannah watched helplessly and realized, what was I expecting? End scene. The scene shifted to Hannah talking with the priest. He asked, "How's the kindergarten?" Hannah replied anxiously, "The children are still learning well." The priest frowned angrily. "Humph, we need to leave this orphanage quickly." Hannah wondered, "Why do we have to leave?" He replied, "We stay because of the subsidies, but that amount has been adjusted this year. It's not enough to take care of the children anymore." She worriedly realized, so, from now on, we won't hear their laughter anymore, because we don't have enough money to raise them. The priest continued, "I want to leave here right now, but send a thank you to the temples downtown. I can't do that, because if I do, we have to return the money we received." Hannah anxiously asked, "But where will those children go?" "They have nowhere else to go." In the novel, this orphanage didn't disappear this quickly. Because the high priest and Hannah, the villains, started abusing these children, they were eventually kicked out onto the streets. Then, each of them scattered and grew up to become villains. Masa will become a mad sorceress. She grows up and starts a war. Because Ian is an abandoned royal, he handed him over to the nobles for convenient monitoring. However, the most pitiful among them is Jeremy. Close to starvation, he set foot in a dark alley in the back to do chores. Then he had to take on dirty and dangerous jobs. The priest's face showed displeasure as he said, "Why should I care about that? If I were the one taking care of them, then I would care about them." Hannah worriedly thought, "What will happen to these children who are only 9 or 10 years old?" The priest's irresponsible voice continued, "Anyway, save as much money as possible by reducing food costs. Did you give them meat? If I had known that beforehand, I wouldn't have brought you to the orphanage for that, would I?" Hannah replied, but in her mind, she started cursing him. "I only made suitable meals. Why can't they eat meat? Does he even care about what I buy for the children to eat?" He looked at Hannah with frightening eyes and asked, "Do I need to pinch your ears like when you were little to make you listen?" Hannah was frightened when she heard his words, her whole body trembling. She comforted herself, "This isn't my memory. Don't tremble, don't tremble." The priest yelled, "Save until this kindergarten closes. I'm looking for a place to send the children through Father Sean. Take good care of them so they don't go bad." She thought, I'd rather send them to a regular kindergarten. She replied to the priest, "I understand." In the kitchen, she watched the children talking. "I like corn soup, and I like sweet cakes." Masa said, "You've gained weight from eating too many sweets." Jeremy replied, "Think what? It's not like you can eat whatever you want whenever you want." Masa confidently replied, "Because Miss likes me. She'll give me whatever I want to eat, right?" Jeremy argued, "I mean, Miss likes me more." Hannah was speechless listening to the children's conversation. The two continued, Masa laughing. "You're so stupid, can't you see? Miss likes me the most." Jeremy gritted his teeth and said, "That's funny. Do you want to bet on who she'll give what they want to eat?" Jeremy called to Ian, "Hey, dust allergy. Who do you think she'll listen to?" Ian, engrossed in his book, replied with a disinterested voice, "Jeremy, at least we're not friends. Why should I answer brats like you?" Jeremy retorted, "What?" Masa asked, "So, who do you think is the teacher's favorite?" Ian chuckled without responding. The two younger children said, "She doesn't look well." I miss you so much. What's for dinner today?" Hannah gently replied, "I'll cook fish." Overhearing Hannah, one of them asked, "Great, then answer this question. Who's your favorite among us?" Another child chimed in, So childish. Hannah ignored them, pretending not to hear, but they called out again, Miss. She turned around with an awkward expression. The three children spoke one after another. I want a sweet roll. Fish stew. Miss, please make corn soup. And stew too. Hannah thought anxiously. This is the problem. If I don't make it, she thought about the future. Masa asked, so why don't you make corn soup? Disappear in this fireball. Hannah was frightened. I think it would be very painful to die in a fire. Oh, I need to make soup. Jeremy's voice from the future echoed. Teacher didn't make me a sweet roll that day. 10 years ago, she shuddered, thinking, if that's an evil Jeremy, I'll be tortured. Oh, I need to make sweet rolls. Ian, in her imagination, said if she didn't make fish stew, she'd be beheaded and hung on the wall. Hannah was truly terrified, thinking, my life will end by the guillotine. Well, I have to go to the market to buy some fish. Masa's voice interrupted Hannah's thoughts. Miss, have you decided yet? Hannah stammered, you guys. Another child asked, what are you making for lunch today, miss? Inwardly, Hannah cried, thinking, why are you doing this to me? That afternoon, Hannah finally went to the market. As she walked, she muttered, I need to eliminate the risk factors. Hannah thought, these kids really could grow up to be villains. Who knows when they'll start hating me? So, holding grudges from childhood is not good at all. She noticed the fish stall and asked the vendor, how much is this fish? The fishmonger replied, just 1 silver coin each, dear. Hannah exclaimed happily, isn't that too cheap? The fishmonger chuckled, that's the normal price, young lady. This fish is for the children, so I sell it cheap. Hannah beamed, thank you. The fishmonger added another fish to Hannah's basket and said, take another one. It's delicious grilled, and it doesn't have many bones, so it's good for children. Hannah replied, I'll pay for this one. The vendor smiled and said, no need. I've seen those kids recently, all skin and bones. At that age, they need proper nutrition. Hearing this, Hannah cheerfully replied, yes, I'll take good care of them. Take care. The vendor waved goodbye. All right. Someone near the stall asked, hey, that girl is... The vendor replied, the ingredients sent from the temple are useless. It's like she's buying it with her own salary. Lately, there have been a lot of bad rumors about this orphanage. This new teacher seems all right, thank goodness. On her way back, Hannah hummed happily. Let's go back quickly and make a feast tonight. She noticed the person in front of her and wondered, is that Jason? What's he talking about? Well, the temple is always shady, probably up to something dodgy again. Whatever, I don't care. I wonder if this is enough for a decent meal today. But what about the wages I took in advance? Hannah's thoughts were interrupted by Jason's conversation with someone else. Selling them to the lab doubles the price. But the standards there are so strict, and they're still so small. It'll be a bit difficult. Jason asked, how much will I get? The man replied, you can get 500 gold per child. He bargained. What if it's 3 children? Any extra? Hannah, eavesdropping, wondered them. Test subjects. Jason continued speaking to the stranger. It can't be done immediately, but I'll contact you later. As the inspection ended, the stranger instructed him, make sure none of them are sick. Jason assured him, don't worry. The stranger asked, there's still many children in the orphanage, right? Hannah, having heard the entire conversation, was terrified. In no way, she thought, recalling the priest's words. We're looking for a place to send the children through Jason. Hannah anxiously realized, crazy, this is insane. So he's planning this horrible scheme to sell the children as test subjects. No matter how trashy that temple is, I can't believe it can be this trashy. I can't just stand by and watch this happen. The stew was served on the dining table, along with fish and bread. The 3 children rejoiced. It's stew and bread and fish. Masa happily hugged Hannah and said, you didn't need to make bread and fish, Miss Hannah, really. Hannah replied, I told you I don't favor anyone. Jeremy, while eating, said, my bread is the best. Hannah laughed cheerfully. However, in her mind, she was worried, thinking about the 2 men's conversation that morning for experiments, sell them off. That night, in her room, lying in bed, she couldn't sleep, worried, I can't just leave it like this. She despaired, in this situation, my salary is pathetically small, and it even seems like it'll be cut. Despite that, I don't have any special abilities. Should I move out? But her thoughts returned to reality. As a beginner with no money, that's impossible. Is there really no other way? The temple's embezzlement wasn't a 1 or 2 day affair. Hannah thought of a way. If the temple has an orphanage or a facility for the elderly, the state will provide additional subsidies. Also, is there some way to manage the basic subsidies in cash? She was disappointed to realize nothing. She worried, if I stay put and abandon the children, they'll easily be dragged into bad places. My conscience won't allow that from the start. But if I have to run away with the children, we'll starve to death. Hannah resolved, there's only one answer. I'll find a ledger and use it to blackmail the high priest. The next morning, she met the children and told them, now let's have a little chat. The children obediently replied, yes, Miss Hannah. What is it? She asked, on rainy days, what do we use? Masa answered, an umbrella. Jeremy answered, a raincoat. Hannah continued, do you know why we use them? They all replied, so we don't get wet. She smiled and explained, is that so? By the way, why are our little ones wet even though they have raincoats and umbrellas? Jeremy and Masa were both wet and dirty. Masa started to make excuses, but walking on the muddy ground on a rainy day is so much fun, miss. Jeremy added, yeah, and there's the splashing sounds too. Hannah gently admonished the two children. If you do that, you'll catch a cold and feel awful. If you get sick, do you know how much my heart will ache? The two children looked sad. If you're going to be sad, then we won't do it. Hannah worriedly thought, no, there's no need to be sad. Hannah said softly, promise me you won't play in the rain anymore, okay? Now go take a warm bath. She called to Ian nearby. Ian, you go bathe with him too. Ian's face showed reluctance. Hannah urged, hurry up. She instructed, oh, right, Jeremy and Ian are boys, so wait outside the bathroom for a moment. She called, Masa, come here. Seeing the three of them standing there awkwardly, she asked, huh? What's wrong? Hannah wondered, what is it now? Masa hesitated, miss. Hannah took Masa's hand and said, even if you don't like it, you have to bathe, especially you and Jeremy. Come on. She turned back and said, Jeremy, you have to wash up properly. If you don't wash properly, I'll bathe you myself. Masa stammered, miss that. Hannah interrupted, come on, you'll catch a cold. Watching the door close, Ian called, Masa. Jeremy said, that idiot. Steam rose from the bathroom. Hannah thought in surprise, asterisk, oh my goodness, is it always a hot spring bath in this world? So luxurious. Asterisk, she reminded Masa, Masa, take your clothes off. Masa hesitated. Hannah helped her undress. Hannah thought, she's like a little kitten who doesn't like to bathe. The shirt was pulled down to Masa's chest. Hannah quickly pulled it back up. She couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, what did I just see? She stared at Masa. She frantically pulled Masa's shirt back up. They stared at each other. Hannah stumbled back in frightened confusion. Asterisk, why does Masa have that? A cute little trunk? No, what is with that elephant? Asterisk, Hannah called out, Masa. Masa stammered, I miss. Hannah yelled, you're a boy. Jeremy and Ian outside said, knew this would happen, Masa. That night, as they were getting ready for bed, Hannah gently spoke to Masa. Masa, would you like to try wearing some comfortable pants? Masa replied, but those pants aren't pretty. Hannah asked, so, isn't wearing a dress inconvenient? Masa smiled brightly and answered, but I like dresses like these and pleated skirts too. Hannah replied, is that so? She looked at him with a slightly worried expression, thinking, I'm a little worried, but if this kid likes it, what am I supposed to do? Masa spoke up, miss, don't you like how I look now? Hannah looked at him and thought to herself, asterisk, no way. Someone as innocent as Masa, paying attention to how others see him. Asterisk, Hannah stroked Masa's hair. She said gently, Masa, it's not because you're a girl that I like you. Masa asked anxiously, but you won't hate me? Hannah replied, the people who love you won't care what you look like. Loving you isn't about your gender, but about the things you like because those are what make you. Masa, touched by her words, called out, miss. He hugged Hannah tightly. Watching Masa cry, Hannah gently patted him comfortingly and thought, even villains, when they're little, are just children who can't control their emotions. I thought I understood the children pretty well by now, but I didn't even know Masa's real sex. This is just depressing. They both started talking. Masa said, I like princess dresses and I also like the Duke's neat clothes. Hannah replied, that's nice. She realized that knowing the children's future as a reader didn't mean anything because the children now weren't villains. They were just small, fragile children who needed to be protected and cherished. She watched Masa sleep soundly. She suddenly wondered, so what kind of clothes should I choose for him? Girls' clothes or boys' clothes? She thought, today I'm one step further away from being burned to death by a fireball. No one in this world likes to apologize, especially to a vicious priest. It's even worse, practically suicidal. Hannah went to see the priest to borrow money. He asked, borrowing again? She didn't know how to answer. Internally, she thought, this is the second time I've asked for an advance. She glanced around the room, worrying, where's that notebook hidden? The priest's voice rose. Can't you manage your money? You just eat and sleep at the temple. Where does all the money go? Every time you go out, you spend money on drinks and nonsense. She thought, asterisk, you're exaggerating, old man. Or was the original owner of this body like that? Asterisk, he continued, I'll arrange it. Come back later. Helplessly, she said, yes, thank you. Internally, she cursed, asterisk, this old man, really? Ugh, asterisk. The priest asked, are the children all right? Hannah replied, they're fine. But in her heart, she fumed like you actually care. The priest said, all right, get out. Hannah bowed her head. Then I'll excuse myself. She thought, you heartless old man, go to hell. Hannah closed the door. She looked up and saw Jason. Hannah said, hello, Priest Jason. He replied, yes, Miss Hannah. How's the orphanage? Internally, she started cursing Jason. It's obvious you want to ask about selling the children, so why bother asking? Hannah replied, well, it's all right. She sighed, thinking the world is full of bad people. Jason continued to ask, are any of them sick? Hannah was truly angry. Asterisk, look at him pretending. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he actually cared about the children. Asterisk. With a worried expression, Hannah replied, well, it seems they've caught a bit of a chill from playing in the rain, and they're being picky eaters. They need proper nutrition, but the ingredients supplied by the temple are so poor, you know? She continued with a sigh. If one of them catches a cold, it'll spread to the others very quickly. Children's bodies are so weak, it could easily become serious. Jason put on a worried expression and asked, do you need any medicine? Hannah thought scornfully. Asterisk that look. He's worried because healthy children fetch a higher price, isn't he? Asterisk Hannah smiled gently and replied, I think they need healthy food more than medicine. It would be wonderful if the children could have some vitamin-rich fruits. Jason caught on and asked, write down what you need. Hannah replied, oh, really? Internally, she rejoiced. Knew it. He said, I'll bring it to you before dinner. All right, I'll go see the high priest now. Hannah replied, yes, thank you for your trouble. When Jason entered the room, Hannah eavesdropped to hear what they were saying. Jason's voice drifted out, you know? Each child like that now. Summer. The auditor, the central temple. Hannah anxiously grasped the situation. They're discussing selling the children after the final audit. It's a shame they didn't mention the ledger. I would have been certain about this. I have to act before summer ends, she resolved. During the night, Hannah stealthily took a candle and entered Priest Jason's room. As Hannah walked in, she thought, embezzlers who want more money only resort to bribery to survive. Worth searching. The picture frame, that drawer, and behind the bookshelf. I'll start with the bookshelf. This is the most suspicious spot. He's always buying difficult books while understanding nothing. Hannah pulled each book off the shelf. The dust was so thick she exclaimed, ugh, disgusting. She observed, he only cleans the areas that can be seen. Coughing, Hannah guessed. Judging by this state, it doesn't seem to be used often. Forget the bookshelf. Onto the drawer. Hannah went to the drawer and started searching. Ink, pens, sticky notes. Why are there walnuts in here? Hannah pulled the bottom drawer and realized, this cabinet is locked. I should have learned how to pick locks with a clothes hanger before, and studied for my exams in my past life too. What's this? While rummaging, Hannah was startled to discover a key. But the key was stuck to the bottom of the drawer with chewing gum. Hannah wondered, oh ho, why is the key stuck here? Is this chewing gum? Hannah used the key to open the drawer, puzzled. That was easy? I'm always suspicious if things are too easy. She looked into the drawer and saw many adult books. Her face darkened as she cursed. You perverted old man. Hannah was disappointed. Hingy, everything went so smoothly. A money grubber like him is also a pervert. I have to be careful. She looked up at the painting and guessed. So, the safe could be behind the painting. The high priest is clever. Hannah stepped closer to the painting, her hand touching it. After pulling the painting away, she was surprised to see a pattern behind it. What's this? A pattern? Not exactly. Looking at the pattern, she read the characters. 2, 5, 8. Hannah touched it, thinking, I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look safe. Hannah turned away, thinking, I'll just go back for today. The next day, a loud shout rang out. Hey, I told you to do this in moderation. Stop spitting, shut your mouth. Hannah, not understanding what was happening, ran over. She saw Ian and Jeremy arguing. She approached Masa and asked, what's wrong with him? Masa replied, Ian was arguing with Jeremy about the things he does. Hannah continued, what things? Masa answered, he said the toys were messy and that Jeremy hadn't rinsed his mouth and was spitting when he talked. Hannah, hearing the explanation, thought awkwardly, oh, even adults would have a hard time meeting Ian's standards. Hannah asked Masa again, since when did Ian become so obsessed with cleanliness? Masa said, he's always been like that. Hannah said, has he never been dirty? Masa replied, he has, but rarely, but it's been getting worse every day. Hannah realized this can't go on. Thus began the quest to conquer Ian's obsession with cleanliness. She said to Ian, who was sitting under a tree reading, Ian, let's play in the sand. Ian asked, play in the sand? Excuse me, but I have to read. Hannah thought, that won't do. Hannah tried to persuade him. Well, maybe you could help me? She thought, I need to change my plan. Ian asked, with what? Hannah said cheerfully, I have to dig up potatoes in the garden few, but my hand hurts and I can't dig. Ian's face paled with fear upon hearing this. Potatoes, dirt. Hannah gave him her most sparkling eyes. Please, can you help me? She thought, my ultimate move, the sparkling eyes technique I learned from. These kids. Ian hesitated, but then agreed. Okay. She rejoiced inwardly. Oh, I knew this would work. Hannah told Ian, the shovel is here. The basket is here. Huh, what are you doing, Ian? Hannah watched Ian putting on gloves, wondering 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many layers of gloves is he going to wear? She asked Ian, can you even dig potatoes with that many layers? Ian replied confidently, yes. Hannah looked at Ian's hands and said, your hands are even chubbier than the potatoes. Ian said with a straight face, I'll try. She looked at Ian and asked, how is it? Can you use it? He replied, yes. Hannah chuckled to herself. I can't even understand this kid. Will this lone wolf personality contribute to him becoming a tyrant? Hannah said aloud, oh, potatoes. Look at this delicious potato about to sprout from the earth. It's not dirty, right? Ian replied. You need to wash it before you eat it. Hannah replied. I only give them a quick rinse, and then they all go straight into your mouth. He looked horrified and asked, so you don't wash them properly? Hannah saw his troubled expression. Ian stood up and said, I'm sorry, I'll go inside. She called Ian. At mealtime, she placed the food on the table and said, here, Ian, try this. He replied, no, thank you. Hannah said awkwardly, okay, you can have some whenever you want. Everyone, these are the potatoes Ian dug up. Try some. She thought, he's definitely mad at me. The children discussed Ian. He's not the type to do that kind of thing, but how could he touch dirt? Hannah thought awkwardly. Well, it took a lot of coaxing. Hannah replied to the children. He wanted to be closer to nature, so he tried to experience what it was like. Jeremy asked, isn't he super clean? Anyway, he's so sensitive. He doesn't act like a man at all. Masa said irritably, can you stop talking about acting like a man in front of me? Jeremy replied, basically everyone here is weird except for me. Hannah worried, oh dear, a direct attack? She smiled gently and advised Jeremy, Jeremy, you shouldn't say things like that. You should say nice things to your friends. You know, he replied glumly, you tell me that every day. Hannah worried, Jeremy's angry too. This is chaos. Paper and paints were placed on the table. Hannah said, now, we're going to play a game with this picture. Jeremy brightened. A great picture. Let's put our handprints on it. She replied, oh, good idea. We'll all make a picture here. Masa said, I'll choose red. Hannah asked, and Jeremy? He said, green. Masa said, Miss, look at my hand. A red handprint appeared on the paper. Hannah smiled and praised. So cute. She looked at Jeremy, hesitantly asking, is this Jeremy's? He replied, yes. There was a strange blue mark on the paper. She asked, why didn't you just print all 5 fingers on the painting? Hannah turned to Ian and asked, Ian, do you want to join everyone? He turned away without answering. Hannah walked over to him and gently asked, Ian, let's print our handprints here together. Come on. Looking at Ian's unhappy expression, Hannah chuckled and said, hey, don't make that funny face. Why? Come on, Ian, be happy. It'll be sad if your handprint isn't on the painting. She determined in her heart. Today, I will definitely take those gloves off. Hannah held Ian's hand and said, should we take these gloves off? Oh dear, Ian, I'll help you. He spoke up, Miss Hannah. Hannah smiled, having gotten the gloves off. Success. I'll put the paint on here. Hannah looked at Ian's paint-covered hand and smiled. Jeremy and Masa talked to each other. Her face looks so evil. Miss Hannah, I knew it. What about Ian? Hannah worried. Is this too much? She hesitated. Ian called out, Miss Hannah, I really hate this. Hannah felt guilty and explained, this Ian, but he wouldn't let her touch him. Ian cried and said, don't touch me. Hannah felt awkward. Masa said, he's really angry. Jeremy added, I knew it. Hannah regretted. What have I done? She stood in front of Ian's door, speaking softly. Ian, I left some warm milk and sweets in front of your door. I'm really sorry about what happened earlier. Please forgive me. I did that to you. I went too far. If you don't like it, I won't do it again. I'm truly sorry. Hannah was really worried about Ian. She thought he should eat and drink before the milk gets cold. At night, she went outside, looked up at the sky, and thought, raising children is so hard. I thought those things were right to correct his bad habits. But by the strict standards of adults, is this really the right thing to do? Ugh, I don't know anything. Hannah cried out, oh, Moon, give me an answer. In the distance, Jeremy watched her from his room and said, I guess everyone here is really going crazy. The next day, the tray she had placed in front of Ian's door yesterday was still untouched. She sighed. Masa, seeing this, asked, Miss Hannah, how many times have you sighed today? Hannah thought, this is probably the nth time I've sighed. Jeremy said, just leave him alone in there. It's stupid to be angry about something like that. Hannah turned back to talk to the 2 children. Should we have class outside today? Jeremy asked. It's raining, Miss Hannah. Hannah replied in a gloomy voice. Everyone has to go through a rainy day like this. Life isn't always sunny. She startled herself. What am I saying? That's not it. Let's go see the snails. Good, then we'll have a talk. Masa said with an exasperated look. Honestly, Jeremy said with a laugh. I kind of like snails. They're sticky and slimy. She replied. The rain is nice too, huh? She suddenly yelled, seeing Hannah run off. The 2 children asked, what's wrong, Miss Hannah? She said as she ran, Ian's blanket. Masa looked at Jeremy and said, oh, if Ian knew. Jeremy replied, everything's turned upside down, hasn't it? What should we do now? Should we apologize to Miss Hannah? Hannah ran through the rain to put the blanket away, but it was already soaked. Hannah hugged the wet blanket and cried, I'm doomed. I'll be the next target for the guillotine. Ugh, it's so heavy. Hannah slipped out. I'm done for. Covered in dirt and water, she said despondently, I made a mistake. I ruined everything. How did it become like this? Hannah lay on the ground, letting the rain fall on her, and laughed bitterly. I'm going to die of embarrassment. Everything's a mess. What? Did the rain stop? It turned out it hadn't. Ian was holding an umbrella over her. Hannah called out in surprise. Ian, why are you here? Ian reached out a hand as if to help her up. You'll catch a cold. Hannah lowered her head sadly and said, I'm filthy. Ian immediately replied, I know. Hannah was shocked to hear him say that. She hesitantly reached out and finally took his hand. Ian seemed startled for a moment, but then he gripped her hand tightly. Tears streamed down Hannah's face. Ian, he was about to speak when she pulled him into a hug. Let's go now. The umbrella slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Hannah hugged Ian tightly, sobbing heartbrokenly. Ian, I was so worried about you, you know? Ian stiffened slightly, but then relaxed and gently hugged her back, comforting her. Meanwhile, Masa was watching the scene unfold while propping her chin in her hand and continuously bringing cookies to her mouth. She asked Jeremy Allen, did you tell him? Jeremy Allen replied with a puzzled tone. Tell him what? It's probably because it was raining, so he was worried about my blanket and went to check on it. Masa responded indifferently. She should be my Miss Hannah. Masa expression suddenly darkened. Much later, in the bedroom, Hannah lay in bed, coughing. Ian, it's okay. Colds are contagious. You should go. After being drenched in the rain, she had finally caught a cold. Ian lowered his head sadly. He then went to get a chair from the dining table. Hannah quickly said, I told you, germs spread. But before she could finish, he interrupted her. Miss Hannah. Ian's expression darkened. I hate dirty things. His next word surprised Hannah. People say I'm dirty. Ian continued, a filthy element mixed in with clean things. Ever since I didn't know what that sentence meant, I've hated dirty things. His hands clenched. I want to be clean. I don't want to be dirty anymore. So I keep wiping and wiping. Ian continued, his face expressionless. However, I realized the dirtiness they were talking about wasn't my hands or face. Ian was the abandoned royal child, born of a lowly prostitute. He was a disgrace to the royal family, a ghost of the palace, clearly existing, yet unacknowledged. His words pained Hannah that I used to think that if I drained all my blood, I would be cleaner. Hannah couldn't believe a child could have such thoughts, Ian. He continued in a sad tone, I know it's useless, but even though I know that, this obsession still doesn't. Disappeared. Hannah hesitantly reached out towards him, then paused, thinking, could these hands comfort him? Ian sadly said to her, actually, I don't hate you. Hannah hesitantly replied, I know. He continued, I hope you don't hate me either. Hearing this, she immediately replied, I don't hate you. Ian sat beside her bed, bowed his head slightly, and said, Miss Hannah, even if I'm dirty, I hope you won't hate me. Hannah took his small hands in hers and gently comforted him. You're not dirty at all, Hannah said with a worried expression. Ian, you are the most precious person in the world. Her words deeply moved Ian. You will definitely make me that way. Hannah looked at him with a gentle expression. He was so moved that tears streamed down his face. We all love you. A long time later, Hannah was sitting on the bed, holding a notebook in her hand, and said, I didn't expect that his naughty behavior was because he wanted attention. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Hannah immediately lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, and pretended to be weak, saying, Come in. Jason opened the door, looked at her, and said, I heard you caught a cold. Hannah was extremely surprised to see him. Priest Jason. She looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, I tried my best to keep the children from getting sick, but how did you end up catching a cold? She said, it's just a slight cold. I'll get better soon. Jason hesitantly replied, is that so? He handed her a bag of medicine. She asked suspiciously, is that medicine for me? He didn't deny it and replied, yes, it will help you recover quickly. Jason looked at Hannah, puzzled, and asked, but what's that on your face? She replied, a little flustered, a folk remedy face mask to lower the fever. Then Hannah offered him the bowl of cucumbers, smiling. If you need some, I'll give you a few. Jason immediately backed away. That's all right. He placed the bag of medicine on the table and said, they said that next week, the Central Temple will be sending people to inspect. They also mentioned assessing the facilities. Hearing this, Hannah thought, he means to spruce up the children so the Central Temple will be pleased. Thinking this, she calmly replied, I understand. Jason then turned to leave. Well then, get well soon. Hannah watched him leave and replied, thank you. After he left, Hannah ate a cucumber and said, the priest of the Central Temple, huh? I wonder if they're as rotten as the ones here. Seeing Hannah come out, Masa immediately ran over and cheerfully asked, Miss Hannah, are you all better? Hannah gave a forced smile and replied, almost completely recovered, but don't come too close as I don't know if there are still germs. Ian stood beside her, looked at the bag in her hand, and asked, but what are you holding? Hannah's face darkened. She glanced at the bag in her hand and hesitantly said, it's just something useless. She looked at the shiny faces of the 3 children in front of her and said worriedly, "It's only been a few days, but you cute little faces seem to have gotten thinner." An idea suddenly came to her. "I know. How about we go to the market today?" The children replied cheerfully, "The market? Great." Jeremy Allen excitedly said, "Will you buy us some delicious snacks, miss? The honey cakes sold at the market are delicious." Hannah immediately replied, "Of course." Masa Plus and Ian then said with great excitement, "Miss Hannah, I want to buy a new teddy bear. I need to buy new gloves." Hannah said cheerfully, "All right, today we'll buy everything to celebrate your complete recovery." A while later at the market, she went to the bakery stall and bought 8 honey cakes in one go. "8 honey cakes, please." Masa Plus, standing next to her, asked worriedly, "Why are you buying 8?" Hannah replied cheerfully, "It would be a shame to only eat one." She then handed Jeremy Allen a hot honey cake. "Here." His eyes sparkled as he saw the honey cake in her hand. "It's so big." Hannah, eager to eat, took a bite of her own honey cake and flinched, burned. "It's hot, so be careful." Hearing this, the 3 children immediately started blowing on their cakes. She smiled wryly at the 3 of them and said, "So, where should we go first?" Masa Plus, hearing her question, immediately urged, "Teddy bears." "Teddy bears." Hannah, mid-sentence, suddenly startled and realized something. "All right, let's go then." She turned and saw 2 shadowy figures behind them, as if they were being followed. She thought worriedly, "What's this? It's like they're watching us." Hannah was startled and frightened by the scary look on the man's face who was watching her. Jeremy Allen, seeing her anxiety, came up to her and called, "Miss Hannah." Hannah looked at him worriedly and said, "Jeremy, lower your eyes. Look at the ground for a bit, okay?" At that moment, a strange voice suddenly called out, "Hey you." Hannah jumped, startled, while Jeremy calmly said, "Miss Hannah, that man is calling you." Hannah looked at them fearfully and said, Me? The 2 men looked at her with a very scary expression and said threateningly, "Yes, you." Hannah's mind raced in fear. "Oh my God, heavens above, please help me," she said shakily, tears welling in her eyes. "Wait here for me, you guys." Masa Plus replied cheerfully, "Okay." Ian, beside her, called out worriedly, "Miss Hannah." Hannah, hearing him, reassured him, "I'll go talk to the adults and be right back." Hannah pointed into the distance as she instructed the children, "If I scream, do you see that red house over there?" Ian looked in the direction she pointed and asked, confused, "The butcher shop?" She didn't deny it, replying, "Yes, run to him. He's the strongest person around here." He looked even more confused. Hannah smiled as she turned and walked away. "Okay, I'll be back." Inwardly, she was crying without tears. "I only just bought these honey cakes, and now I have to abandon them." A moment later, in a small alley, Hannah looked nervously at them and asked stammeringly, "WH, why did you call me?" The brown-haired man started to say, "It's nothing, really, just..." when the gray-haired man next to him smacked him on the head and yelled, "You idiot." The gray-haired man said angrily, "Of all the people to bother, you pick the orphanage teacher? Can't you see the children with her?" The other man retorted angrily, "No, I just wanted to ask her where she bought those honey cakes." The kids looked like they were enjoying them so much. Hannah watched the 2 of them bicker, thinking, a 5 and a super 5, huh? A comedic duo. The 2 men continued to argue. "Well, you shouldn't have called out to her in that shady way." After watching them argue for a while, she stepped forward and interrupted, "I bought them at the stall by the market entrance. Do you want some?" A while later, Masa Plus said, puzzled, "But was Miss Hannah in danger?" Ian, hearing this, said helplessly, "You're worried about that now?" Masa Plus, annoyed, turned away and said excitedly, "I thought she'd tell us to run, but she followed them with such a determined look. So, what if she has hidden martial arts skills?" Ian crossed his arms and glanced at her, saying dejectedly, "How about we go to the butcher's shop?" Jeremy, standing beside them, upon hearing this, propped his hand on his hip and declared, "Why call someone? I'll go." Immediately afterward, he ran off. "I'm an expert at saving people from bad guys. After all." Ian, seeing this, called out worriedly, "Hey, Jeremy." Masa also exclaimed in surprise, "He's fast." Jeremy shouted to Hannah from afar, "Miss Hannah." Hannah, startled, turned around. At that moment, he saw her looking quite friendly with the 2 men. "Miss Hannah, what are you doing?" At this moment, Jeremy suddenly realized something. He then ran over and, looking at the sword in one of the men's hands, said excitedly, "Mister, your sword is super cool." Hannah, seeing this, thought helplessly, "Jeremy, now doesn't seem like the time to be impressed. And what's cool about it anyway?" Immediately after, she put her arm around the boy and said with a forced smile, "Well, we'll be going now." Jeremy, dazed for being pulled away, overheard their conversation. "Take the money and go." "No." "All right." Jeremy reached longingly for the sword, but Hannah covered his mouth and pulled him away. "Well then, you guys worked hard." Hannah then put the boy down and asked worriedly, "Jeremy, why did you follow me?" He didn't answer her question, but asked instead, "But why did you give him honey cakes, Miss Hannah?" Ian turned and asked suspiciously, "Honey cakes?" Jeremy continued. Miss Hannah gave the scary Mr. a honey cake. Hannah thought to herself, being robbed of cakes is better than being robbed of money. Then she replied with a forced smile, "Because they're pitiful, so I help them." The boy asked, "They are?" Looking at the two children's short faces in front of her, Hannah continued, "So if you see pitiful people, you must help them. Okay." At this moment, she suddenly realized Masa wasn't there. She asked worriedly, "But where's Masa?" Ian replied calmly, "She went to the butcher shop." Hannah looked around. Really? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Masa leading the butcher shop owner running towards them. She shouted in fright, "Masa!" Then Hannah held out her hands and said, "I'm okay. Nothing happened." The butcher shop owner looked at her worriedly and asked, "Miss Hannah, are you all right?" She replied with a forced smile, "I'm fine, perfectly fine." Hannah looked at the butcher, who was holding a knife, and said, "Thank you for coming to help me, sir." The butcher, brandishing his sharp knife, said, "Of course I couldn't just stand by." Then he warned her, "Be careful on your way. There's been a lot of riff-raff around here lately." She said cheerfully, "Yes, sir. Your hair looks nice today." The butcher, flattered, beamed. He then turned and left, and Hannah looked at Masa and said, "Now, let's go buy that teddy bear." She replied happily, "Okay." They walked and chatted cheerfully. "Which teddy bear are you going to buy today?" "I don't know yet. I have to get a matching one for my bear, but I also want a princess doll." "Think carefully and choose just one, okay?" Hannah then turned back and asked Ian cheerfully, "Ian, besides gloves, is there anything else you want to buy?" He coldly replied firmly, "No." Meanwhile, Jeremy excitedly tugged at her skirt. "Miss, buy me that sword from earlier." Hannah thought helplessly. That sword that duo was holding. Then she placed her hands on her hips, frowned, and firmly refused. "Dangerous, no." He continued tugging at her skirt, saying sadly, "A brave warrior needs a sword like that, Mississippi." Hannah, while refusing, turned to Ian and asked, "No, Ian, is there any book you want to read? There's a bookstore over there." He nodded slightly, his cheeks flushed, and said, "Then I'll just buy one." Meanwhile, Masa was excitedly pressing her face against a shop window. Seeing this, Hannah approached and peered inside, asking, "What is that?" Looking at the old and worn shop, Masa couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." Hannah hesitantly said, "So?" Masa's eyes lit up as she said admiringly, "So cool." Hannah, standing beside her, was so shocked she almost lost her balance. She asked worriedly, "Is that corn?" Jeremy, standing nearby, scratched his head and said, "What is that thing?" Masa looked at the skull and the scary-looking bear inside the shop, repeatedly exclaiming, "What is that awesome teddy bear?" A glowing skull. Hannah's face darkened as she said with disgust, "I don't want to go in there." Jeremy and Ian, behind her, stepped back and said in unison, "Go in, miss." Hannah, on the verge of tears, walked in thinking, "You guys are betraying me like this?" Then, the two of them followed her into the old and creepy shop. Masa picked up a tube of blood and excitedly said to her, "Miss, look at this. This is called rat blood." Hannah looked at what Masa was holding, thinking in confusion, why would they sell that? Although she felt a bit scared, she forced a smile and said, "Really?" Masa, still excited, asked, "What is this?" At that moment, a dark-haired girl suddenly appeared and said in a terrifying voice, "Piranha." Hannah jumped in fright, but Masa was overjoyed. "It looks so creepy," she said, her cheeks flushed with excitement, "that I want one." Hannah looked at the girl helplessly, thinking, "Creepy? How did you come to that conclusion?" Suddenly, Masa called out, "Miss!" Hannah turned around anxiously. "Oh!" Masa held the skull in her hands and said cheerfully, "Buy this for me, miss." Masa eagerly wanted to buy the fake skull, clutching it and begging Hannah. Hannah, of course, didn't share her taste. Normal people in her world would be scared and disgusted just looking at it. She could only hesitantly wonder to herself, can I even bring this to the temple? But Masa's taste, could it be? She suddenly remembered the storyline. Is it because Masa's future is to be a crazed dark sorceress? The thought sent shivers down Hannah's spine. She asked softly, "Aren't you interested in teddy bears anymore?" Masa immediately replied, "Skull." Hannah resignedly opened her purse and asked the gloomy shopkeeper, "How much is it?" 5 silver coins. The shopkeeper suddenly brightened. Hannah was startled and dumbfounded. What? Is this the same gloomy person from just now? Their professionalism is impressive. After that, she suggested, "Okay, let's go to the bookstore." Jeremy pointed to Ian. "He seems to be choosing already, Mississippi." Hannah proudly carried her purse over and praised Ian. "You handle things so well, never needing anything." Adorable. Clink. The main door of the shop opened. Hannah asked, "What book is that, Ian?" Ian hugged the book he'd chosen, replying, "It's a book about the war 300 years ago." Hannah, hearing this, wondered to herself, don't kids like fairy tales or something? Jeremy suddenly ran up, tugging at her sleeve. "Teacher, buy a sword, a sword." Hannah disagreed, but Jeremy, you already have a toy sword. Jeremy continued tugging at her dress. I want a real sword. Hannah explained, but Jeremy, that's very dangerous. You can have one when you're a little older. Jeremy sulked. You won't buy one just for me. Jeremy, Hannah thought, unsure how to dissuade him. Asterisk, it's dangerous. I'll buy you a toy sword. Asterisk, Jeremy wouldn't let go of her dress. No, I don't want one. If it's not a real sword, I won't buy it. Hannah turned abruptly, sighing, well, let's go home then. BM. The sound resonated in Jeremy's ears like thunder. Later, back at home, Tada. Cherry pie from the market, everyone. Hannah brought out the pie and noticed someone was missing. Where's Jeremy? She asked. Masa replied, I think he's sulking. He's in his room and won't come out. Hannah felt a pang of sadness and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. But still, she said, sitting down with the others, have you all washed your hands? Ever the quick one, Masa replied, yes, we have. Then you all eat first. I'll bring Jeremy out. Hannah doesn't leave anyone behind. Huh. Knock, knock. Hannah knocked on the door. Jeremy, it's me. But only silence answered. Jeremy, I'm coming in. Hannah decided to open the door. Click. The door opened to reveal Jeremy doing something secretive, hurriedly trying to hide it. Too late. He froze, a cookie still in his mouth. Hannah also froze, feeling awkward, in the silent room. He was hiding the cookie he'd been sneaking. She blurted out, sorry, then realized her timing was terrible. She should have waited until he'd finished hiding it. Hannah gave a nervous laugh. Jeremy, are you sulking about this morning? I was worried, but as expected, he was still eating happily. Jeremy quickly covered his mouth and but Hannah knew. He was sulking. She sat down on the bed opposite him and said gently, Jeremy, it's dangerous for you. That's why I said that. He mumbled, I know. Later, if you have a sword teacher, then I'll definitely buy you one. Really? Jeremy looked up at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of hope and disbelief, his cheeks flushed. Hannah smiled. Yes, I'll buy you your first sword. Promise. He held out his pinky finger. Yes, I promise. They linked pinkies. You have to buy it. Jeremy looked forward to it, I know. I'll definitely buy it for you. Hannah's face was a picture of earnest promise. Okay. Tada! A new piece of pie was brought out, specially decorated with a sword topping just for him. Whoa. I was going to eat it all if you didn't come out, Masa said, sitting beside him, appraising him. Hannah folded her arms, playfully scolding Jeremy. It seemed she worried about him a lot. Jeremy didn't say anything. He stared at the slightly misshapen pie in his hands. Even though it was a bit messy, he felt a pang of guilt. Lying on the sparkling green grass, his head resting on his teddy bear, Masa, bored, Hannah stretched out, enjoying the beautiful weather. Hearing a noise, she opened her eyes and looked over. Masa was digging in the dirt like a cat, prompting Hannah to say, Masa, even if you catch a mouse, absolutely do not bring it inside. She had to sit up abruptly as she saw Jeremy climbing a tree on the other side. Jeremy, climbing trees is dangerous. Looking inside the house, she worried even more. Ian, come play in the sun a little. You're always cooped up reading in a corner. I'm completely out of breath. Hannah lay down and put her hand on her forehead. Even sleeping wasn't peaceful with these kids, miss. Masa called out after she was done playing. What is it? What's wrong? Masa pointed. Over there's something strange. So Hannah had to sit up once again to deal with the situation. Something strange? Hopefully not another dead rat. The thought was still unsettling, but Masa insisted on pulling her along. Hannah followed, squinting to see what was going on. What is it? An egg. Seeing an egg as big as a goose egg, with a colorful, scaly exterior, Hannah was surprised. Will a chicken hatch from this, miss? Masa asked innocently. Hannah vaguely agreed, not knowing what else to say. Whoa, what kind of chicken hatches here? Let's just roast it and eat it, Jeremy said, running over to join the fun. Masa argued. I found it, so it's my chicken. Jeremy retorted. Even if you keep it, it won't hatch. If you incubate it, it will hatch. Are you stupid? Miss. The two bickered over an egg, leaving Hannah, as their teacher, utterly exhausted. Unable to settle their argument, they both turned to her for her opinion, startling her. Hannah thought for a moment before answering. Well, since Masa found it, let's do as Masa says. Masa, victorious, beamed. From today on, I'll hug it to sleep. Jeremy, defeated, clicked his tongue. That evening, Masa actually did hug the egg to sleep. Hannah reminded her, if you keep the egg next to you like that, won't it break? Be careful when you sleep. It'll be fine, she said sincerely. But Hannah knew Masa wasn't a still sleeper. I'll get a separate blanket for the egg, just in case. It would be sad if the chick went to heaven because you rolled over on it. That can't happen. Okay, Masa agreed obediently. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief and fetched a blanket. Here, how about this? You won't step on it, right? She folded the blanket and placed it under the egg. Masa observed dissatisfied. Here, I can't see it clearly. What if the egg hatches when I can't see it? So Hannah moved it next to the bed there. Perfect, right? Masa was satisfied. Okay, can you cover the egg with the blanket for me, miss? Hannah indulged her, feeling like a servant. There, now both Masa and the little egg can sleep well. Yes, Masa replied with a smile. Reassured, Hannah left her to sleep. Outside, the pastor's voice could be heard from the church. You're all prepared, correct? Yes. Everyone in the meeting responded attentively. Hannah had a different perspective. She thought anyone looking in would think they were smugglers. The pastor continued, the central temple isn't usually strict, so inspect the orphanage carefully and take good care of the children. Yes. They replied in unison, don't let them find any faults, he reiterated. Hannah thought even a cursory glance would reveal a plethora of faults. How could they not be caught? He rested his chin on his hand and continued seriously, I hear the people coming this time are different from the last. Before, you just had to pay a little attention to the priests, and they'd give you a high score. Oh, this is so boring. Hannah stood up and excused herself. I'm going to take care of the children. The pastor called after her. They said they'll be here this afternoon, so be prepared. Yes, she replied wearily, thinking I know. How many times do I have to hear this? Kids, Hannah called out. Having found the children, let's clean up. The two children groaned. Clean up? Yes, that's right, she said, understanding their reluctance. Seeing Ian quietly trying to sneak away, Hannah immediately called out, stop right there, Ian. Without me, you'd be living in filth. There, the boy paused, sighing. Here you go, kids. Take these. Hannah tossed cleaning tools to Ian, Masa, and Jeremy. Masa asked, but why are we suddenly cleaning? She held a broom, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I heard that some distinguished guests from the Central Temple are coming today. Important guests, high-ranking people like the High Priest. Hannah still held a prejudice against their own priest and, oh, not that old geezer from our temple. She answered the girl, no, Masa, they're much more impressive than him. Isn't it normal to clean up and welcome guests when they arrive? Jeremy lazily questioned, is it really such a big deal just because they're guests? She had to explain, there's a whole world out there that you kids don't know about. Now go on. Let's try to finish by lunchtime. Ugh. The three children clearly didn't want to lift a finger. A feathered duster flicked idly in the air. Hannah stretched, letting out a long sigh. Then she checked on the children's progress. Watching Jeremy swing his broom haphazardly, Hannah felt utterly exasperated. Jeremy, I told you not to wave the broom around where it's already been cleaned. The boy just scratched his head, yes, Mississippi. Masa was holding the rainbow-colored egg she'd found yesterday, while also trying to sweep, leaving Hannah speechless. Masa, you'll break the egg like that. Why don't you put it down for a bit? But Masa replied with the most unscientific logic. If I do, the temperature will drop and it might die. Looking at the last child, she saw him about to throw a cleaning cloth in the trash. Hannah had to remind Ian, that's not disposable. Don't throw it away. Thwack! She smacked her hand against her forehead. This is what they call education. Yes, education. Patience, Hannah, patience. Somehow, they managed to finish just as the guests arrived. Hannah led the children out to greet them. The leaders exchanged greetings, and Masa was very observant. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my, please come in. You must be tired from your long journey. Hannah was exhausted. Wow, that was fast. The priest gestured invitingly. You must have left before eating. Let's go to the market. Wait, we haven't prepared any food for them. Hannah thought in disbelief. Seriously, church? Masa, holding Hannah's hand, asked, Miss, are those people the guests? She replied, I think so. I thought old men like the high priest would come. The little girl voiced her thoughts, causing Hannah to cover her mouth with her hand and chuckle. The guests had noticed them. The priest put on a forced smile and introduced them. These are the children and their teacher from our temple's orphanage. They're very kind and sweet. Hannah rolled her eyes internally, thinking he doesn't even know their names. Speaking of which, there's an orphanage project here, isn't there? The handsome, bespectacled man with black hair spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Curtis from the Central Temple. Hannah returned the polite smile. Hello, I'm Hannah, the orphanage teacher. These are Masa, Jeremy, and Ian. Oh, it's nice to meet you all, Curtis said cheerfully. He continued the introductions. This is High Priest Seiya, the one in charge of this inspection. High Priest, Hannah acknowledged, not quite believing it. The white-haired young man looked surprisingly youthful for his position. She muttered under her breath, what a unique leader. Curtis agreed, a bit unique indeed. Hannah, embarrassed. Oh, I didn't think you'd hear that. Curtis finally introduced the blonde man with the healthiest tan. This is Moisey. As you can see, he's a holy knight. Whoa! Jeremy's eyes lit up as he saw the sword at Moisey's hip. Hannah, worried about bothering him, explained that Jeremy really likes swords and that all boys his age were like that. Curtis smiled kindly and said, that's right. While the knight is here, feel free to look all you want. Then he turned away. Anyway, yes, Hannah replied vaguely. Whoa, so cool. Jeremy was looking at someone with admiration. Masa looked too. He's handsome. Yeah, Hannah thinks so too. She leaned down and whispered to Masa. As expected, people who wear glasses are the wisest, huh? But Masa said, no, it's the one with silver hair. She looked at Seiya with confusion. Huh? The one with the sleepy eyes. I like his indifferent face, Masa replied. Well, all right, then. Masa's taste is strange. What's so cool about someone who looks weak? Hannah kept appraising the men. Giving up, she told the children, let's go eat. Yes, miss. Masa quickly replied. Jeremy, not that way, come here. She grabbed his collar. Swords, you're so obsessed with swords you want to chase after the knights. In the pretty garden, under the bright blue sky, Hannah was cheerfully hanging laundry. Wow, I washed a lot of clothes today, too. As she worked, she idly wondered what to eat for dinner. Hanging the last blanket, she thought, all right, that's about it. She was finished. Walking to the base of the tree, she wiped the sweat from her brow and thought, I think I'll rest for a bit. It seems someone had taken her spot. Great sage. It's Seiya sleeping under the tree. He opened his eyes, sky blue in color, but he still seemed drowsy. Confused, she said to him, you're supposed to be busy inspecting the temple. Why are you lounging around here? Hello, Seiya suddenly greeted her. Watching him wave hello while still lying down, she silently judged him. Strangely arrogant. Someone's already here. Maybe I should go back. Hannah rubbed her neck and shoulders, looking disappointed. Sit down, he said, his voice now more alert that, oh yes. Hannah sat down beside the tree. He sat up, and she thought to herself, his voice is deeper and richer than mine. Have you worked at the orphanage long? He suddenly asked. Caught off guard, Hannah was initially startled, and oh, not very long. I see, he said, the children seem to listen to you quite well. What did you see that? Hannah retorted curtly. I've been lying here since morning. Seiya pointed to the indentation in the ground where he had been lying. You don't seem very busy, Hannah replied. Busy, he insisted. She clearly didn't believe him. Deciding to humor him, she said, right, even busy people need to rest. Seiya chuckled. There are often blind spots in places we overlook. Excuse me. Hannah was lost. His actions and words didn't match his appearance. What's with that? Different from his appearance? He's quite perceptive. Seiya continued, I thought this was a dilapidated temple. At first glance, it seems like it's been around for a very long time. Hannah replied, surprised, yes, it has. Then he called out, hey. She glanced at him. Seiya said, I heard you were also one of the orphans here. Hearing this, she smiled and quickly replied, ah, yes, that's right. Seiya, listening, rested his chin on his hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. This place isn't completely beyond repair. Hearing these strange words, Hannah wondered suspiciously, is he a good person or just a clever one? She looked at him, lost in thought, and said, High Priest, you have a very unique personality. Right? Hearing that, Seiya turned and replied, stop beating around the bush. Just call me a weirdo. Hannah felt a little embarrassed when he said that, thinking to herself, oops. He continued, if you have something to say about this temple, just say it. She put her hand to her chin, thinking, can I report this temple for doing something bad? She spoke up, on second thought, if our temple doesn't meet the standards, what will happen to this place? Hearing that, he said, this place will disappear. She asked in surprise, including the orphanage? He was silent for a moment, then quickly replied, of course. Then what about the children? He said calmly, they'll be sent to other temples. Hearing this, she fell silent, a little worried. Slightly disappointed, she said, if I have something to say, I'll say it later. He just looked at her silently. Then Hannah thought to herself, I really should have brought the children with me. Suddenly, she cried out, as her hair tie was blown away by the wind. But Seiya quickly reached out and caught it. A strange tattoo appeared on his arm. Hannah observed it, thinking, an arrow tattoo? She glanced at him fearfully. An arrow, the high priest. Seiya, how could I forget that? She berated herself. He handed her back the hair tie. She reached out both hands to receive it and replied, thank you. Then she thought to herself, the light of judgment. The enemy of the villains in the novel, The Light of Judgment. Seiya is a high priest covered in the blood of the wicked. Without the title of high priest, he's the evil priest, the one who stands at the peak of wickedness. His red arrow is a weapon bestowed by God. Seiya can create a golden bow with that power. When a tattoo on his arm glows, arrows pour forth endlessly. Of course, they're usually only used to kill villains. She remembered and thought, so this man is the greatest enemy of my precious students? How could I forget this? She lamented internally, oh my goodness. He looked at her and asked, are you all right? While she silently criticized him, isn't this deceitful? He rested his chin on his hand again and said, anyway, the weather is quite warm today. Seeing this, she thought, this guy doesn't seem like a high priest who wipes out all evil. Turning back inside, Hannah thought, this is difficult. A child's voice called, Miss, causing Hannah to turn around. She looked at the child and asked, what's wrong? What happened? Jeremy, breathing heavily, said, no, Masa. She asked in alarm, what about Masa? Is she hurt somewhere? Then Jeremy replied, the chicken. Her chick hatched, and then the basket fell. Hannah asked in surprise, what? Jeremy pulled Hannah's hand and said, hurry, let's go. She mumbled in response, let's go. Masa called out, miss. Holding the chick out in front of her, she said, it's tiny, miss. Hannah said fearfully, chicks aren't usually this color. Masa said innocently, this chick even has a horn on its head. Then she said, no, it doesn't. Suddenly, it let out a strange chirp. Hannah said, and its chirp is so strange. Masa replied, no, it's not. The little girl held the small creature up to her cheek, and it nuzzled against her. Masa said cheerfully, the eggshell slowly cracked, and then it came right out. Look, it even thinks I'm its mother. Then she asked, how were you able to hatch such a cute chick, Masa? The little girl replied happily, it's because I petted and hugged it tightly every day. Hearing this, Hannah worriedly thought, is this normal for chicks? Shouldn't it still have its eyes closed? She thought, I heard that dark mages can control magical beasts. Surely it's not a magical beast, is it? Or is it a magical beast awakened by Masa's power? Looking at the chick nuzzling Masa's cheek, she asked, but what will this little chick eat? She thought to herself, please don't eat meat, please. And then that night, Hannah was leaning her forehead against the wall, disappointed and dejected. She thought to herself, in this orphanage, there are 3 villains and an archbishop all together. She muttered, it'll be destroyed if I don't deal with it. She continued to think, this temple is on the verge of closing, and who knows when this orphanage will disappear. Clasping her hands together, she prayed, things like this are suffocating me. Oh God, please wake me from this nightmare. Turning away in disappointment, she mumbled, oh, I'm so hungry now because of the stress. She also thought, should I eat the leftover cake from today? Then she walked off. Suddenly, she was surprised. She thought, Priest Jason, what's with that suspicious behavior? She trailed behind Jason, thinking, it's like I'm stalking him. Then, reassuring herself, she thought, this is unavoidable. Why is he acting so suspicious? Then she was surprised, the temple's bath. She looked around curiously. Does he only come to bathe at night? Suddenly, Jason came out, causing Hannah to hide. She thought fearfully, he's out. What? If you want to bathe, why is he so dry? And he came out so quickly, too. Moreover, I saw him bring something inside, but he came out empty-handed. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Then she pondered further. Could this be? I have a feeling something shady is going on here. The next day, at the temple, Hannah was humming cheerfully and preparing to open the door. Suddenly, a voice made her stop. Someone said, perhaps they sent something. They wouldn't even take the money. What should I do now? Should I destroy all the data? Another person replied, when the inspection team leaves, we'll move them out and quickly deal with those kids, too. As long as there's no concrete evidence, the subsidies won't be cut. Hearing this, Hannah thought in surprise, deal with the children? She became frightened as the voice outside continued. This temple is fine, but we'll go to jail. Those damn Central Temple bastards. Hannah hesitated in front of the door for a moment before saying, it's Hannah. A voice from inside the room called out, come in. Hannah entered the room. Sitting at the table were an elderly man and a young man. The old man said, they've arrived at the orphanage already. Hannah replied, yes, one person has arrived. The priest looked at her and said, what did he ask you? She replied, nothing much. He just asked how long I've been working here. The priest frowned upon hearing this. If there's anything wrong with this inspection, this temple will be shut down. Hannah gave a strained smile and said, I'll try my best to behave. Although she said that, inwardly she scorned the priest. She thought, he's the one who's going to get the temple shut down, and it seems like there's no hope left. Suddenly, a voice called into the room, High Priest Seiya, are you in there? He immediately stood up and replied, yes, I'm here. The person outside thought to themselves, the old high priest can move that fast. It was Curtis. He said to the priest, good morning. The priest quickly asked, what brings you here so early? Curtis replied, I have some questions and something to discuss, so I came early. The priest nodded as if he understood that, yes, please come in and have a seat. After observing the situation, Hannah hesitantly asked, may I be excused? Inwardly, she thought, something bad is about to happen. The priest became annoyed. He said, perhaps we should all listen together. There's no need for him to repeat himself. Hannah replied, yes. The steam rising from the teacup was not unlike the atmosphere in the room, hot enough to burn. Curtis flipped through the pages in his hand, thinking, I haven't done anything wrong, so why am I so nervous? Curtis turned to the priest and asked, you've received additional funding from multiple projects, haven't you? The priest responded in a panicked tone, yes, the orphanage, the project for the elderly. Curtis continued, as far as I know, the elderly here are all volunteers. They even make toys inside this temple. The priest stammered, How could that be? Hannah thought to herself, it's true. He calls them in and then makes them clean for him, too. Curtis looked at the papers in his hand and said, the number of orphans in the orphanage is 6. So where did the other 3 go? The priest prevaricated. It seems they were adopted without being recorded. He then let out a forced laugh. Hearing his answer, Hannah thought, including myself, there are only 2. The numbers don't add up at all. Curtis continued his questioning. You were given 500 gold pieces to renovate this place, but the dilapidated areas are still the same. The priest replied, the construction hasn't started yet, so it's still in the commissioning stage. Hannah was speechless at his response. It conveniently matched the amount he earned from exploiting the children. She wondered, is it a coincidence? Curtis continued to read the information on the paper, causing the priest's face to grow increasingly grim. Poor facility management, messy finances, all the books are inconsistent. If I report this, the consequences will be clear as day, won't they? Curtis looked at the priest's face and gave an unfriendly smile. He said, it won't just end with budget cuts. He placed the accusations on the table and addressed the priest. If these books have been tampered with, we will reconsider the temple's treatment. He stood up, looked down at the priest, and said, I hope these 3 days will be helpful to you. Cut to that night at the temple. Hannah was humming a tune, her demeanor cheerful and excited. She laughed heartily and said, this is crazy. This temple is having a crisis. The high priest's lament. Suddenly, she thought of something. But if the budget is cut, they'll sell the children. If this temple disappears after the audit, everyone will be scattered. Her mood darkened. How do I get away from that old priest? That's the only thing I need to worry about. She pulled out a white cloth, put it over her head, and muttered, this shouldn't be a problem, right? Now, in the men's bath, she reassured herself, right? No one would be bathing this early in the morning. As she walked, she thought, hidden in a place like this, how can anyone find it? This is a sacred place for people to cleanse their bodies. Don't do anything sneaky here. She encouraged herself, anyway, all right, I'll find it. Hannah began searching, moving from bush to mound. In the end, she still couldn't find what she was looking for. Where on earth did he hide it? Could it be buried in the ground? She pondered, then said, indeed, if that's the case, it's under the cherry blossom tree. She was thinking when another voice suddenly rang out. Hannah wasn't aware of the issue yet. She repeated in her mind, oh, under the cherry blossom tree. At that moment, she realized the problem. Startled, she thought, what? Who's saying that? Hannah turned around. Before her stood a young man with short, pure white hair. Even his clothes were the same color. Hannah was stunned. Oh my God, she cried out, startling the entire bathhouse. She stammered, what are you doing here? Seiya asked her back, what do you think I'd be doing in a place like this? She panicked and said, how long have you been there? Seiya replied, a long time since you came in. Hannah flinched, stepping back. Why didn't you say anything? She thought, he's been here for so long without saying a word. Seiya asked her again, with a lack of enthusiasm. Now I'm the one asking the questions. Or not. After that question, everything seemed to sink into an infinite silence. Early in the morning, a hooded woman sneaked into the men's bath. He asked her, what are you doing here? Hannah didn't know what to say. Suddenly, the surface of the water rippled. Seeing this, Hannah cried out, don't stand up, accompanied by a loud scream. She covered her face with both hands. She thought, is this guy going to do something indecent? But she didn't realize that she was the intruder. Without thinking too much, she assumed a fighting stance. If necessary, I'll use my fists. Seeing her actions, Seiya said, relax your hands. At least I'm wearing clothes. Hearing this, she blushed and replied yes. Her eyes were directed towards where he was standing, her face now as red as a beet. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing this, he asked why the sigh of relief. She replied, I was just afraid I'd see something I shouldn't. Seiya, hearing her response, said, hey, it's not like you could have seen anything. Hannah immediately replied, that doesn't matter now. She thought, even though it's dark here, do priests usually need a healthy body like this? Seiya asked, what are you looking for? Hannah replied, oh, nothing. She continued, my finances haven't been good lately, so I'm looking around to see if there's anything valuable. Hearing her answer, Seiya asked again, are you planning to steal something from the temple? She immediately replied, no, that's not it. What should she do? Hannah placed her hand on her chest and sighed. She made up her mind. Well, things have come to this. In for a penny, in for a pound. She told Seiya, actually, I'm looking for something. He immediately asked what? She said to him before getting to the main topic. Hearing this, he thought, what is it now? Hannah said, I have some intelligence. If this information is useful to you, I hope you'll help me with something. He continued, let's hear it first. She worriedly thought. He agreed so easily. Hannah cleared her throat. First of all, this temple has actually been decaying. Seiya let out an oh. She continued, the high priest is busy embezzling the budget and subsidies, and the lower-ranking priests are thinking about selling the children. Seiya replied, go on. Hannah continued, I think the ledger is hidden somewhere in the temple, and I've searched everywhere. However, she suddenly raised her voice. Even though I search every nook and cranny every night, I can't find it. But yesterday, I saw priest Jason sneaking into the bathroom. He was holding something in his hand, and I have a feeling it's what I'm looking for. Seiya hummed coldly. He asked suspiciously, but why are you looking for that? Hannah replied, because if I leave it alone, my children will be sold. Even if I have to threaten the high priest, strip him naked, or do anything else, I have to find it. Seiya asked, you could just report it to the temple. Hannah's demeanor suddenly slumped. She explained, without evidence, I don't think anyone will believe me. I'm also not sure if the central temple is on the same side. More importantly, her voice trailed off. If something happens to the temple, the children will be scattered everywhere. Seiya hummed again after hearing her. In his eyes, she suddenly seemed like a small kitten, incredibly pitiful. He thought, what's this? Am I wrong? He pointed towards the base of a peach tree. First, the peach tree. A shovel was placed on the ground. While digging, she asked, but why do you think it's this tree? Seiya replied, the soil color is different. There are no weeds, no fallen leaves. It's not normal at all. She looked at the ground and pondered. Really? Oh, good observation skills. She said, I just picked randomly based on feeling. Anyway, our opinions are the same. As if seeing something, Hannah let out an oh. She said, if it's resolved this easily, it's kind of frustrating. He looked at her and said, take it out. She replied, ah yes. She looked at the chest and asked him, do you know how to open this? He immediately replied, magic lock. She exclaimed in surprise, as if enlightened. This looks quite expensive anyway. These guys, no wonder they're embezzling and still short on money. She looked at him questioningly. She asked, aren't you taking it? He replied, I know how to unlock it. She then said, do I have to open it right now? She drew the secret pattern on the stone over there. It will open it. After listening to his explanation, she understood how it worked. So that's how it is. She looked at him and smiled, but there seemed to be something wrong with that smile. She asked, so what is the secret pattern? You probably don't know, do you? Seiya replied, do you know anything else? Like the high priest's birthday or a password he often uses. She answered him, how would I know that? Suddenly thinking of something, she exclaimed, could it be? He urged her on. Did you figure something out? Could it be the number I found behind the picture frame? She thought carefully, 2, that's for sure, then 5 or 6 something, and finally 8. From behind her, his voice rang out, 528. She asked, puzzled, how did you know? He replied, the day goddess Jasmine's grace was bestowed. He's embezzling. It's blasphemy. He asked her, how is the number drawn? She replied, it's written overlapping in a circle. Just draw it like that. She turned back, smiled, and said, about that, my hands are dirty. She was about to say something else, but seeing his expression, she retracted and said, but should be fine. All right. She touched the chest, and a beam of light shone on her hand. Hannah was startled and thought, whoa, the sudden light surprised me. She read each number in turn, 528. Her eyes lit up with joy. It worked. A blinding light immediately shone directly into their faces, forcing them to cover their eyes with their hands. She thought, so bright. The chest was filled with gold bars and a few scrolls. Knowing this, I should have opened alone. Seiya, seeing her standing still, asked, why aren't you taking any? Hearing this, she thought, should I? Should I take some? But she reconsidered. No, this is my trial. She said, how can I do that? It's all the temple's treasure. Hearing this, he asked, is that so? He picked up the papers and read them. After finishing, he said, it's the ledger. So what is your request? Hannah replied, help our orphanage from disappearing. Seiya responded, if so, the temple must also remain. She asked him hesitantly, can the high priest be replaced with a decent person? He asked, or is it because of your job? She didn't understand. Excuse me? He explained, if you get involved in this, you might have to quit your job too. She let out a sad oh. She continued, but there's no other way. Even so, I want the orphanage to remain. As long as there are good teachers and the children grow up healthy, I'll probably be okay. Hannah thought to herself, even so, it hurts a little. However, someone more qualified coming in would still be better, right? Hannah affirmed to Seiya, I'm okay. He looked down at her. Seiya said, all right. Shouts echoed from below the church. This is slander. The priest was tied up along with those involved. He continued to yell, this is the first time in my life I've seen a ledger like this. Selling children. Curtis, flustered, quickly said, your honor. Seeing this, she exclaimed, they work fast. He explained, you say you don't know, yet you wrote the ledger's password so neatly behind the picture frame in your office. Moreover, the child trafficking organization will face the same consequences. The priest was stunned into silence. A dark magic laboratory? Curtis flew into a rage, clenching his fists. A servant of God doing such things? The priest fearfully bowed his head, begging for forgiveness. Please have mercy on me. Seiya, sleepy-eyed, covered a yawn with his hand, that I think I've been merciful enough to the one who cut the budget. Hannah stood not far away, witnessing everything. The high priest of the central temple really seemed like an important figure. He looked so disheveled, yet the holy knights were so tense. But was he really checking all the ledgers this early in the morning? She turned at someone's question. Miss, what's that? Jeremy, excited, exclaimed, whoa, so many holy knights. Ian asked Hannah, Miss, will the temple be gone now? He wondered, what? Will the temple be gone? Masa worried. So the temple will be gone because the high priest did something wrong? Hannah gently stroked Masa's head, and oh, it won't disappear. Don't worry. Masa, seeing her gentleness, was doubtful, but the high priest was taken away like that. Hannah quickly comforted him that I know, but only the bad men are taken away. The temple is still here, and you're all still here too. He asked, what about you, miss? Hannah was taken aback. Huh? Oh, me? What will happen to me? I might not be able to stay either. Hannah replied, where would you go, miss? But in her heart, she thought, but if I have to say goodbye to the children. Before she could finish her thought, a sound rang out. Chirp. Hannah's thoughts were interrupted as she saw Masa holding a small bird. Hannah sighed, Masa, I told you not to bring chicks to these places, but Curtis approached to say goodbye. Well, goodbye, Mississippi. Hannah replied, goodbye to you too. The holy knights, having shown their affection, had said their farewells. He chuckled cheerfully. As long as the temple remains, we'll meet again. Hannah smiled back. Yes, be careful. Meanwhile, luckily, she wasn't fired from the orphanage. On the contrary, because she contributed to finding the ledgers, she received a raise. Suddenly, Hannah noticed the person standing next to Curtis and exclaimed, over there. Jeremy expressed his wish. Can I touch that sword just once? Moisey, hearing this, simply said, ah, and offered the sword for Jeremy to touch. Hannah noticed a call from behind. Hey, kids. Seiya approached. The children shouted, Lord Holy Knight. He corrected them. I'm the high priest. Masa looked at him with admiration. Thank you for chasing away that bad high priest. Can I tell you if someone is being mean? He calmly replied, no. His words annoyed Hannah, who thought, you could have said yes. Why hurt Masa's feelings like that? Seiya continued, explaining his previous statement. You can tell this teacher. Masa asked, miss. He smiled kindly. This teacher does a better job than I do. Masa cheered. That's right. Our teacher is the best. Ian, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. A breeze blew past the tower. Seiya seemed to shine, revealing his incredibly handsome features. Let's go. Moisey, seeing Jeremy still mesmerized after touching the sword, ruffled the child's hair. He waved goodbye. Miss, stay safe. Be careful. Hannah replied, may you all be safe and well. The former priest and the others were loaded onto a wagon, surrounded by a somber atmosphere. The wagon rolled away, its wheels clattering. Hannah chuckled sarcastically. Meeting you guys was bad luck enough. Let's not meet again, okay? The sky was clear and peaceful when someone yelled, Jeremy, you're stepping on the laundry. Then arguments erupted. Miss, the chick took my snack. What is that thing, a bottomless pit? Masa innocently pointed. Miss, the chick flew away. Hannah said exasperatedly. Stop saying such terrible things. Someone call Miss. Hannah, feeling dizzy, put a hand to her forehead. Ian pointed. It looks like someone's here. Hannah guessed, who is it? Are the new holy knights here? She quickly called for Masa, thinking if there are newcomers, they'll definitely inspect the orphanage. Hannah urged quickly, put the chick in the coop. Turning, she hurriedly hung laundry. Not now. Just hang it up any old way. Ian was speechless at the sight. She changed direction and ran full speed into the room. Did I have to quickly clean Masa's room too? She flung the door open. The sight before her left her speechless. The room was filled with a gloomy atmosphere, with things scattered as if a fight had just taken place. She clutched her head and yelled, oh my God. Dejectedly, she walked out, panting, huff, huff. Ian, who's here? He quickly replied, the holy knights told us to gather at the temple. Hannah breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, all right, let's go then. By the way, Masa, did you put the chick in the coop? Masa replied hesitantly, yes. But what if the chick makes the chickens eat it? Hannah explained, those chickens are stronger than you think. Hannah said with a straight face, besides, the chick doesn't eat raw food. Remembering the scene of the chick snatching meat, she thought the children must have been shocked when the hungry chick rushed to the dining table and tore apart so much cooked meat. Did such a strange creature. Arriving at the temple, she saw two people outside. It seems like they're over there. She greeted them openly. Hello, the new high priest has arrived. The other person told her, yes, you can go in and greet him now. Hannah thanked him politely. Thank you. She entered with the two children. There seemed to be quite a few new holy knights. Phew. She knocked on the door. A voice called from inside, come in. she felt a sense of familiarity. What? That voice sounds familiar. She pushed the door open slightly and peeked inside. A hand waved, hey. Hannah's jaw dropped in shock. Seiya casually guessed. That expression means welcome, right? Hannah wondered, why is he here? The door opened. Hannah closed it and leaned against it. Her face was filled with fear as she thought, I'm doomed. There are 3 bad seeds in this temple, and a murderous demon catching bad guys. A voice broke through Hannah's thoughts. Hello. It was Curtis. Looking at his friendly face, Hannah thought, he's also Seiya's, the murderous demon's, henchman. Number 2. Another voice called out, whoa, it's the Holy Night. Hannah looked fearfully in that direction. Seeing Mosey's gentle face, she assessed, murderous demon. Number 3. Hannah lamented helplessly, oh my life. She looked up at the light outside the window and prayed, God, are you up there? Please tell me that all principles are now skewed. I beg you. Human adaptability is truly remarkable, and Hannah was no exception. In the morning, she greeted Seiya with a bright face. Good morning. In this chaotic situation, she adapted in an instant. Now, even seeing that smug hand, she could greet him. Curtis said to Hannah, I'll give you the orphanage's budget for today. Hannah replied, thank you, sir. He continued, oh, and there are snacks sent by the believers. Take them back for the orphanage. Hannah thought to herself, he handles work efficiently, makes payments transparently, and doesn't embezzle. She happily replied, thank you, sir. Hannah was truly happy because, compared to before, this job felt much more fulfilling. It felt like she was truly living. Honestly, she had wondered if someone as carefree as Seiya could do a good job, but unexpectedly, the temple was running smoothly. It was all thanks to Curtis, his right-hand man, who handled everything perfectly. How could someone so talented serve Seiya like a monarch? Hannah asked Seiya, there's a festival in the village today. You know that, right? He seemed surprised. A festival? Hannah was speechless. She looked at Curtis and asked, you know about it, right? He didn't know either. He replied, I don't know. If at the village festival, shouldn't we go? Hearing the agreeable answer, Hannah said cheerfully, of course. It'll be a good opportunity to get to know the people around here, and it'll be fun too. I'm taking the children to see the fireworks today, too. Seiya asked, fireworks? He rested his chin on his hand and mused, magical items must be expensive. That festival must cost a lot. Seiya said, we should go. Hannah froze. She hesitantly said, avoiding eye contact, yes, have fun, sir. She thought to herself, please don't ask me to go with you, please. Seiya seemed to understand. He sighed. Looking at Hannah, he smiled and said, come with me. Hearing him, she was surprised and unwilling. Why me? She thought, protesting internally. Hannah pleaded with Curtis, Sir Curtis. But he coldly replied, I'm busy today. She sighed, thinking, I dug my own grave. As night began to fall, she asked the children, all right, what did I tell you? Ian replied, don't follow strangers. She called to Masa, put the chick back in the coop. Even if you see a cute teddy bear or a cool skull, absolutely do not run off by yourself. Hannah replied, good. Jeremy said, don't run after delicious food. Even if you see a sword, don't ask for it. She asked, anything else? Jeremy replied, don't swear. Hannah smiled brightly and said to the children, good. Now let's go enjoy the fireworks. Looking at the carriage in the distance, Masa asked, but miss, what's that? Hannah, just noticing it, was startled. Huh? Asterisk, it's a 10-minute walk. Isn't it stupid to take a carriage? Asterisk, she hesitantly replied, well, maybe, it must be a guest. Seiya, inside the carriage, called out, get in. Hannah asked, are we taking this now? He replied as if it were obvious. Walking hurts my feet. Hannah, truly perplexed, said, sir, get out of the carriage. Going to a festival means walking. Has this person never been to a festival before? The streets were crowded with people going to the festival. Seiya said, now I understand the saying, country bumpkin in the city. She replied, exactly. Hearing this, Ian and Hannah looked at each other and started laughing. Masa chimed in, what? Don't leave me out of the joke. Masa grabbed Hannah's skirt. She laughed helplessly and asked, ugh, Masa, you're going to rip my skirt. Ian added, he holds onto your skirt all day. It must be stretched out. That's why I told you to leave him at home. The children cheered excitedly. Wow. This is the first time I've seen so many people in the village. Seeing the children's happiness, Seiya smiled and sighed. The children said this was their first time attending the festival because no one had taken them out in previous years to play. One of them held Hannah's hand and said, I heard there's a lot of delicious street food. Let's eat all the yummy things, miss. Another asked, miss, have you gotten paid yet? Hearing that, Seiya chuckled. Hannah laughed and replied, I'm rich now. Besides, she turned to look at Seiya and said, we have a sponsor today. Looking at Seiya, Jeremy said. So he's our sponsor. Ian added, our sponsor is here. After walking for a bit, looking at a stall by the road, Hannah exclaimed, oh, it's the traveling medicine seller. Ian quickly reminded her, Miss, don't buy any weird stuff like last time. Hannah disagreed with him. She replied, not at all. That was very effective. Ian denied, but your height is still the same. Hearing that, Hannah froze, awkwardly unsure how to respond. She thought, well, objectively speaking, Hannah is a decent height, but a little shorter than others. Lately, the children had been growing so fast, she was afraid they would soon be as tall as her. So she had rushed to buy the medicine. She inwardly cursed the medicine seller from last time, that wicked scammer. Masa tugged on her skirt and asked, Miss, let's eat that. Hannah, walking along, replied, good idea. Hannah turned her head and asked, Jeremy, hurry up. But he was no longer behind her. He had run off somewhere. Hannah called out, Jeremy. She worried. I knew this would happen. Hannah hurried off to find him. She called out loudly, Jeremy. Masa looked at her and asked Ian, where do you think he went this time? Ian replied, the weapon shop. Seeing this situation, Seiya thought, I can't keep up. Hannah panicked at the thought, Jeremy. Two people in the room turned to look at her. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong Continuing elsewhere, she kept yelling his name, Jeremy, but all she received were strange stares as she continued to think he's not here. She hurried through the passing crowd. After running for a while, she collapsed, panting. Wiping her sweat, she wondered, where did he go? Worry gnawed at her. Could he have followed a stranger? Suddenly, a hunch made her glance to the side. Amidst the crowd, a small child's figure blended in. Surprised, she called out, Jeremy. Hannah quickly grabbed his hand, calling Jeremy. Worried, she asked, what's wrong? I've been looking for you everywhere. He turned to her with a frightened, hesitant expression, Miss. He bit his lip as if holding back words. She panicked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Jeremy lunged forward and hugged her tightly. Stunned, she said, Jeremy? He whispered against her, it hurts. She panicked, concerned for him. Are you hurt? Were you injured? What's wrong? She shifted her gaze down to his feet and saw they were covered in bruises. How did this happen? He sobbed, crying, it hurts so much, Miss. Hannah's face paled, speechless at the sight. The quiet of night finally fell. She was carrying him on her back when he spoke up and asked, Miss? He clung tightly to her. I saw my dad. Your dad? How? Jeremy tearfully recounted. Yes, there were a lot of people, but I saw my dad, the one I've always missed. He remembered running desperately after him, so I ran. My hand almost reached the father I've always missed, and I just kept searching. When I finally grabbed the hem of his clothes, the face that turned around belonged to a different young man. When I saw his face, I said, but that's not my dad. He slumped against Hannah after finishing his story. She asked, is that why you ran off and took your shoes off? Does it hurt a lot? He finished the story. I kept chasing after him, but when I turned around, no one was there anymore. Us. He stood there quietly alone. Yes, but that hurts more. Hannah comforted him. I believe you, Jeremy. Don't be sad when you don't see us. We're family. He was touched by her words that we're a family, and I'll always be waiting at home for you to come back. He asked hesitantly, family? But we're not even blood related. She continued, do you have to be blood related to be a family? He replied, I guess so. She cheerfully explained, eating together, sharing warmth, laughing, even arguing. Family is when we laugh and eat together, even the very next day. He was silent for a moment, then said, I hate things like family. She smiled kindly. Then let's be friends. He was moved by the offer. Okay. The two continued walking in the windy night. MY dad said that if I grow up strong, he'll definitely come find me. She recalled his information. Unlike Masa, who was orphaned as a baby, Ian and Jeremy still have memories of being abandoned. At least with Jeremy, because he's been in the orphanage for so long, everyone thought those memories were fading. But they weren't. Is that why he's so obsessed with swords and weapons? He murmured, that's why I want to grow up strong. She affirmed, you're the strongest kid ever. He countered, but it seems like my dad doesn't think. So, they both remembered the day they ate honey bread. You even ran into the alley to save me that day. Let's eat honey bread tomorrow. He pouted, but you told me not to do that again. You're always scolding me. She couldn't help but laugh. You're braver than anyone, but danger is still danger. Well, she suddenly said, Jeremy, if we go back, I'll teach you swordsmanship. He was incredulous. Really? Of course. He fell silent, lost in thought. She sighed and advised, Jeremy, if you ever chase after someone again, remember this. What? He felt comforted as she said, the house you'll return to is on that hill. He smiled happily. He cheered up. Great. That's easy to find. Just as she set him down, someone called his name. Hey, Jeremy. Masa grumbled reproachfully. I almost ate your bread. Hannah offered him the bread. Here, take it. He took the now cold bread, looking bewildered. He slowly brought the bread to his mouth. Jeremy took a bite, tears welling up in his eyes with happiness and emotion. Hannah turned away, crossing her arms with a playful arrogance. Honestly, is it that good? I was worried it wasn't pork, and you're even crying because it's delicious. She took Ian's hand and started to leave. Come on, Ian. He noticed Masa's hand touching his. She said that she had just mentioned it was a famous spot for fireworks. Ian made a disgusted face because his hand was touched. Hannah saw this but didn't say anything. Masa pulled Ian away while he was still sulking. Jeremy was still crying, and she covered her mouth, laughing. As expected, it couldn't be helped. There was a little boy sitting alone in a room. The door behind him was pushed open, followed by the call, Jeremy. It was Hannah coming to find him. Jeremy was sitting on the bed, munching on a cookie. He was startled by the noise, but politely turned around and asked, Miss? Seeing him nibbling on the cookie like a hamster, Hannah wondered, where did you hide that cookie? She entered the room, carrying a basin of water, and asked worriedly, is your foot okay? Jeremy's expression and voice matured as he said, I told you it would be fine after I woke up. Then, looking at the basin of water she brought in, he asked curiously, what's that? Hannah replied, soak your injured foot in it. I've added herbs to make a foot soak. Jeremy's face was full of disbelief. He hesitantly asked, does it really work? Hannah wasn't sure. At least it won't hurt. She said, just put your foot in. Jeremy finally complied, putting one foot into the basin first. Hannah's hand reached down, grasping his small foot to check it. Oh, it's so swollen. Like a kind mother, Hannah carefully washed his foot. The whole room seemed to warm up from the rising steam. Jeremy's foot, submerged in the water, caught the faint scent of herbs. It smells good, he said, but where did the herbs come from? How should I describe it? Hannah just told the truth. I picked them from the flower garden next to the bathroom. Jeremy was speechless. Hannah asked tenderly, how is it? Does it feel any better? Jeremy stared at his foot soaking in the warm herbal water, thinking to himself, maybe it's my mood, but it feels better than before. Jeremy replied, it seems good, Mississippi. Hannah was relieved to hear this. Oh dear. Her hand continued to gently massage his foot. Even so, we should still go to the clinic tomorrow. He protested, you'll make me take that yucky medicine. She coaxed, your foot has to be strong, so you can learn swordsmanship, right? Hearing the keyword, his eyes lit up. That you'll really teach me swordsmanship, miss? Hannah mimicked his tone. Have you ever seen me lie? Jeremy was still worried about something else, but learning that costs a lot of money. He reminded Hannah, you said your salary is so low you can't even save anything. Hannah felt like a rock was crushing her. Did I say that? Then, remembering her embarrassing moment, she mumbled, Thinking back, I did sing the low-wage song on the hill. Wages too low, wages too low. I must not have been thinking clearly then. The next morning, this time it was Jeremy pushing open Hannah's door. He called out loudly, miss, while she was still fast asleep. She seemed to hear him, but was still drowsy, only managing to mumble, Jeremy rushed over and shook her, urging, hurry up, miss. Look at my ankle. Hannah, still half asleep, woke up in a daze, not understanding what was happening. Jeremy declared, it's completely healed, miss. Hannah sat up, rubbing her eyes, yawning and bewildered. What's going on so early in the morning? Then, she opened her eyes wide. Wait, what? What? The boy stood with his hands on his hips, his face full of pride. Jeremy boasted, I told you my foot would be completely fine after I woke up. She nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, you did. It looks really, really good. Jeremy also said that her foot soak seemed to actually be working. She scratched her neck in disbelief. Really? You're serious? I'm going to brag to the others. He, like a fledgling bird taking its first flight, bolted out of her room. Quick as a flash, he met his friends and called out, hey, look at my foot. Ku watched him, amazed he'd already run all the way there, and wondered how it had gotten better so quickly. Hannah pondered various reasons, wondering if the hot spring water was actually holy water, or if the combination of herbs was some kind of miracle cure. She decided to get out of bed. Oh well, as long as Jeremy's okay. She ran a hand through her hair, unaware that it was emitting a golden light. She placed a document on the desk. Please review this, Your Honor. Watching his listless movements, she inwardly grumbled. It's just one piece of paper. Why is he being so dramatic? But then her eyes lit up as she gazed at Seiya. How can he be so radiant? Suddenly, Seiya spoke. By the way, where did you get that ostrich? Startling her, oh, honestly. That morning, Seiya had been watching the chickens with Masa and commented, this ostrich has peculiar taste. Coco replied, sir, that's clearly a chicken. Hannah, observing from behind them, was further speechless at his animal identification skills. He had sluggishly discovered the chicken's existence that morning. She still couldn't resist telling him the truth. It's not an ostrich. Then she felt she'd been a bit harsh. Sir, never mind. I should have called it an ostrich. Chicken. So, Seiya had finally realized. Hearing this confirmation from his lips somehow made him seem even more handsome. Hannah thought, Seiya, is he cross-eyed? Now she answered his initial question. I found it on the hill, Your Honor. Seiya wanted to be sure. In front of the temple? Hannah said yes, while thinking she had to keep Masa hatching the egg a secret. Then Hannah finally got to the main point. That I have a question, Your Honor. What is it? Seiya was curious. Her face was slightly apprehensive. Why did you come to our temple? Seiya, like a divine being, handed the papers back to her. You said you needed a new high priest. Hannah took them with both hands, her face flushing. Not because of the handsome man before her, but because I didn't think you would come to a temple in this border region. Seiya looked at her as if to say, it seems you overestimate me. Of course, that's my guess based on the original story. Just hearing the rumors, at least the promising new high priest, is enough to know. Since he received the goddess's blessing, it's natural for him to monopolize the Pope's affection. It's strange that someone like that wouldn't work at the Central Temple, but come to a place like this. Hannah stammered slightly. Well, because you seem like a talented person. It feels that, oh, my conscience hurts. Inwardly, she thought, to be honest, talented is a stretch. I feel like if there were video games here, he'd be the useless guy glued to the screen all night. Seiya rested his chin in his hands, his eyes scrutinizing her. Words formed on his lips, and Hannah panicked. Has he seen through me? Embarrassed, she said, I'll be going now. He slumped over, finally finished with his work and relaxing, his face down on the desk, waving goodbye to her. Watching him, her assessment solidified. Yep, consistently insincere. That afternoon, during the children's nap time, Hannah stared at the creature. What are you anyway? The thing, a bizarre mix of chicken and bird, just chirped and sat on her lap. Hannah offered it some bread. Here, eat this. It stared for a moment, unsure whether to eat or not. Then it pecked at the bread. Hannah watched it gobble, wondering where the food went in such a tiny body. All right, whatever you are, grow up strong. But don't turn into a dragon, okay? I can't afford to feed you. Its beak covered in crumbs. It looked up attentively, listening until she finished. Phew, I guess I should take a nap too. Hannah lay down on the lush green grass under the sunlight. It hopped down near her face, nuzzling against her. Hannah giggled. Hey, little chick, don't poke me. It settled down on her shoulder and hair. They both drifted off to sleep peacefully. It was a beautiful day. Hannah had personally baked cookies for everyone to enjoy. Asterisko, look how delicious these cookies are. They look so beautiful. They must taste amazing too. Asterisk, she brought the cookies to the front yard, but no one was there. Hannah called out, is anyone here? After calling out several times with no response, she thought, is no one here? Then, she suddenly thought about the newly arrived priests. After the high priest arrived, the church was guarded by holy knights. Those holy knights certainly aren't here to protect this small church, but to protect Seiya, the messenger of the goddess. The reason she was looking for them now was simple. It seems like I'm quite determined. Huh? She told herself, I want to bribe them with food so I can find a swordsmanship instructor. Her bribe was a plate of cookies. Oh my goodness, why is there such a pure and cute girl in this world? Suddenly, a man's voice called out from a far bribe. His question startled Hannah, making her break out in a cold sweat. She unconsciously exclaimed, oh my God. It was Moisey. He asked sheepishly, did I scare you? Seeing that it was Moisey, Hannah's fear immediately vanished, replaced by joy. She replied softly, hello, Moisey. Oh my, look how smitten she is. Her heart aflutter after just a few words with him. Moisey greeted her back, hello, Miss Hannah. He then asked, do you need something from me? Hannah replied shyly, it's just that I baked a few too many cookies, and I brought some for you to try. She offered him the plate. He accepted them, saying, thank you. Hannah quickly replied, you're welcome, Sir Moisey. Well, this is a rural temple, so you must be bored, huh? No, I'm not. Hearing his reply, she thought to herself, oh, that won't do. She continued to try and steer the conversation. QM, do you have any hobbies? No, not really. It's such a shame that you don't have any hobbies while staying in this quiet temple. Moisey grew more and more confused. Blushing, Hannah suggested, so if you have some free time, could you spend it with me? You can consider it a hobby. Moisey was flustered. Well, this girl who baked cookies that is asking me to spend time with her, and her cheeks are all red. As if a thought struck him, his eyes widened in realization. She's confessing. Moisey felt incredibly bewildered and pressured in this situation. I've never thought I'd be involved with the orphanage teacher. A date in the temple where I work? Of course, the orphanage teacher is very beautiful. She also takes care of the children like an angel, and even the cookies she bakes smell wonderful. But I still can't do that. Moisey finally spoke up. I'm sorry, I understand how you feel, but to have something private happen here, He suddenly hesitated and stopped speaking. The young teacher naturally asked, "So, what do you think about taking on a disciple?" When he heard the teacher say that, he was very surprised, which was evident in his surprised huh. Hannah, whether intentionally or unintentionally, also echoed his huh. Moisey, embarrassed, asked back, "What did you just say?" Hannah calmly replied, "About taking on a disciple. Weren't you just talking about something private?" "Oh no, I misunderstood her." Moisey, embarrassed, replied, "I misunderstood." Hannah, not understanding what was happening, thought, asterisk, what's going on? Why is his face red? Asterisk. Moisey then asked, "What's this about a disciple?" Hannah replied, "Oh, are you going to turn Jeremy from the orphanage? You know, the boy with the cute black hair and bright eyes." Hannah continued to chatter. "Jeremy's dream is to become a swordsman, but I can't entrust my child to just anyone, right? If it were the best knight in the Holy Knight Order, I think I could entrust Jeremy to him." Hannah continued to think, "Actually, there are 3 reasons why I want a holy knight to be his teacher. Asterisk, the first reason is that a knight's benevolent personality can tolerate Jeremy. Second, it's for Jeremy's sake. At least out of courtesy to his master, he won't use his sword for evil. And for the third reason, the lessons might be free. Asterisk." Moisey stroked his chin and pondered a disciple. "However, it's too early for me now. It's too early," he stammered. Hearing this, the teacher suddenly stopped. She pleaded, "I promise it won't take much of your time. Our Jeremy is very smart, so he'll learn quickly. How about an hour each morning and evening?" Hearing this, Moisey asked, "Twice a day, morning and evening?" The teacher said, "Is that too much? Then how about once every evening, or 2 hours?" Moisey hesitated. 2 hours is a bit. The teacher, understanding, replied, "Then just 1 hour every evening will do." She excitedly added, "I'll tell Jeremy. He'll be so happy. Every day he praises Sir Moisey for being so cool. Thank you so much, Sir Knight. I'll tell him the good news right away." Oh dear! At this moment, his heart felt like it was doing a hip-hop dance in his broad chest. The priest guarding the door, while eating cookies, said to Moisey, "You've been tricked." Another one chimed in, completely bribed. In the twilight, Hannah sat under an ancient tree, observing and saying, "Oh my, doesn't he look dashing?" Masa asked, "What's so dashing about walking around with a wooden sword?" Hannah replied, "This is the first time his will has been so extraordinary. Maybe he really wants to become an amazing knight." Ian also spoke up. "People need holy power to become a holy knight." Hannah innocently replied, "Well, he just needs to be a knight." Masa said, "I'm sure silly Jeremy will get tired soon, right, Teach?" Hannah said, "Masa, Ian, please help Jeremy. It's a blessing to have something you want to do. Do you have any dreams?" Ian immediately replied, "No, I don't." Hannah thought, asterisk, "Ian, it's okay if you don't have any dreams. You'll become the emperor anyway." Asterisk. Masa playfully replied, "I want to be an animal caretaker." Hannah pondered his words. Will Masa end up raising animals or developing magic? Hannah continued, "That's a wonderful dream. I hope you both find something that makes you happy." Masa asked Hannah in return, "What about you, miss? Are you happy?" Hannah responded with a Masa continued to ask her, "Are you happy being a teacher, miss?" Hannah thought for a moment and sighed. Am I happy? She thought back to her first day here, when she possessed this body and was transferred to this life in the church. And just a few days ago, she fought to escape a terrible future. But, Hannah replied brightly, "Now I'm very happy. I hope you both find something you love too." Ian held his book and pondered her words. Hannah had bought a lot of food at the market today. With all this, I can make a feast tonight. There seems to be someone up ahead. Hannah let out a surprise. It turned out to be Seiya. He asked, "What are you doing here?" He only managed to utter one word, "Pain." Hannah asked with concern, "Huh? Where does it hurt?" He replied, "My stomach." He could barely speak, seemingly in great pain. Hannah asked again, "Did you eat something strange? Do you need to use the restroom?" "Oh my, what's wrong?" He collapsed to the ground, face first. "What should I do?" Hannah grumbled, "Oh dear, what on earth did you eat to become like this? You look like a beached jellyfish." He weakly replied, "The food at the dining hall." Hannah said, "Should I call a doctor?" He was in so much pain now, he couldn't speak clearly. Just got here. Hannah sighed. "Oh dear, you should have been more careful. I hope you recover soon. I need to feed the children. So, asterisk talk about cold-hearted. Who can compare to you? I take my hat off to you. Asterisk." Hearing her words, Seiya could only remain silent, his handsome face showing his displeasure, his furrowed brows clearly indicating his annoyance. Hannah casually picked up her bags and turned to leave, leaving Seiya writhing in pain. Back at the church, Hannah exclaimed, "Good heavens, what's wrong with you all? Oh my, what happened here?" Jeremy was sprawled on the floor. Masa sat angrily on a chair, and Ian calmly read his book. Jeremy complained, "I told you, you should only eat the orphanage food, even though it tastes awful." Hannah's face darkened. "You ate the church food because mine tastes awful." Masa replied, avoiding eye contact, "Your food suits my taste, Mississippi." Hannah wondered, "Then why is Ian all right?" Ian replied with a pleasing comment, "Your food suits my taste. Broccoli, though, I hate it. Hannah seemed to be thinking about something, right? I bought a lot of broccoli because it was on sale. To make sure it all gets eaten, the menu is a bit. Hannah asked, "Oh dear, what should we do?" Jeremy said, "My butt feels like it's about to shrivel up." The comment was truly foul. Masa grimaced, "That's disgusting." Hannah went down to the kitchen and started cooking a large pot of honey water for everyone to drink. While cooking, she grumbled, "This is driving me crazy. Why doesn't the church manage the food properly? How could a food poisoning incident like this happen? I guess I should make honey water." While opening the cupboard, Hannah seemed to find something. It was a jar of tea leaves. She wondered, should I add tea leaves to make it more fragrant? "Should I?" she said as she took the jar of tea and gently sprinkled the leaves into the pot. She lifted it to her nose and sniffed. "Wow, it smells quite nice." While stirring the tea, she asked, "Should I make more? I'll give it to everyone in the church." After finishing cooking, Hannah brought some for Jeremy and Masa to drink first. Then she took the pot and gave some to the others in the church. "Give some of Moisey too," she said. After giving it to everyone in the church, Hannah took a cup of the water and offered it to Seiya. "Please drink this." Seiya, not knowing what it was, asked, "What is this?" Hannah replied, "It's honey water. You probably haven't been able to eat anything, so at least drink this." He said, "Just leave it there," with a pained expression. Hearing him say that, Hannah complied. "All right, I'll leave the honey water here. If anyone comes, please give them some to drink." She then quietly walked out. She thought, his hands look tired today because he's a patient now. She then left resolutely. Seiya struggled to sit up to get the drink. He reached out his trembling hands to take the cup placed on the table. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp, thinking, so sweet. After finishing, he placed the cup back on the table. It seemed to have had some effect. The next day, Seiya said, "Everything has been healed." Hearing him say that, Curtis replied, "Yes, you're feeling better too." As he spoke, he pushed a piece of paper towards Seiya. Seiya looked relaxed and tapped his fingers on the table. "Tap, tap." He replied to Curtis, "How is it that I'm completely healthy?" Hearing this, Curtis quickly asked, "Is there a problem?" He replied, "You said almost everyone at the church recovered overnight, right?" Seiya looked at Curtis expectantly, waiting for an answer. Curtis replied hesitantly, "Did you drink the honey water yesterday?" As if he hadn't heard clearly, Seiya asked again, "Honey water?" Curtis looked thoughtful and said, "I drank the honey water that was distributed in the dining hall." Seiya recalled the moment he drank the honey water made by Hannah. "When I drank it, I felt like my body was being purified. It was so good that I only realized I had almost finished it when I woke up." He continued, "Isn't it strange? It was sent from the teacher at the orphanage." Curtis, upon hearing Seiya say this, seemed to partially understand his intention and asked, "Should I look into this, Your Honor?" Seiya rested his chin in his hand, gazing thoughtfully in one direction as if pondering something. After a moment, he said, "Do so." At that time, Hannah was in the kitchen brewing another pot of honey water for everyone. At the same moment, in the church courtyard, two people were conversing. One said, "Everyone at the church has fully recovered thanks to the medicinal water." It turned out to be a conversation between Curtis and Hannah. She asked in surprise, "Medicinal water?" Suddenly, she thought, "Is he talking about the honey water I made yesterday?" Curtis asked her, "What kind of medicinal water is it?" Hannah hesitated, unsure how to answer. Suddenly, she said brightly, "A spoonful of honey, along with love and energy-filled water from Coco's mountain." Hearing Hannah say this, Curtis asked doubtfully, "Is that all?" She added, "With a bit of herbal tea as well." "That's really all." Suddenly, Jeremy appeared out of nowhere and chimed in, just like last time, leaving Curtis completely bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Jeremy explained, "She also healed the wound on my leg with medicinal water." Hearing this, Curtis turned to Hannah and asked, "May I ask how you make it?" Hannah was overjoyed by Curtis's question. She replied, "I only use hot water and herbs." Hearing this, Curtis asked further, "Do you have knowledge of herbs?" Hannah honestly replied, "Not really. I just add them because they smell nice." Curtis seemed to realize something and began to ask Hannah, "So, have you checked your power yet?" Curtis's question surprised Hannah, who replied, "What? No, I haven't." Pushing up his glasses, he said, "Teacher, it's just a feeling, but I believe there's something special about you." "Teacher," he continued, "what do you think about taking the test? I can prepare the equipment immediately." Hannah reluctantly replied, "Oh, I don't think you need to go that far. In this world, becoming a priest is a position everyone envies. Because the church's power is growing stronger, even the royal palace is wary of them. Not everyone is granted power, so that makes the position even more valuable. The appearance of villains in the original story usually coincides with the death of the priest. That's why I try to avoid the scenario where I volunteer to become a priest." Hannah replied shyly, "I'm content with my current life." She added lazily, "I'll take the test if there's something I need to do at the central church." Curtis only managed to utter one word, but the three of them stood there, six eyes meeting no one saying a word. At that moment, in the kitchen, Seiya asked Hannah, "You don't want to take the test?" Hannah immediately replied, "I didn't think that rumor would spread." Hannah asked curiously, "And also, why do you want to dine here?" Seiya replied, "I can't eat the church's food anymore because of yesterday's incident." Hannah said casually, "It seems you're very concerned about your body." He replied, "Because my body is precious." Hannah placed the roast chicken on the table and reluctantly invited Seiya. "Let's eat. It would be awkward if I sent him away." She explained, "I was going to make porridge, but he looks perfectly healthy, so I made meat." The table full of food looked tempting. Jeremy expressed his feelings. "I really hate porridge. I even know you used to put broccoli and carrots in it." Hannah thought, wincing, "Oh dear, I chopped the broccoli very small before putting it in." How did he know? Hearing Jeremy's complaint, Seiya seemed displeased. "You shouldn't be picky about food," he said. Hannah, hearing him lecture Jeremy, thought, "You complain about the food in the dining hall too." This girl is bold, she thought, able to say anything. Hannah held onto a sliver of hope as she asked, "You won't be eating here tomorrow, will you?" Seiya immediately replied, "Until the church dining hall is renovated and disinfected, I plan to continue eating here." Hannah's face darkened. Her world seemed to crumble before her. "Nothing's free," Hannah said. "This is such a hassle." Seiya calmly replied, "Increase the budget by 5%. At the mention of money, Hannah's eyes lit up. She was taken aback by the offer. Hannah thought, "I'm being tempted. I shouldn't accept. How can he touch the church's budget? It's not even his money." She turned to walk away, leaving behind a single sentence, "Help me cook." Seja seguir ponto cookie. Ian confided in Hannah, "Miss, I think increasing the budget is a better idea." She replied, "I'm regretting my words right now." Seiya, from behind, said, "Fine," making her jump and turn around. "Okay," she replied. She thought regretfully, "I can't let it go like this. 10% or 7%? Shouldn't he show some sincerity by negotiating a bit more?" "I can't take back what I said." Seeing her regret, Ian chided, "See, I told you to just accept the budget increase." Hannah thought ruefully, "You should have said that sooner." Jeremy, chewing on a piece of meat, mumbled, "Delicious." "Delicious?" Mr. Moisey said it's delicious. Hannah, as if not hearing clearly, asked, "Mr. Moisey praised you?" Seiya, seeing Jeremy talking with his mouth full, said disapprovingly, "Swallow your food before speaking." Obediently, Jeremy gulped. Putting the meat down, Jeremy slammed the table, reenacting what he had learned. "Like this and like this, very strong. I also learned how to stab." Seiya, seeing this, was not pleased. "Don't bang on the dining table," he said. Ian remained silent, not knowing what to say to his friend. Suddenly, Jeremy jumped up from his chair. "And tomorrow, we'll learn how to hit like this." Seiya continued to lecture him. "Don't stand up while eating." He really is strict, Hannah thought. Masa, however, let Jeremy do as he pleased, continuing to eat without a care. Jeremy, now annoyed, called Seiya a spoilsport. Seiya, his face reddening with anger, asked, "What did you say, you little brat?" Mischievous Jeremy asked, "Why are you giving orders at our dinner table?" Seiya slammed the table in anger. "Giving orders? I am the high priest of this church." Seeing them argue, Hannah questioned, "Are you using your authority to control a child?" Ian snorted, while Masa, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh. Hannah thought she just wanted them to have a meal. The next day, at the orphanage, upon entering, Hannah gasped and yelled, "Your Grace, what are you wearing?" "That apron is mine." It turned out Seiya had gone into the kitchen and put on Hannah's Hello Kitty apron. Seiya, without a hint of embarrassment, replied, "This apron doesn't have my name or yours on it." He had the nerve to wear someone else's belongings and talk back. Hannah, hearing this, was speechless and simply replied softly, "What? You're right, but..." He simply said he'd help with the work. Seiya had a principle of dressing according to his purpose. It was a good thing he wore his priestly robes every day. Otherwise, he could become a fashion terrorist. Hannah tentatively asked if he was ready to cook. He said smugly, "What's so difficult about that?" Hannah thought to herself that he looked like someone who had never done chores in his entire life. Then he asked, "So what should I do?" Hannah replied, "Could you prepare the potatoes for the stew?" Seiya looked at the pile of potatoes and confidently replied, "Easy as pie. I'll be done in no time." Hearing this, Hannah scoffed and thought, "Overconfident much?" She smirked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Right, when he messes up, I'll give him a piece of my mind." Hannah reminded him, "Please wash the potatoes first." Ian hates unwashed potatoes. Seiya asked, "What are you talking about?" Hannah exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my goodness, if you peel them like that, we won't have anything left to eat." Indeed, she had never seen anyone peel potatoes so thickly. Seiya muttered, "I try my best." Hannah said, "You know we're making stew, right?" He seemed displeased at her questioning, his face scowling. Seeing Seiya's expression, Hannah was secretly delighted. This is great. The noble Seiya, struggling to peel potatoes. After finishing cutting, he asked, "Is this enough?" But after he'd peeled them, the potatoes had been reduced by half. Sighing, he asked, "What should we do now?" Then he muttered to himself, "Control yourself." He must be feeling quite helpless right now. Serves him right. Hannah cheerfully assigned him another task. "Now, let's cut the carrots," he asked irritably. "And what were you doing while I was cutting the potatoes?" Hannah replied shyly, I was supervising you." Seiya was speechless. He gave Hannah a sharp glare. If looks could kill, Hannah would be dead. Seeing his glare, Hannah quickly said, "I'll do it right away." She then sneakily peeked at Seiya, looking quite adorable. As soon as she saw Seiya cutting the carrots, Hannah was startled again. "Wrong. You have to carefully cut them into bite-sized pieces. Can't you do it? You shouldn't cut them so big because the children's mouths." Tiny. When Hannah heard him say that, his face darkened and his whole body trembled. Finally, Seiya couldn't stand it anymore and raised his head to say, "How about increasing the budget?" Hannah pretended to ask back, Why did the high priest stop talking?" Seiya thought to himself, She's so harsh. This morning at the orphanage, Seiya said, crossing his arms. "Make me some herbal tea." Hannah replied with displeasure. "You can make it yourself." He calmly replied, "I'm tired." What an annoying answer. Hannah argued back, "Boo fu chi dud, you look perfectly healthy. Why do you always order me around?" He replied, "No reason." At this point, Hannah was getting angry. "You know I'm not the high priest's personal maid," Seiya shamelessly replied. "What can I do? I like the food you make." Hannah yelled, "Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Isn't that enough for you to keep eating our food like a glutton? And you keep ordering me around." Hearing this, Seiya suddenly put on a pitiful expression and said, "A glutton? You're so selfish." Hannah was exasperated. "It's because you keep bothering me." Suddenly, someone called from outside. "Teacher, are you in there?" This further fueled Hannah's anger. "Oh my God, who is it now?" As soon as she finished speaking, Moe strode in from outside and stood next to Seiya. He spoke up, I apologize for interrupting while you're busy." "Oh my God, she's so boy crazy." Her eyes light up like headlights when she sees a guy. Hannah's frown immediately disappeared, replaced by a shy, embarrassed expression. "Oh my, it's Moise. You must be tired from training. Would you like some iced tea?" Moise asked shyly. "It must be tiring for you to make tea, since the rumor is your tea can recharge energy." Hannah giggled shyly. "If it's for you, Moise, I'd make you tea even if my wrist was broken." Hearing their conversation, Seiya immediately became jealous. "Why are you so nice to Moise?" Hannah asked. "What?" He grumbled. "Why would you serve him even if your wrist was broken?" Hannah explained, "That's because he's Jeremy's teacher." He asked back, "Jeremy?" As soon as he got the answer, Seiya asked Moise, "Hey, are you working 2 jobs?" Moise replied, "Teaching a child also counts as a job." Seiya threatened, "That's a violation of the labor contract." Moise sighed, "We, the Holy Knights, don't have that kind of labor contract." Seiya looked at Moise and said, "You seem to have quite a bit of free time since this church is in the suburbs." Hearing this, Hannah immediately stepped in to stop their argument and also reproached Seiya. "Hey, why are you mocking your own church?" Immediately, Hannah handed Seiya a glass of water and said, "Here." Seiya froze for what seemed like 5 seconds after being handed the water. Hannah asked, "Don't you want to drink it?" "If you don't want it, then," she said, reaching out to take the glass back from Seiya's hand. When he saw Hannah reaching for the glass, he immediately brought it to his lips and drained it in one gulp, making Hannah blush. Seiya had now finished all the water in the glass. He immediately beamed and relaxed. Now, it was Hannah's turn to be stunned. She didn't understand what was happening, thinking, what's wrong with him? It seemed that after drinking the glass of water, Seiya became strangely cheerful. As Seiya went outside, passing by Moise, he even patted him on the shoulder and said, "Keep up the good work," leaving Moise equally confused. As Seiya turned and walked away, Hannah muttered, "Did he just put on an act just for that drink?" Suddenly, she froze, as if realizing something, and exclaimed, calling after Seiya's retreating figure, "I told you not to bring that cup." In Seiya's office, only he and Curtis were present. Curtis asked, "Did you bring that cup back here again?" Seiya quickly replied, "I'll be using it later." Curtis reproached him, "Seiya, this is why Hannah always keeps her distance from us." Hearing this, Seiya smirked, his expression unreadable as he thought something to himself. He told Curtis, "If you want to be welcomed, you should play the role of master and disciple with one of those children." "Sir," Curtis said, holding a stack of papers. "And you're not going to test her power?" "Really?" Seiya said sadly. "What can I do if she doesn't want me to?" Curtis replied, "But you should at least report it to the church, shouldn't you?" Seiya asked, confused about what? "That the orphanage teacher makes delicious honey water." Curtis said, disappointed, "No, but about..." He trailed off with a sigh. Curtis continued. Healing powers are classified as extremely rare. This case must be reported. Seiya sat lost in thought, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, I look like an amateur priest. Curtis, unsure how to respond, simply sighed. Then, turning to leave, he said, I hope you won't be reprimanded if this comes to light. Seiya retorted, I just hope you'll stop nagging me every time we talk. Curtis, clearly irritated, replied, well, I'm sure you have your own plans. With that, Curtis stormed out, slamming the door behind him, making it clear how angry he was. Seiya stood up and opened something with a creaking sound. The goddess bestows power upon someone regardless of their will. Power always finds where it belongs. It's an unavoidable fate, just like what happened to me. The Green Hill, the children, and their teacher. If she proves to have supernatural powers, they will surely be separated. I pray that she will escape the goddess's eyes, and may her time always fly like an arrow. I sincerely pray for that to happen. Time passed quickly, during which she filled the pages of her life with the children. It quickly became an infinitely rich book, filled with images of the four of them playing and chatting together, like captured photographs. The bright summer sunlight shone into the garden through the tall trees, and so they passed through 4 summers together. Hannah looked up quizzically. What about the children? Seiya, holding a gleaming spoon, walked over and said, they're outside. Hannah looked up in the direction Seiya indicated. Her eyes widened in alarm. Seeing Masa on Coco's back, Hannah said reproachfully, riding the ostrich again. She called out, kids, come in and eat, then you can go back out to play. Seiya said exasperatedly, how does that look like an ostrich? Look closely, it's not. He blushed with frustration. Well, it's a chicken then, isn't it? Seiya's stern expression finally relaxed. He sighed and continued talking to her. It's not a chicken, and it's not an ostrich. He looked thoughtfully at Coco, pondering, I feel like I've seen this creature somewhere before. Coco's red eyes and mysterious black feathers intrigue her. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked him, Coco, where is it from? He paused for a moment, then told her, I think I saw it in a book buried in the temple. An ancient magical beast, perhaps. He told her about these magical things. How ancient beasts were different from the animals people talked about today. Although now they just look like ordinary animals. In legends, ancient magical beasts are high-ranking creatures capable of using magic. Hannah scoffed dismissively. Honestly, there's no such thing anymore, even if I am a bit ignorant. Seeing her skepticism, he immediately presented his argument, providing clear evidence that wasn't Coco born from an egg. At this, she suddenly calmed down, her eyes widening as she looked towards the children and Coco. Just then, Moise entered the room, as if seeing a savior. She called out his name, Moise. Seiya, recognizing the familiar face, inquired, it seems like you eat here every day, doesn't it? Moise responded with equal enthusiasm. Instead of staying put in my office, I came all the way here. Hannah hurried over to Moise, eagerly telling him about what she had just remembered. That's right, we found Coco when it was still in an egg. He rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then told her about ancient magical beasts. They say it takes an enormous amount of magical power to hatch an ancient magical beast, but those that require magic to hatch are all extinct. Seiya added, even if a mage summoned it, it couldn't be revived. He posed a difficult question to both of them. So, it's not an ancient magical beast. Seiya's face was as calm and cool as the moonlight. He said, what? We'll see. The children's calls of miss echoed into the room, causing her to turn around. Masa smiled brightly and said to her, we washed our hands. Ian, on the other hand, grimaced and asked Seiya, are you still here? Seiya, like a child, retorted, shouldn't we share good fortune? Ian just listened quietly. He seemed quite annoyed, perhaps due to puberty making him increasingly irritable. She placed the delicious-looking dishes on the table, attentively caring for and asking after Jeremy. Jeremy, how's your swordsmanship coming along these days? Hearing her ask about his specialty, the boy's face lit up as he replied, of course, it's improving. Moise smiled, praising him. Jeremy is very talented. She also proudly joked back, at this rate, won't I become a knight too? She thought to herself, compared to a mafia boss, wouldn't becoming a knight be much better? How haunting, Moise suggested to her. So, while we're at it, I want to enroll Jeremy in the Knight Academy. Knight Academy? Hannah became excited and asked him back. Moise seriously offered her some persuasive words. After all, the age limit for staying at the orphanage is 15, but the Knight Academy only requires students to be 13 years old to enroll. Her face gradually became serious, worried about Jeremy's future. She asked him, what's the Knight Academy like? Moise smiled and explained clearly to reassure her, it's no different from other schools. If the little guy has a talent for swordsmanship, there's no better place than this. He also seriously continued to both of them. It can take anywhere from 3 to 10 years to find a job, but if he gets high scores on the entrance exam, he can receive a scholarship. There will be a basic test, but if it's Jeremy, there's no need to worry. She slowly asked for his opinion. Jeremy, do you want to become a knight? His eyes sparkled with excitement. I'd really like that. She patted his head gently and said, first, let's eat a good meal. The boy obediently listened, nodding his head and saying to her. Seeing the children eating deliciously and chatting while they ate made her feel a warmth rise in her heart. She thought to herself about the future. I see Jeremy is very happy to know he can become a knight. Suddenly, I feel closer to the children. Her heart sank, but also a little lonely. Night fell, and the bright moonlight shone on the quiet night, on the wooden house and the green grassy yard. Wearing a brown shawl outside to keep out the wind, she walked slowly. She looked up at the starry sky, her heart heavy. The day the children leave here is also the day I leave my job at the orphanage. And the Lemia Temple has decided to stop running orphanages because the children who need to be taken to orphanages have been handed over to the central temple by Seiya. Not only that, but there are many bigger and more beautiful temples around. This temple is gradually disappearing. Her footsteps were listless as she wandered through the grassy field. Looking up at the starry night sky, she sighed and made a decision. The children, and I should make plans for the future. Leaning against a large tree and talking to herself. Anyway, Coco must be sleeping soundly. A deep voice spoke up. You were just hiding under the blanket, weren't you? It's probably broken again. He hesitated for a moment before finishing, right? She jumped at the sound of the voice and cried out, who's there? Oh my. Seiya was leaning against the base of the tree, looking at her with a teasing expression. It's not the time to be surprised. He said in a low voice, go back to your room and sleep. Hannah ignored him and slowly leaned back against another nearby tree. She said, I'm enjoying the fresh air. He asked her, then why are you sighing so much? She sighed again. I'm just thinking a little about the future. He seriously advised her, if you have nothing to do, go get a health checkup. She nodded in agreement, replying, all right. She turned to him and scolded him in her mind. That's not how you play the role of a dying supporting character. Where? Suddenly, she changed the subject, turning to him with a curious question. Instead of that, why don't you return to the central temple? Seiya fell silent after hearing this. He lifted his head high, his figure seeming to radiate a divine light, making him appear radiant and prominent. He slowly explained to her, there must be a reason why the divine led me here and made me stay. She was momentarily surprised, letting out an oh, before continuing her inner thoughts. It's been a while since I've heard that, hasn't it? He started to become as dreary as autumn in Hanoi. The divine uses me well. She gave him a strained smile to appease him, while feeling an unspoken helplessness inside. Forget that, she thought. Afterward, she talked with Seiya all night. There wasn't anything special in the temple, just everyday conversations. He sat quietly, leaning against the base of a tree, talking and laughing with her. Everything made her sigh with admiration. The moon was beautiful that night. A few mornings later, the temple was filled with a series of urgent calls. High priest. Hannah heard the loud noises outside, feeling a little uneasy. Why is it so noisy? She looked out the window and saw a crowd of people packed outside. She muttered half-jokingly, is our temple that famous? Worried, she turned to Curtis, who was standing beside her. Curtis, what's going on? He hesitated. We're trying to find out what happened. Masa looked out the window and saw the little girl informing Hannah. The fishmonger and the butcher are here too. Seeing the two of them outside, she tried to assess the situation, saying to Masa, I know, but the atmosphere isn't good. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. High priest, hurry, startling both her and the children. I'm so startled. I want to take the children away. A deep voice made Hannah instinctively turn toward its source. Seeing Seiya standing before her in his formal priestly attire, she became bewildered. Seiya? Seiya nodded, as if waiting for her agreement. This is our duty. She could only obey, managing a simple, oh yes, before falling silent. She felt a nagging unease, lost in thought. Something's not right. Her hand tightened anxiously as she looked towards Seiya and the crowd outside the temple. Not long after, she heard people saying that a plague had reached their beautiful village. Hannah's face paled upon hearing the terrible news that a plague. It spread from the village of Saleti on the other side of the mountain not long ago, and it seems to have reached our village. Hannah anxiously inquired further about the villagers. How? Are the villagers? Is it that bad? Moses calmly reassured her. It's not too bad, as it's still in its early stages, but they're coming to the church because they're worried. She looked into the distance and sighed. Oh my God, Suddenly remembering something, she asked, "What is the high priest doing?" "He's praying for the villagers." She looked bewildered, not understanding. She finally spoke, but it's past church hours. His slow but firm voice resonated. When the world is in trouble, the doors of the church never close. They continue their discussion, Hannah saying with confusion, but he could take turns with the other priests. Moses, having known High Priest Seiya for a long time, explained to her, "But if it's Seiya, I believe he'll do it himself until he collapses." After hearing him, she was surprised, her eyes wide and mouth agape. She stammered, "What? My mind is no better than the outside world. Are you saying the careless and clumsy Lord Seiya, who always causes trouble?" Moses, seeing her dumbfounded expression, understood. It seemed she didn't understand Lord Seiya very well. He chuckled and said, "Let me tell you an old story," he began, recalling a distant memory of the high priest. When Lord Seiya was 9 years old, a mad sorcerer named Gerzes destroyed his village, turning it into ruins. Lord Seiya prayed for his ravaged village, neither eating nor sleeping for a whole week. After that, he awakened his power. She asked, "Wasn't he born with magic?" The night Moses patiently explained the source of his power, he was born with very weak magic. The power he has now is the power he awakened then. The young man, his face beaming with pride for the high priest, continued to chatter with her. Since then, Lord Seiya has never hesitated to use all his strength whenever there's a major disturbance. It's his instinct. Hannah, flustered, covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, replying, "That's why not everyone can become the high priest." She thought to herself about the past. "Oh my, if I had known this sooner, I wouldn't have called him a slow-witted temple destroyer." Moses continued, reminding her of the ongoing epidemic. "That's why you must be careful not to let the children come into contact with the villagers." She nodded, smiling, and offered a sincere thank you, of course. "Thank you for reminding us." After closing the wooden door with a click, she turned and walked away. She looked back into the distance with unspoken worry, her gaze fixed on the church, shrouded in the silent, still night mist. She worried about Priest Seiya, thinking, but he should get some sleep too. Finally, the church welcomed the early morning sunlight and the pure dew of Mother Nature. Hannah, carrying a pot of tea and wearing a mask, approached the church. "I wanted to bring some iced tea for those working hard in the church," she said. Curtis, wearing dark glasses, stood outside the gate and praised her thoughtful gesture. "That's very kind of you." Recognizing him, she bowed her head slightly Lord Curtis." He looked at Hannah with a puzzled expression, which she noticed and quickly addressed to prevent any confusion. "That wouldn't it be better for the priests to protect themselves?" Curtis, with his calm, intellectual demeanor, replied, "Well, yes, we're trying our best not to make the people feel uneasy." She persisted slightly, "But it's chaotic outside." He smiled, his intellectual face reassuring the young woman that don't worry. If any priest gets sick, they'll be transferred to the central church for treatment. She abruptly changed the subject. Is the high priest still praying? The villagers flocked to the church for prayer, making it crowded and bustling. Curtis sighed at her question. "You know how stubborn he is?" She asked, "Shouldn't you advise him?" Curtis's subordinate appeared just then. "How could I dare do such a thing?" Hannah, now more curious than ever about High Priest Seiya, called out, "Lord Curtis, how did you meet the high priest?" "Meet him?" Hannah asked. Curtis seemed to be wearing a small smile. He told her about a distant day in the past. "I met him after I became a priest and was transferred to the central church." She was a little surprised by the answer because the two of them looked closer like longtime friends rather than colleagues. She wondered and asked Curtis immediately, "But your relationship seems closer than just subordinate and superior." His violet eyes sparkled as he spoke of the great priest, Tiomi. "He's no different from God. And to him, Seiya, I'm just one of the many lives he saved. As long as the monsters of the Black Desert are sealed by Seiya's power, most people in the Empire are indebted to him. Part of the village where I grew up was once in the Black Desert. Countless lives of my family and friends were taken by the monsters. He saved us and the Empire. It was Seiya. He was also the one who inspired me to become a priest. It takes a lot of strength and endurance to maintain the Empire. That's why Seiya can never fight off his sleepiness." Hannah's eyes widened in surprise. Finally, she stammered, unable to finish her sentence. "Oh, so that's why?" she muttered. But inwardly, she was full of admiration for this person, constantly exclaiming, "The more I learn, the more interesting stories I know about him." Suddenly, she flinched, her eyes widening, preparing a question. Too curious to stay silent for long, she asked him her question. "But then, why aren't there any stories about him in the Empire?" Curtis smiled brightly, answering her succinctly, "Because Seiya doesn't want that." Hannah exclaimed, "Oh my God." Then, she suddenly thought of a distant day in the future when she would be the high priest. "If it were me, I'd hang banners everywhere to let everyone know how great I am." Vivid images of herself filled her mind with each word. Just picture Seiya without the tiredness and helplessness. He's someone that ordinary people like us shouldn't judge. She became quiet, lost in thought. The haggard appearance and ashen complexion of Seiya from the past, approaching her and asking for food and herbal tea, flashed in her mind, causing her to fall into deep thought. Why would such a great person always be ordering me around? The early morning sunlight of the next day shone throughout the lush green garden and directly into Hannah's wooden house and the children. Masa, chin resting on his hand, spoke up. The high priest is still praying today. Hannah heard Masa say, busy hanging pristine white blankets on a drying rack while admonishing the little girl. You should follow his example to become a good person. The children protested vehemently, offering evidence that struck her like lightning. Ian spoke up first, exposing her. But you said he's a glutton. Masa also joined the fray. Didn't you say he's a freeloader? Jeremy also chimed in, adding another jab. You also said he's a parasite. Hannah stammered, embarrassed. Try to correct the children. Don't become someone who speaks without thinking like me. I'll rethink my attitude. Hannah, Masa continued to ask about the epidemic. But how long will this pandemic last? Jeremy, chin in hand, lay prone on the lush green grass, swinging his feet playfully, and said, I heard that hundreds of people have died in Saletti village. Hannah's heart pounded in her chest upon hearing this. Can you say that without kicking your feet? The image of people noisily rushing to the church to pray made the children curious. The number of people going to church was increasing day by day. Masa agreed with this, saying with certainty, right? Is it because they're worried? Jeremy innocently told her, there's a rumor that you won't get infected if you stay in the church. She didn't quite believe it and asked him back, where did you hear that? A surprised look appeared on her face, her eyes widening after hearing the boy's story. Sir Moise told me after giving me the swordsmanship book. She wondered, do they really believe the goddess will protect them from the pandemic? Ian, who was sitting reading a book, intelligently offered evidence. But our priests haven't been infected, and the number of patients in our village hasn't increased too much. She wasn't convinced, humming and asking again to be sure, really? That's why there's a rumor that this place is blessed. After Ian finished speaking, he saw a special guest mixed in with the crowd. He called out, look, even people from Hangul village are here. How do you know? Ian confidently affirmed to her they dress differently. Not only that, those boots are worn by people who live in villages near the sea. You can't find them in our village. Ian pondered thoughtfully, but it's strange. How is our church always so peaceful? The children's inquisitive gazes directed at her made her flustered, stammering, what is it? Masa, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, replied, I think I know why. Jeremy, equally sly, gave a cryptic half answer. I know too. That must be the reason. She still wore a clueless expression. What is it? She asked the children, but they just giggled. Masa, with a playful look, said to Jeremy, it's funny that only the teacher doesn't know. Hannah, sweating, asked Ian as if he were her last hope. Ian, do you know too? Ian chuckled in response. Hey guys, is she dazed or something? Masa suddenly looked at her, remembering something, and reminded her seriously, Teacher, aren't you going to deliver the iced tea today? Suddenly remembering, she cried out in alarm, then wondered, is it time already? She started running with all her might, her thoughts racing. What should I do first? I need to hurry. Masa, seeing Hannah rush off, gently bid her farewell with a warm reminder, be careful on your way, teacher. On a beautiful morning at the church, Hannah strained to carry the heavy bucket of iced tea. She grumbled as she carried it. I think I made too much. Suddenly, a hand touched Hannah's shoulder. She cried out in alarm and spun around. Seiya, right behind her, asked what's so surprising. Hannah replied, I was concentrating so I wouldn't spill the Seiya. Looking at his tired, pale face, she exclaimed, oh my, why do you look so worn out? Seiya trembled and replied, I feel like I'm about to die here. Give me some water, please. Hannah hurriedly said, wait a moment. While handing him water, Hannah asked, did you get any sleep at all? Seiya replied, no. Hannah worriedly reminded him, you have to take turns praying with the others. At this rate, you'll be the first one to meet God. After finishing the water she gave him, he sighed, you're showing a rather cold concern. Hearing that, Hannah was truly speechless, staring at him for a long moment. Seiya spoke up, why aren't you leaving? Hannah startled, laughed, and said, oh, I thought you were sleeping standing up. She thought angrily, asterisk, he only wants the tea? You should at least say goodbye, shouldn't he? Asterisk, Hannah asked him, and also, Seiya, I heard you're a very great person. Hearing that, Seiya was startled. She continued in an admiring tone, I heard you sealed away monsters with your power. You've awakened, haven't you? He realized with exasperation. I think I know who's been bragging about this. Hannah said with a laugh. Oh my, don't be shy. Tell me, how does it feel to have such power? Seiya clicked his tongue, his face looking strained as he asked, why do you want to know? She quickly replied with anticipation. I heard you always have to use your power to seal the monsters. Do you have to doze off your whole life like a sloth because of that? Seiya began to recount. I was 13 at the time. Hannah said admiringly, did your power increase then? Seiya denied it. No, my current self is not like before. I don't want to waste my power. I just wiped them out. Hannah, as if not understanding his words, asked, excuse me? He replied, I use all my strength and energy to kill them all. Hannah imagined his emotionless face as he wielded a weapon, thinking fearfully, asterisk now that I think about it. Seiya in the novel is a crazed priest who doesn't let a single villain escape. Calm people are scary when they get angry. I shouldn't stress him out, asterisk. Hannah hurriedly bid him farewell. Well, I'll be going now. Take care of yourself. Seiya waved in response. She continued to stare at him. Seiya spoke. What? Didn't you just say you were leaving? Hannah asked, can't you give me a hand? Her hand, holding the water barrel, was trembling from the weight. Seiya asked incredulously, what? I'm even weaker than you. Hannah reconsidered. Asterisk, that's true. Why did I ask him? Asterisk. She said, I'm going. He watched her stagger away. Seiya thought, asterisk, I know I have my limits. I don't even have enough energy to lift a spoon. But now I'm gradually recovering thanks to the tea. Asterisk, his body slowly recovering. He watched her clench her hand. At the central cathedral, Bellissimus was praying. A priest's voice called out, Father. There are reports of the Black Desert monsters appearing in multiple villages with increasing frequency. The sealing power of that place is still intact, so it's likely the monsters have evolved. Hearing this, he opened his eyes. Pope Bellissimus Pecho asked, Seiya, well, the Pope asked. He's still at the Rima Church. Should I summon him? Bellissimus said, the boy is still there? How? Is the Rima Church? He replied, still a small church in the suburbs. However, he continued, the priest recounted, because of the recent epidemic, he paused and asked, have they suffered many losses? On the contrary, he answered, many believers from all over have flocked to the Rima Church because they believe it's blessed. Although the plague has ravaged the neighboring village, the Rima villagers are the only ones who remain unaffected. The church is now very crowded. The Pope seemed to understand and said, I was wondering why everyone has been so quiet lately. He chuckled and thought, this is getting interesting. In front of the Rima church gates, people chattered noisily. I heard this is a blessed church, right? They say if you drink the holy water, you won't get sick. If that's true, won't the nobles seize it? A villager worriedly asked. Another laughed and said, what do you think a church is? It's not something you can buy with money. Just then, Hannah walked by. She spoke up. If the church really has holy water, shouldn't they let us drink it first? Masa, behind her, whispered to Ian, I bet she won't realize what's going on for a while. Ian replied, I think we can see her in action now. Masa called out to Hannah, Teacher, you need to admit you have healing powers now. Hannah said awkwardly, what, you too? I told you I don't have that kind of power. She thought because I really haven't done anything. Asterisk, I've only been brewing tea leaves. It's embarrassing that everyone keeps calling it holy water. Besides, if I really had healing powers, wouldn't I have received some amazing power from brewing tea leaves? Asterisk, Hannah said to the children, even though everyone in the church is very busy, I hope all the villagers are safe. Suddenly, she felt tired and sleepy. She wondered, oh, and why am I so sleepy? Hannah sat down and told the children, kids, I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up after you finish studying. Masa worriedly said to Ian, at this rate, I don't think our teacher will last. He replied, yeah, I'll go get the priest. A voice called out, no need. Both children were surprised. Hi, priest, Seiya said. I was wondering how long you'd last. He lifted her up and said, even though you're the one who scolded me for sleeping. Wherever. The children asked worriedly, is she sick? Seiya replied, she's just exhausted. Ian asked, does using too much power harm her body? He nonchalantly replied, look at me and you'll know. Ian answered, oh, it does harm your body. Hearing this, he irritably clarified, I mean, it'll be fine. Why would you think my body is harmed? He replied, you look terrible. Haven't there been many times when you felt completely drained? Seiya was surprised. Oh dear, how does a child like you know so much? You're right, though. You can never predict when it'll happen. The goddess isn't always benevolent. Masa wondered, why is that? Isn't the goddess loving and kind too? Humanity? Seiya smirked. Humanity is described as being like the goddess. So isn't she the same? Seiya was mocking the goddess by saying that humans are demons. And since they're described as being like the goddess must also be wicked. Ian pondered this. That's why I hate the church, he said. I can't believe you'd say that in front of a priest, Seiya said, surprised. I can't believe you'd say that in front of the goddess, Ian retorted. This exchange was possible because they were standing before a statue of the goddess. Seiya conceded. I lose. I admit defeat. In the darkness of night, a cloaked figure appeared. It was Hannah. She looked around, thinking. Almost all the shops have closed. Hannah tiptoed to a doorway, determined. I need to get ingredients right away. Her hand reached for the door latch. Hannah realized, it seems this place is closed down permanently. Maybe I should go home. Hannah glanced around and saw several people whispering nearby. Since I'm here, I'll check on the village before heading back. Hannah walked towards the village. She heard crying from an alley and someone's voice. Hey, please try to sit up. Another voice interjected. What's the point of shaking a dead person? A child responded, but Hannah, witnessing the scene, gasped. Oh my God, what happened here? The boy continued speaking to the deceased. Uncle, it's not fair that you died like this. A beggar spoke loudly. What's not fair? Beggars like us dying from disease is a blessing. The boy replied, is it natural for us to die just because we're beggars? Uncle, wake up. The church. We have to go to the church. The man frowned and said irritably, you think the church will help the likes of us? The boy retorted, what would a drunkard like you know? He then noticed Hannah nearby. Who are you? He asked. Hannah hesitated. I was just passing by. The beggar clicked his tongue sarcastically. Finally, you get to witness the filth. Hannah looked at the boy and asked, why didn't you do anything when he was sick? The beggar answered, no one helps beggars like us. Hannah disagreed. You're wrong, she replied. The church wouldn't discriminate against those who need help. He scoffed. Look around, he said. This place is overrun with death. Who do you think will help us? Everyone is busy helping the living. Hannah asked, is everyone else here sick too? The boy replied, almost everyone. Why aren't you getting treatment? She asked. The boy answered, like the old man said, most people have given up. Everyone here is used to giving up. Hannah was shocked. The alley was almost devoid of sunlight. The stench of decay and waste hung heavy in the air. If death had a scent, would it smell like this? The scene she witnessed at the entrance was only the tip of the iceberg. Hannah stepped closer and recoiled in horror. The man's eyes were rolled back, blood trickling from his mouth. Mr. Marcel, she cried. Hannah fearfully asked what happened. The beggar boy replied, seemingly unsurprised, not everyone here started out as a beggar. Many lost everything to the plague, and so were just thrown out. They said this man was like that too. He used to own a big furniture store. Hannah remembered how he had helped her once. The boy continued, but his children threw him out here and left. Hannah responded, I can't believe it. Marcel began coughing violently. The boy cried out worriedly, Mister. The man's bloody hand fell to the ground. The boy shouted in distress, Mister, please wake up. The beggar scoffed, TSK, so that's how he ends up. Hey, at least close his eyes for him. The boy started sobbing, Mister, Mister, Mister. Hannah turned away and began to cry. Seeing this, the beggar said, oh dear, looks like this young lady won't be sleeping tonight after seeing things she shouldn't have. Hey, if you don't want to get sick, run away from this place. Hannah ran from the alley. She leaned against a wall, exhausted, and thought this can't be happening. Crying, she said, this is insane. The next morning, Seiya was sitting in his room at the church when he heard the door open. He called out, come in. Seiya leaned back in his chair and asked, what is it? He looked towards the door where a voice replied, High Priest. Hannah's face was filled with worry and fear. She said, Seiya, the village is in ruins. People are dying, they're vomiting blood, and families with sick members are perishing. Seiya stood up. He patted her back and said, sit down first. Sit down, catch your breath. You have plenty of time to tell me. Her face was filled with anxiety. Hannah began to explain, I saw the villagers who were infected. I saw them up close. Seiya replied, I understand. You must be in shock. Hannah continued, they refuse to go to the infirmary, and they say they can't go to the church. As she spoke, he poured her a glass of water. Seiya said, the church doors are always open. However, they don't dare come here because they think only those with influence or privilege can enter. Hannah wondered, why doesn't the church go out to help people? Hearing this, Seiya replied, we don't have enough manpower to treat those outside the church. Hannah clenched her fists in frustration, realizing, that's right, I know that. Not only Seiya, but the other priests haven't been eating or sleeping to deal with this situation. I feel guilty for ultimately blaming the church. Hannah anxiously asked, so what do we do? Seiya asked, surprise what? She continued, that divine power. He asked her, confused, hey, I don't know what you're thinking, but... She interrupted, you told me once to try and take the power test. Seiya, Hannah looked at Seiya with determination. That test, I'll take it. She thought, if I really have that kind of power, now is the best time to use it. Asterisk, it's not because I have love for humanity or a self-sacrificing spirit. It's just that I don't want to see anyone I know die again. Should I pretend I don't have this power, just to see what I'll do later? Asterisk. Can I confidently raise these children on my own? Seiya asked Hannah again. You might attract unwanted attention if you have that power. The Central Church will hound you like hyenas, and you might have to part with the children. Hannah resolutely replied, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I can't just turn a blind eye to the current situation. He covered his face with his hand and sighed, asking, but you don't want to become a priestess, do you? Hannah responded, that's true, but we'll figure that out later. Please, just help me. Seiya thought helplessly, I don't think I can dissuade her anymore. He said, think it over carefully. She firmly replied, please, teach me how to use this power. Seiya explained, all of this could be a trial bestowed upon you by the goddess. Hannah chuckled and said, even if my power was granted by the goddess in answer to everyone's prayers, I still can't help them. Hearing this, he fell silent. Seiya stood up and softly asked, if you're this determined, I suppose there's nothing more I can do. I'll explain it in a way you can understand. They both went into the ingredient storage room. Seiya began, what goes through your mind while you're making tea? Hannah answered, when someone is sick, I hope for their well-being while I brew the tea. It's a normal thought. I just brew the tea and think it would be nice if they regained their energy. He said, that's your prayer. Try doing it again with a sincere prayer. Hannah wondered, will it really work? Seiya said, regardless of the outcome, try your best. She listened intently. Hannah poured water into the pot and said, first, I boil the water. I'm usually most anxious about this step. Hannah continued, then, I carefully take out the tea. Her hand touched the tea container as she said, the type of tea I use each day depends on my mood. Somehow, I just know which tea to use. Today, I'll use this one. She picked up the tea container and said, it's strange. My heart feels at peace whenever I boil water. Is it because while I'm waiting, I can see smiles in my mind? In the future, I might regret what I'm doing now. Seiya asked, why do you avoid becoming a priestess? Surprised by the question, Anna looked up at Seiya and said, is becoming a priest your dream, Seiya? He replied, on the contrary, my dream is to become a farmer. Hannah found his answer hard to believe. She said, you have to be very diligent to be a farmer, you know? Seiya said, isn't it just scattering seeds and letting them grow? Hannah laughed at his response. If I were a farmer, I'd punch you. So, Seiya, you want a normal life too? He asked you to. Hannah happily replied, yes, I just want to live peacefully after taking care of the children. I plan to live normally like everyone else. He continued, not every priest is special. Hannah looked at Seiya. She asked, didn't you feel special when you awakened your power? Seiya replied, in my case, I could not feel it. Hannah said, I used to think that the idea of being someone special was just a fleeting thought, something I didn't truly understand. The path to a normal life became distant when I became a character in this novel. I can't tell if the goddess is using me, protecting me, or even scorning me. Hannah looked at Seiya and said, if at some point I can no longer suppress my resentment towards this decision, please comfort me. He replied, it seems you just asked for something difficult. She looked at him and thought, even though he's being grumpy now, he was still very concerned about me earlier. Now I can understand his personality. Looking at the pot of water, Hannah said, the water has cooled down quite a bit. I usually add tea leaves based on intuition. I carefully add them until my ancestors tell me to stop. As she spoke, Hannah added the tea to the pot. Seiya watched, surprised. She said cheerfully, there, all done. Simple, right? He wondered, don't you feel tired after making the tea? Hearing his question, Hannah thought for a moment and replied, the truth is, the frequency of my sleep has increased significantly lately, but it's not as bad as yours, Seiya. He pondered her words. She has completely accepted that she's special. There's no way an ordinary priest would be fine after using enough power to heal so many people. Seiya said to Hannah, let the church distribute it. She asked, surprised, didn't you say we don't have enough manpower? He replied, if the believers knew that they've recovered thanks to you, I'm sure they'd be willing to help us. However, no matter how much we try to hide it, rumors about you will spread. Hannah laughed without worry and replied, it's all right. That's not something we need to worry about right now. I'll do my best. So please distribute the tea to the villagers, Seiya. He suggested, let's call it holy water. She asked, I'm sorry, what? Seiya smiled and replied, calling it tea doesn't do it justice. People thinking of it as holy water is much better. Sometimes, faith brings great victory. Hannah was embarrassed. She said, I hope everything goes well. One day, the holy water appeared and was distributed throughout the village. Not long after, the epidemic vanished from the village of Rimia. Some believers started seeking out the sick from the poorest areas and healing them. As a result, rumors spread about the village receiving divine protection. There were no more corpses and sick people in the poor alleys of Rimia. And best of all, the situation made the villagers aware of the forgotten parts of their village. It was a very positive impact. In the morning, Seiya, surprised, said with a laugh, so many people came here? The priests approached Seiya, handing him a letter and saying, it's a letter from His Holiness. He he replied. Sending this many people here must mean it's more than just delivering this letter. The priest replied, there have been many rumors about the recent epidemic. We heard there's a healing priest here. Seiya, with a straight face, twirled the letter in his hand and said, though there's no one like that here. The priest, irritated by his attitude, said through gritted teeth, priest or not, I don't know, but I'm certain someone is here. We know the holy water that cured the epidemic came from the Rima church. Seiya coldly replied, you're delusional. How can you think such an ability still exists? Right? We have no other choice but to investigate if you don't cooperate, the priest replied. Curtis, standing behind Seiya, angrily said, you. Seiya stopped him, saying, Curtis, let me handle this. He asked with a cold laugh. So what you're saying is you want to investigate my church and arrest someone? The priest immediately became frightened by Seiya's attitude and collapsed. The other priest angrily asked, did you just use your power? He too immediately cried out in fear before him. Seeing this, the other priest shouted, what are you doing? Seiya coldly replied, you want to take someone from my church? I can't control my power. After hearing such impudent words, the priest asked, are you defying the orders of the central church? Is any of you strong enough to order me around? He asked. None of you are unaware of my temper, are you? I think all of you should leave quietly if you don't want to see something unpleasant. The priest said awkwardly, well, at least please read His Holiness's letter. Seiya nodded and replied, all right, I'll try to read it if I have free time. Send my regards to the old man. After the priest left, Curtis anxiously asked, will everything be all right? While tearing open the envelope, he said, doing this much should make them understand. And if they don't, then we'll have to meet that old man later. Seiya began to read His Holiness's letter. The letter read, I wonder if you've rested well during your 3 years in that quiet place, since you never care about anything. So perhaps you're unaware that the world has changed a lot in the past few years. Especially north of the desert, a small problem has occurred. I don't seem to have any way to send you, a lazybones, to resolve that issue. So the church had to shamefully dispatch priests from the attack and healing departments to that dreadful place. Even if a massacre might occur, because the healing department is especially hard to find, we had to search throughout the empire. That's all I wanted to say to you. Don't take this to heart. Anyway, I hope you will let our priests return safely. Seiya clenched the paper after hearing those impudent words. The end of the letter read, I also pray for the children's safety. He scoffed. Damn it, old man, he's truly cunning. Seiya worriedly thought, her identity will definitely be revealed, and the Pope will know soon too. This isn't the right time. I don't want to separate her from the children. Seiya pondered. He said, Curtis. Curtis replied, yes. Seiya said, tell the priest who just left this. Sooner or later, I will go. Night fell. As Hannah prepared for bed, Curtis came and asked, Miss Hannah, it seems you need to take a power test. She realized, wondering why so many priests had come today. As expected, she must be related to this matter. He continued, the priests from the central church will probably be arriving soon to prepare. Hannah asked, if I take the test, what will happen to me? Curtis replied, normally, you would probably have to go to the central church and immediately begin training to become a priest. She said worriedly, so I really need to go? Curtis chuckled. You won't have to leave right now. Hannah looked up in surprise. Really? He continued, you'll stay here until the children leave the orphanage. Hannah thought, surprised, is that even possible? They always make such a fuss about how hard it is to find a healing priest. So why do they care about me so much? There were even rumors they'd take me away like a prisoner. Understanding her confusion, Curtis explained, Seiya made a deal. They won't touch our church until all the children are gone. Hannah wondered, Seiya did that for me? I thought he didn't care about me. Curtis continued, however, to get them to agree to that. In return, Seiya agreed to participate in subduing the monsters of the Black Desert. Hannah gasped, what? Don't tell me it's because of me. He explained, you don't need to feel guilty about it. Even if you didn't know about your situation, Hannah, the chances of Seiya being summoned there were already high. Hannah still felt uneasy, stammering, but Curtis smiled reassuringly. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know that right now, we're just a small test, so don't be afraid. He patted her shoulder encouragingly. Hannah replied, oh, all right, thank you. Curtis turned to leave. Hannah watched him go, feeling truly worried. Hannah knocked on Seiya's door and asked, Seiya, are you in there? A voice responded from inside, come in. She opened the door and said, I didn't expect you to still be working this late. He replied, is something the matter? Hannah closed the door and began, I heard you're being forced to go somewhere because of me. Seiya interrupted, not really. You don't think I'm going through all this trouble for you, do you? Hannah said, of course not. I know Seiya would go there to save humanity from the Empire, because he's a respectable man. Seiya continued, right, so even without your praise, I already have enough respect. So let's skip the pointless conversation. Hannah thought awkwardly. Honestly, he's really talented at choosing words that hurt. But wait, he's still making me feel indebted. He said softly, it's something I have to go through anyway. Just a simple task, so there's no need to worry. Hannah smiled and replied, thank you for saying that. Seiya. I'm also grateful for what you've done for the children. He remained silent. Hannah mused. He really does care a lot about the orphanage's finances and management. She asked, when will you be leaving? Seiya replied, I'll have to see. I should probably follow the Central Church's schedule. Hannah smiled. I hope it's not too soon. Inwardly, she berated herself. I haven't done much for him. I even yelled at him terribly when he came to eat before. Seiya asked awkwardly, just act normal. You're making me uncomfortable. Hannah encouraged him. I assure you that future generations will know what a great archbishop you were. Seiya looked confused. What the heck? At this rate, you'll probably build a statue of me. Hannah said matter-of-factly, while we're at it, should we make one? He asked, with your meager salary? Hannah replied, just a simple statue about this size. She held out her hands to demonstrate. Seiya said coldly, if you're going to talk nonsense, then leave. I have work to do. Hearing this, Hannah thought to herself, I'm the only one touched by this. Just me. She pouted and sighed. Oh dear, whatever the case may be with you and your church, I'm very grateful. I'll repay you when I have the chance. So, I'll be going now. Seiya waved his hand dismissively to go on. Looking at Seiya, Hannah thought, somehow, I don't feel comfortable ending this by expressing gratitude. Well, there's nothing I can do now. Suddenly, Seiya spoke up. Oh, do you know? Hannah quickly replied, do you still have something to say? He nodded. After thinking it over, I want to correct myself. It's not for the sake of the children. Hannah was surprised. She asked, excuse me, what? Seiya replied, I don't think I'm doing this for the children or the citizens of the empire. Hannah was confused out. Akati seems like I don't understand what you're saying. He looked at her and answered, I'm saying I might be doing this for you. Hannah was startled and confused, stammering, for me? Yes, Seiya thought. You don't think I'd endure these hardships for you, do you? Hannah, equally confused, wondered, but he just said it wasn't for me a few minutes ago. Looking at Hannah, Seiya explained, I suddenly realized that I don't want you to forget me. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea if you remembered me occasionally because you felt guilty. Then you can leave. Hannah looked at Seiya, bewildered, thinking, is he teasing me again? In the children's room, Masa said cheerfully, Auntie, let's sleep together tonight. She hugged him, happily saying, why is your black fur so soft? He chirped in response. Suddenly, Masa remembered Hannah's words. You can't sleep with Annie anymore because you're too big now. Masa thought, she forbade me, but it's probably okay just for tonight. He looked at his auntie and said happily, let's stay together for a long time, Annie. He chirped in reply. Hannah hugged him, laughing happily to S.O. Fluffy. The next morning, Hannah opened the door to Masa's room and called, Masa, Masa, it's time to wake up. She gasped at the sight before her. Hannah called out loudly, Masa. She sat down and asked Masa worriedly, did something happen last night? Masa, are you all right? Masa only groaned in response. Hannah looked up at the frighteningly large bird. She hesitantly asked, are you? Auntie. It chirped in response. A voice called out, what is this thing? Jeremy, pointing at it, asked fearfully, trembling, Miss Hannah, is that Auntie? It chirped. Hannah stood up and said to Jeremy, we need to take care of Masa first. Jeremy, can you ask the priest to call a doctor? He replied, yes, Mississippi. Masa lay on the bed, his face flushed, delirious, and uncomfortable. Hannah soothed him, Masa, wait a little while. The doctor will be here soon. She wiped his sweat with her hand and muttered to herself, I should quickly make some tea too. Hannah stared at the enormous bird in astonishment. She realized Annie had grown larger than the doorway. What should I do with Annie? Yayan, bringing her a towel, was also surprised by it. He asked, puzzled, what's going on? Hannah replied, I'm at fault here too. I'm sure everything was fine last night. Hannah thought, anyway, how are we going to get Annie out of here? Yayan said, miss. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and they both froze. Hannah looked at the completely destroyed door and asked, Yayan, you didn't do this, did you? Yayan replied, I've been standing here the whole time. Coco, what did you do? It seemed happy as it replied. Chirp. Seeing this, Hannah said awkwardly, Canadian Phantom. She told it, so can you go back to your coop now? Coco, hearing this, walked out the door. They were both really worried when they heard it making loud noises as it walked. Yayan called out, Coco. Hannah immediately said, I'll get straight to the point. So Coco can understand what we're saying and use magic too. Yayan replied, it seems so. On the bed, Masa was becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Masa's condition is still not good. The royal physician examined him and said, Hannah continued, you're right, this is caused by a problem with her power. That's why she isn't getting better, even though the royal physician has come. Hannah worriedly asked, is there any other treatment? She replied, she needs to learn how to control her magical energy. I think it's caused by the sudden depletion of a large amount of magical energy, while her internal system hasn't fully developed properly. The royal physician asked, what did she do before this happened? Hannah hurriedly replied, oh, well, recently, there have been some strange occurrences. The chicken she raised, the ostrich, even calling an ostrich now is a bit much. Seiya looked out the window and said, "Look, her friend is outside the window." Outside the window, the enormous Coco was looking into the room. Hana continued, "She got sick after sleeping and hugging it, and that caused its body to double in size." The royal physician looked at Coco and pondered. She suddenly realized something. She said, "Look at it. I need to get closer to see it clearly." Yain said to Hana, "Miss, you can leave now. I'll stay here." Hana asked in surprise, "Oh, you'll do this?" The royal physician approached Coco and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen something like this." She turned back and asked Hana, "Where did this creature come from?" She replied, "We hatched it from an egg." The royal physician asked further, "Who hatched it?" Hana said, "Masa was one of the people who looked after it." The royal physician extended her hand towards Coco. She used her power. She chuckled and said, "Oh, I can't believe I'm still alive to witness this." She was surprised. "What is this?" Coco emitted a protective layer, preventing the royal physician's power from touching it. The royal physician grinned mischievously and said, "Usually, we call them ancient magical beasts. Although we call them magical beasts, it can't be compared to the monsters out there." Hana worriedly asked, "Does that mean they're not dangerous?" The royal physician replied, "Well, they can become dangerous. That's because ancient magical beasts possess immense power. When they mature, destroying a building or two is as easy as pie for them." Hearing this, Jeremy, Seiya, and Hana became worried. She asked so. The royal physician chuckled and said, "No need to worry. This friend has recognized the children as its guardians and masters. I've heard that there were once people who could control ancient magical beasts. However, hatching this fellow requires a tremendous amount of magical energy. Is that child even human?" Hana, after hearing this, was truly worried and wondered, her magical energy is that strong? The royal physician replied, "Strong? Her energy is immense. By the gods, she is the master of this magical beast." Ancient. Hana, worried about Masa's health, asked the royal physician, "Oh, I see. What about Masa? Is she all right?" The physician said, "After raising an ancient magical beast, if that's the only ailment she has, she'll be fine soon. If it were me back in the day, in her situation, I probably would have been completely drained of my life force." Hearing this, Hana's face was filled with fear. The royal physician smiled and said to her, "That child has never studied magic, correct?" Hana immediately replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" "Oh, that's right, she hasn't." The physician suggested, "How about we send her to the magic tower? If she receives proper magical training, she can raise the ancient magical beast more safely. It would be a good opportunity for us to learn about ancient magical beasts, and it would also be a chance for her to learn how to control her magical abilities safely." Hana was speechless after hearing this. She hesitantly replied, "Let me ask her first. Masa's decision is the most important. We can't decide for her if she doesn't want to." The royal physician agreed with this opinion and said, "When she recovers, explain to her the current situation and the magic tower's offer." Hana replied, "I understand." In the room, Hana talked with Jeremy and Ian. "Jeremy, have you decided to go to the Night Academy yet?" He replied, "Of course, Mississippi." Jeremy proudly said, "Sir Moisey said he would write a letter of recommendation for me. I'm definitely going to become the strongest knight." Hana agreed, saying, "Yes, I'm sure you will become a good knight, Jeremy." Hana smiled gently and said, "Please write a line about me when you become a famous knight." Hearing this, Jeremy burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Seeing this, Hana thought, "I'm being serious. You could write a line about me in your memoirs." Hana looked at Ian and asked, "What about you, Ian? Do you want to become anything or learn anything?" Ian replied, "No, Mississippi, nothing." She looked at Hana, smiling, and said, "Think about it carefully because you're very intelligent. You must be curious about a lot of things, right?" He replied, "Not really, Mississippi." Hana tried asking, "Think about what you want to do, the things you like, such as studying, for example." Ian replied, "I'll try to think about it, Mississippi." His face showed a lack of interest. Seeing this, she thought, even though he answered me calmly, I guess he finds it bothersome. He's also showing the same indifferent look as before. Hana smiled and said, "Just think about it." In her mind, she was truly worried, although saying she wasn't anxious would be a lie, because the time we have left is until you all turn 15. A few days later, in the morning, Hana dozed off beside Masa's bed when she heard a voice call Annie. Masa didn't remember anything and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Hana asked in surprise, "Huh, Masa? Do you know how long you've been bedridden?" Masa was confused. "What? Me?" Hana replied, "Where do I even begin? First, do you see Coco outside the window?" Hearing this, Masa looked outside. She was astonished. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief at what she saw. Seeing Coco outside the window, Masa asked, "What is that thing?" Hannah replied, "What thing?" "That's Coco." Masa was shocked. Hannah continued to explain, "Magic appeared while you were sleeping." She said that Coco is something like a mythical beast. Coco was awakened and raised by Masa's magical energy. That's why Masa has been bedridden for the past few days. Masa, in front of the window, looked at Coco in surprise. She exclaimed in astonishment, "Whoa." Hannah smiled knowingly. I understand. Coco looks magnificent, even now. Whether it's me or the priests, we'll come to see Coco whenever we have free time." Masa's voice shocked her. "Well, then it's going to eat a lot more food now." Hannah was startled. "Wait, is that all you're focused on?" Masa asked, "The magic tower?" Hannah explained, "That's right. She said you have a large amount of magical energy. You'll be safe in the future if you learn to control it, and Coco will be protected too." Masa said worriedly, "But what if they try to dissect Coco?" Hannah looked at her and laughed, replying, "Do you think that beast would let that happen? They said Coco is much stronger than they thought." Masa still hesitated. She asked, "Will they give me a lot of money there?" Hannah, surprised, asked, "Why aren't you thinking that people will praise you a lot? But you're still a child. Why are you so interested in money?" Masa scoffed, replying, "What does age have to do with money, Annie?" Hannah chuckled and continued, "Anyway, thinking positively, it's a pretty good opportunity for you." Masa hesitated. "However, isn't that place full of strict old men?" Hannah replied, "What do you mean?" "I assure you, it's also full of young mages." Masa laughed in disagreement. "I don't like boring places, but I am interested in magic. Can magic make this hand summon ice and the other shoot fire? What about resurrecting the dead?" Hannah hesitated, replying, "Besides resurrecting the dead, I think everything else is possible." Masa responded, "That's boring. That's the part one like the most. Wouldn't it be adorable if skeletons came back to life and moved around?" Imagining Masa's words, Hannah said fearfully, "No, I don't think so." Masa, understanding, said, "So that means I have to leave this place?" Hannah explained, "Not now. You can go when you're ready." Masa understood and said, "Now I'll try to listen to what the lady mage has said. I know that someday we'll have to part ways. I just hope I'm not the first to leave." Hearing that, Hannah thought, I didn't think Masa was also worried about separating. She held Masa's hand tightly and said, "Even if you leave here, it doesn't mean we become strangers, Masa." Masa smiled at her and said, "I know. I understand what you mean." Later, the mage returned to the orphanage. Masa talked with the mage. She seemed a little different than usual. Finally, Hannah had let go of someone. She was happy that Masa was thinking seriously about this. Later, they decided Masa would go to the magic tower on the day the children left the orphanage. Everything went smoothly despite all the worries she had. The next day, there was a letter on the table. Hannah asked, "A letter for me?" Seiya replied, "The address is the orphanage, so you have the right to receive it." While opening the letter, Hannah wondered, "Who sent this?" He asked, "Is it a love letter?" She snorted with laughter when she heard that. Hannah laughed loudly and said, "What a wild imagination." Seiya thought, "Anyway, I'm sure some chaos will break out after opening the letter. No one contacts the orphanage. When news does arrive, it's usually bad news." Hannah read the letter and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Seiya asked, "What is it?" She replied, This is a letter from him. The Grand Duke." Hannah handed the letter to Seiya and continued, "He says he wants to help Ian." The contents of the letter are very simple. The Grand Duke, who has returned after traveling all over the north, has heard news of Ian and has decided to become the child's guardian. Seiya said, "Bloodline is always the root of problems, after all." She worriedly asked, "He probably wants to take Ian away, right?" He replied, "Yes. He probably just found out about the Empire situation. Although the Imperial family has turned against each other, they still have a bloody war going on. After all, the Grand Duke even went to conquer the land beyond the desert to further increase his power. There can only be one reason for him to take Ian, the Emperor's illegitimate child, to such a harsh place." Hannah anxiously asked, as expected, "This is good news, right?" Seiya replied, "Don't you understand, Ian? He's definitely not an ordinary child. He hides his claws in his gloves, and deep within those indifferent eyes is a desire for great ambition." Hannah said indignantly, What nonsense are you saying? What do you know about Ian to say such things?" He calmly replied, "Have you ever seen the books he reads? The Empire's governance, the King's history, the Monarch faith, the New Empire, terrorism, 1973, 1974, that was the period of the French Revolution. A series of massacres and many public executions took place in response to the fervor of the revolution, anti-church sentiment, and accusations of treason. Perhaps he's waiting for that day." She hesitantly asked, "Is it because he wants something like revenge against his father?" Seiya replied, "If he were aiming high for such petty reasons, he would fall immediately. However, isn't that child quite clever about it? I believe he has other plans. Like us, that child will also go where he belongs." Hannah chuckled and asked, "Is that also God's will?" He said, right now, you sound just like a priestess. She said, let's just say, soon-to-be priestess. Seiya chuckled and asked, we'll have to wait and see what happens. In the morning in the room, she told Ian everything to S.O. That's what happened. Hannah watched Ian silently and worriedly thought, Ian, is he shocked by this? He closed his book. He looked up at her and replied, I understand. Hannah wondered in surprise, that's it? I thought he'd at least ask who the Grand Duke is. She replied, oh, all right. Hannah stood up and said, well then, think it over. Ian nodded in response. She looked at the book Ian was reading and said to herself, also, the book Ian is reading is The Prince. She worried when she saw the title of the book. The Prince is a book published in 1532 by Niccolò Machiavelli, an Italian diplomat and political theorist, as a guide for new princes and royalty. The general purpose of the book is to accept that the goals of princes, such as glory and survival, can justify the use of immoral methods to achieve those goals. From the moment she saw the title of the book, she understood. Ian had probably been preparing for this moment longer than she thought. The next day, Hannah went to the temple. The priests invited her in. The black-haired priest led the way for her, saying, this way. They brought her to a room where a crystal ball was placed on a table. Hannah looked at the orb, puzzled, and asked the priest, how does this test work? The priest smiled and replied, it's simple. All you need to do is place your hand here. Hannah nodded and replied, I understand. Then she reached out and gently touched the crystal ball. On the table, she placed her entire hand on the orb, but nothing happened. Disappointment and confusion were evident on her face as she thought, asterisk, what the heck? Nothing's happening. Asterisk, she continued to think, I guess all this talk about divine power is just an illusion. Her thoughts were interrupted as the orb suddenly glowed with a bright golden light. Then the inside of the orb grew even brighter, radiating a white light, so intense that everything around it, including Hannah, was bathed in its glow, startling her. The priests standing nearby all appeared incredibly surprised and impressed. They whispered to each other, just as predicted, that light is incredibly powerful. Hannah asked, so, does this mean my divine power has been confirmed? The priest replied with a joyful tone, indeed. Even though I've witnessed it with my own eyes, it's still hard to believe. He continued, his excitement unconcealed. I've been doing this for several years now, but I've never seen an energy reaction like this before. Suddenly, Hannah turned away, saying, well, I guess the negotiations will go smoothly then, leaving the priest utterly bewildered. Then her expression shifted, becoming sly, her golden eyes gleaming. She sighed and said with a laugh, there's no way the church intends to snatch someone up for a cheap price, right? She continued, to take me, you'll need to offer me some good terms. After all, I'm already quite happy working as a teacher at the orphanage. The priest fell silent, then replied, what do you want? She rested her chin on her hand, feigning thought, and replied, first, I want a large salary, and it would be great if I didn't have to work more than 40 hours a week. She went on, I want my own laboratory too. Also, I hope to have someone to handle dealings with the nobles. Hearing Hannah's numerous conditions, the priest couldn't help but break out in a sweat. Hannah continued with her demands, discretionary travel. I only go wherever I want. Seeing that Hannah seemed to have made enough requests, the priest immediately asked, is there anything else? Hannah finally turned to look directly at him and said, I want immunity. Perhaps this was her true objective all along. Hannah continued, immunity isn't just for me, but for others as well. I heard that immunity is granted under the Pope's authority. If you grant me that, I can keep one of the two things I just mentioned. The priest asked her, is there any situation where you would need immunity? Hannah replied, well, I heard that priests usually respond like that if it's not an easy question. Then she gave a bright smile, completely erasing her previous innocent expression, and replied, let's call it God's prophecy. In the blink of an eye, night fell upon the temple. Hannah walked out of the temple, humming a song, looking very excited. Seiya was waiting for her outside. Seeing her come out, he said, I heard you made a rather strange offer. Hannah replied, oh, you mean immunity? Then she responded with a smile. At first, I was going to negotiate later, but as soon as I saw the priest's face, I knew it was the right time. Seiya laughed and replied, that's amusing. Hannah turned to him and asked, amusing? Don't people usually say, why are you asking for that? Didn't you just do something wrong? Seiya, hearing this, turned and asked her, you mean, are you trying to kill someone? Hannah burst out laughing and said, you know I would never do that. Anyway, she continued. Hearing this, Seiya stepped closer to Hannah and said, if not that. He leaned closer and continued, then maybe you're planning a rebellion. Hannah was surprised and a little awkward. She replied, you're saying scary things. Seiya turned away and continued, I mean, you would only scream for immunity after doing something drastic, right? She replied, I think you'll never know what will happen in life. He nodded in agreement and said, I feel like it's pretty hard to get in trouble with divine power. Hannah replied, I think I'll use the immunity if something goes wrong when I'm healing healthy people. Then she thought to herself, although I'm not sure if I'll get immunity or not, I don't know what day I'll need it. She followed Seiya, still lost in thought. Suppose if Ian tries to rebel, or if something goes wrong, or even if Jeremy becomes the founder of the Dark Clan. Seiya asked her, but how did you know the Pope possesses immunity? She replied confidently, I've heard a lot about it. Hearing her answer, Seiya couldn't help but chuckle. Hannah glanced at Seiya and said with embarrassment, you don't have to laugh at me like that. Seiya said, half jokingly, I hope you achieve your dream. Hannah suddenly said, Seiya, it seems like you were tricked into the church. They say you possess divine power, but they mistreat you as much as possible. She continued, perhaps no one wants to become a priest and consider everything like you do. Well, a job is a job. Then she said, Seiya, if you plan to negotiate anything with your salary, please include me. He replied, you talk as if we'll be working together. She turned and replied casually, aren't we in the same place when we go to the central church, like now? He hesitantly said, like now? Then she continued, although I feel sad that you have to go to the desert. Perhaps I can only offer a plea to prevent you from going to the desert. Seiya scratched his head upon hearing Hannah say this, his eyes darting elsewhere before he replied, we have to go there eventually anyway. The two of them strolled under the night sky in the temple garden, chatting as he continued, I'll probably leave in a week. Living like this, that's after I've delayed it. I suppose you'll have to deal with the children leaving. She replied, well, that's my job anyway. Then she looked up at the sky, a hint of sadness in her voice, and in the end, everyone leaves me. She gazed up at the vast, star-filled sky, her tone still tinged with melancholy. I know nothing lasts forever, she said, but perhaps in my heart, I thought I should at least stay with the children. Then she turned back to Seiya and asked, Seiya, how do I pray like a priest? He chuckled and sighed. Well, it's simple. You just empty your heart of greed and wish for only one thing. A worried expression crossed her face. That's too difficult for me. For someone full of greed, it's impossible. She thought for a moment, then asked, should I even try? He replied, give it a shot. Then she slowly closed her eyes. She clasped her hands in front of her, her face serene, assuming the prayer posture of a priest. A gentle breeze rustled through the branches around them, breaking the silence, yet somehow accentuating Hannah's efforts. Her hands remained clasped, her eyes tightly shut, her face showing the difficulty she was having praying. Her hands suddenly trembled from the cold. Seiya stood beside her, silently watching her pray, a look of surprise suddenly crossing his face. She lowered her hands and lifted her head towards the moonlight. I never thought praying would be so hard, she sighed. The moonlight shone down on her, making her glow like an angel. He stood beside her, still silently watching. Seeing her radiant glow, his eyes widened in surprise, something within him seemingly shifting. Then he asked, what did you wish for? She tilted her head, clasped her hands in front of her, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, and a bright smile illuminating her face as she answered, I wished for Seiya to return safely from the desert. Hearing this, he froze. He thought to himself, could I be captivated by the moonlight? That generous smile makes my whole body feel hot. He placed his hand on her cheek and asked, do you know how to give a blessing? She replied, a blessing? How? Before she could finish her sentence, he leaned in without hesitation and kissed her. The scene of them kissing under the moonlight looked very romantic. It was unclear whose heartbeat it was, but amidst the passionate kiss, a rapid thumping mingled with the sound of the wind. Perhaps it was the sound of both their hearts. After a moment, Seiya finally released Hannah's lips. Even though the kiss was over, Hannah still hadn't recovered, her face still etched with surprise. He looked at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. You give blessings, he said, like kisses. Hannah stood frozen in place. Then she called out, Curtis? Yes, Miss Hannah, Curtis replied. Then she asked, do you know about blessings being given in the form of a kiss? He answered, indeed, if it is a blessing bestowed by a priest. However, before he could finish, she quickly asked, do people of the Empire usually do that directly? She grew increasingly despondent. Curtis noticed immediately and asked, are you talking about Seiya? As if struck in the heart, she flinched and exclaimed defensively, no, that's not it. Then her face flushed crimson. She could only cover her face in embarrassment, unable to speak. She thought to herself, I can't calm down because of what happened that day. She recalled the day after they kissed under the moonlight. Seiya still greeted her as usual, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. Only her face was still burning. She thought, while her face was as red as a ripe jissi fruit. Asterisk, it seems like I'm the only one who feels embarrassed. I think I'll die from the mood drop. Asterisk. Seeing this, Curtis spoke up. There are a few ways. He thought to himself as he spoke. However, I swear to you, miss, in the past, he has never given blessings or anything like that. Hearing him say there was a way, Hannah turned to him excitedly and asked, really? Of course. What is it? Then she turned away, chuckling as she spoke. Oh my God, is that what I'm thinking? Seeing her behave like this, Curtis couldn't help but feel sorry for Seiya. Poor Seiya. The scene shifted to outside the temple, where a voice could be heard saying, remember to eat properly, okay? The other person replied, all right. It was Hannah and Seiya. She, along with Masa, Jeremy, and Ian, were seeing Seiya off to the desert. She continued to advise him, don't get hurt, don't get sick. He replied, certainly. Then she continued, don't die, and send letters back, okay? He raised his hand in acknowledgement and nodded, seemingly a little tired of her excessive worrying. Hannah sobbed. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief like a wife sending her husband off to war. She thought to herself, asterisk, everyone says the desert is really dangerous. What will I do if the high priest becomes unemployed and monster bait? Asterisk, she also didn't forget to add in her head, while you're there, you shouldn't doze off. She continued to cry nonstop. Seeing her so worried, Seiya couldn't help but sigh. The two of them behaving like this made everyone around them wonder, what kind of relationship do they have that this farewell is so tearful? Masa, seeing Hannah so worried that she was crying like this, also found it strange. While tossing the skull in his hand, he asked, Miss, isn't this a bit much? Hannah continued to cry, wiping her tears as she replied, you don't understand how I feel. Actually, I'm sadder because the high priest is like the fourth member of the family of the orphanage. Hearing Hannah say that, Masa suddenly looked at Seiya and gave a sly smile, his expression both gleeful and teasing. Hearing Hannah say that, Seiya asked her, am I a child? It seemed she realized she had just made him angry, so she quickly defended herself. No, it's because you always clean and take care of our meals, so I thought so. Then she turned to the children to change the subject. Now, you guys say goodbye too. Masa, with rosy cheeks, smiled and said, please come back safely. Jeremy also smiled, speaking to him in a tone of utter confidence. Exterminate all the monsters. And Ian, still with his emotionless face, said, I hope you survive to return. Hearing the children who were always by his side say such things, his eyes widened as he looked at them, his gaze unable to hide his joy and emotion. Then he turned away, placing a hand on the back of his neck as he replied, all right, seemingly wanting to hide his joy. He thought to himself, it feels like I'm leaving the kids to go to war. He turned to his subordinate and said, let's go now. Suddenly, Hannah called out, wait a minute. Hearing her call, he turned and said, all right. He continued, isn't there one last blessing? Hearing him mention the blessing, her face darkened, a look of fear evident on her face. She angrily shouted, are you teasing me? Seeing her reaction, Seiya covered his mouth and laughed, seemingly delighted at having provoked her. Then he turned to talk to someone else, probably saying goodbye before leaving her standing there fuming. Then Hannah smiled and sighed, watching him. She thought to herself, that was the first farewell to someone I cherish. As night fell, there was a sound near the orphanage. It was Hannah. Ian, seeing Hannah sitting outside, ran over and asked, Miss, are you all right? Hannah turned and saw Ian approaching. She asked Ian, aren't you asleep yet? He replied, I was about to go to sleep, but my teacher is out here all alone. Hearing Ian say that, Hannah couldn't hide her pleased expression. Whose child is this? So kind. Then he sat next to Hannah and asked, Miss, are you sad? Hannah took a sip of water and chuckled, replying, I'm not sad, it's just when someone leaves, it becomes empty. Children are always blunt, and Ian took full advantage of that. He asked directly, do you like the Archbishop? Hannah was so startled, she choked on her water, coughing in front of Ian. Then she turned to him and said, what are you talking about? Despite her denial, her face flushed red, unable to hide her embarrassment. Seeing Hannah's reaction, Ian said, if you react like that to what I said, I feel pretty bad. Hannah gave a wry smile and said, that's because what you just said is nonsense. Then Ian called out to her, Miss. He seemed serious, like he wanted to talk about something important. Hannah replied, what is it? He rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. He asked, if I left here, would you feel empty? Hannah answered without hesitation, what are you talking about? It would feel like a part of me is gone. Hearing her answer, he fell into deep thought. Then he said to her, don't forget me. She looked at him and said, Ian, is that why you don't want to go? If so, you can stay with us longer. Suddenly, Ian said, I used to be jealous of the Archbishop. Hannah immediately asked, huh? What? He rested his chin on his hand again, looking thoughtful. Because he calls you by your name, he continued, I have many reasons to leave soon, and that's one of them. Hannah replied hesitantly, I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand. I'm not as perceptive as you. He turned to her and said, if we meet again, I want to call you by your name, not just teacher. Her face went blank with surprise. She thought to herself, actually, I don't want to be a teacher forever either. If I meet Ian when he becomes emperor, I might just collapse before him. She sighed, smiled gently at him, and said, "All right, we'll be friends." Hearing this, he finally smiled, a relaxed smile as if a burden had been lifted. He wrapped his arms around his knees, giving a small, relieved smile. He politely replied, "Yes, Mississippi." A few days later, on a beautiful sunny day, Ian was presumably preparing to return to where he belonged. Hannah saw him off. She said, "Ian, do you want me to accompany you to your place?" He replied, "I'm fine." Behind Hannah stood Masa and Jeremy, also there to see off their close friend. While Jeremy seemed calm, Masa's sadness was clearly visible on his face. Hannah was incredibly moved as she said goodbye to Ian. She looked very, very sad, her eyes glistening with tears, her brows furrowed in sorrow. She bent down to adjust Ian's collar, saying, "Ian, don't you dare die. You're our most precious child, our Ian. What am I supposed to do when you grow up and I don't recognize you?" He laughed at that and replied, "I'm not going there to die, Mississippi." Tears welled up in her eyes as she responded, her voice trembling. I know. You're going to a good place. I'm just being weak during this goodbye." He sighed at her words, then suddenly took off his right glove. He placed his hand on her cheek, gently wiping away her tears, and offered a gentle smile. "Don't worry," he said. "We'll see each other again." By now, she was crying harder, her cheeks flushed. She took his hand, sobbing yes. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed forward and hugged Ian tightly. Ian gently hugged her back, maintaining his gentle smile. Jeremy, no longer maintaining his usual aloof expression, now furrowed his brows in sorrow. Masa, meanwhile, was on the verge of tears. Ian looked at his two close friends, offering them a gentle smile. "Take care," he said. Masa couldn't hold back any longer and began to sob, calling Ian's name and running towards him. Jeremy, too, looked as if he was about to cry. Masa and Hannah hugged Ian, crying loudly. It was a truly heartbreaking scene. Jeremy turned away, muttering, "Damn it," and choked back a sob, unable to contain his tears. After Ian left, and Seiya also went to the desert, life at the temple orphanage continued peacefully. Hannah looked at the sword in Jeremy's hand and asked, "Is that all you're bringing?" It was the sword he had received from Moira. He replied, "They'll give us everything we need anyway." She responded, "Even so, shouldn't you bring your most prized possessions?" She looked at him and asked, "We're going to a new place. Are you scared?" Although she was smiling, her face betrayed a hint of apprehension. He laughed and replied confidently, "Me? Scared of that kind of thing? Miss, you should be worried about yourself. Aren't you always sad when one of us leaves?" Masa came running up and asked, "Miss, have you seen my fourth skull anywhere?" Masa still hadn't finished packing. Hannah sat down and showed her how to organize her things. "Masa, you should put it in this bag." Then Hannah suddenly noticed something. She was comparing their luggage. Masa had 3 suitcases, including her dresses. Jeremy had only his sword. Hannah thought to herself, how can they be so different when they eat the same food? Then Masa pulled out more clothes, even though she already had 3 suitcases. Hannah was startled. "Masa," she said, "you're not going to squeeze that in there, are you?" Masa looked at her and asked why not. Hannah replied, "I heard they only wear uniforms in the Magic Tower. It's a shame, but we should only take a few clothes." She smiled and said to Masa, "You won't be able to wear them when you grow up anyway." Masa obediently replied, "Then I'll do as you say, Mississippi." Hannah narrated, somehow, the day of Masa and Jeremy's departure arrived. Jeremy pointed at the pink dress in Masa's luggage and said, "Take this out too." Masa replied, "I'll do it myself." Hannah looked at the 2 children and continued, "Masa still has a lot of time before she turns 15, but maybe she knows that once Jeremy leaves, she'll be very sad, so she decided to leave first. I think so too. It's better for both of them to leave at the same time, rather than just Masa leaving here alone." She smiled and said, "Oh, aren't we supposed to have a farewell party tonight?" She walked towards the door and said, "Keep packing. I'll go prepare dinner now." Jeremy and Masa politely replied, "Yes, ma'am." The 3 of them had a barbecue outside. The grilled meat sizzled on the stove, looking incredibly delicious. Hannah said, "Sorry, I prepared this in a bit of a rush." Jeremy came over with 2 potatoes and said, "I like this atmosphere." Masa was sitting on a chair waiting for the meat to cook. She said, "Me too." Jeremy put the 2 potatoes on the stove to bake. Hannah saw them, and perhaps the potatoes reminded her of Ian. Suddenly, she said, "I wonder if Ian is doing okay." Jeremy dusted his hands and replied, "It's a waste of time worrying about him, Mississippi. He's the best in the world at taking care of himself." Hannah agreed, "That's true." Then she remembered reading Ian's letter after he left. "I received a short letter saying that he had arrived safely. I was worried because there was no further news after that." Then she shook her head to get rid of the negative thoughts. She reassured herself, "No, if it's Ian, he'll be fine wherever he is." She looked at Jeremy and Masa, who were standing and eating together carefree on the other side, thinking to herself, "Don't worry, today I'm focusing on Jeremy and Masa." Then suddenly she realized something and said in a panic, "I must be losing my mind." Then Hannah hurried into the house, saying as she ran, "You two keep eating." She looked incredibly rushed, as if she had forgotten something important. Masa looked after her and asked, "What is it now?" Jeremy guessed, "Maybe she's inventing another new dish." Then Hannah brought out 2 gift boxes, one large and one small. She said, "Tata, these are gifts from me." The 2 children exclaimed happily, "Presents." Jeremy asked, "Which one is mine, miss?" "This one," he asked, picking up the larger box. Hannah smiled and replied, "That's right." Then Jeremy began to open his present, his face filled with excitement at the gift inside. He couldn't help but gasp. Inside was a sword, carefully wrapped in a red cloth bag. Hannah said, "I might be the first person to ever give you a sword. Although Mr. Moisey gave you one already, I still wanted to give you another." Then she scratched her face and continued, "The quality isn't the highest because it wasn't very expensive, but it's very strong and reliable, so it's not bad for practicing with." Hannah continued, "Your name is engraved on it, so you'll never lose it." Jeremy hugged the sword to his chest, seemingly cherishing her gift, his face slightly flushed. Then he said loudly, with a very happy tone, "I really like it," and rushed to hug Hannah, as if to thank her for the gift. Masa, who still hadn't opened her present, asked curiously, "What's mine, miss?" Then she opened it. Inside was a box designed quite similarly to a book. Masa seemed surprised and said, That's." Hannah turned to Masa and said she bought it because she heard using magic is easier with a magic stone. It wasn't a high-grade stone, but it would be good for practice. Hannah continued, "You don't know how hard it was to find a red stone that matches your hair." Masa opened the box. Inside was a ring with a red magic stone set on it. Seeing the ring, Masa blushed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wonderful." Inside the box, besides the ring, there was also a large necklace with a red magic stone similar to Masa's ring. She picked it up and asked, "What's this for?" Hannah replied, "It's a necklace for Coco." As if knowing it was hers, Coco lowered her head and oinked, as if telling Masa to put it on her. Seeing this, Masa asked, "Do you want me to put this around your neck?" Coco oinked again, as if answering. Then Masa reached out and put the necklace around Coco's neck, saying, "I always said necklaces are for pigs." Hannah said, "Isn't she adorable?" "Coco, you look even cooler now." Hearing the compliment, Coco oinked again, as if in agreement. After putting the necklace on Coco, Masa suddenly closed the box without putting on her own ring. Hannah asked, "Why aren't you wearing it? Don't you like it?" Masa smiled and replied, "I want to keep it." Hearing this, Hannah said, "Masa, you'll have much better things at the Magic Tower, so just use this one for practice." Masa looked at her and said, "How could I use something this lovely?" Her face showed how much she liked the ring Hannah gave her. Hannah said, "Aren't there many more lovely things in the world?" Then she thought to herself, why is she so moved? Hearing her say that, Masa looked down at the ring in the box and said, "Well then." Then she took the ring and put on her left index finger, looking brightly at Hannah and asking, "How about this?" Hannah was happy and said, "Masa, it really suits you." Then Masa looked at her and offered a sincere thank you. "Thank you." Hannah happily replied, "I'm glad you both like my gifts." Then suddenly, Jeremy said, "Miss, I'll become a knight and let you live in luxury with my money." Hannah laughed and asked, "Really?" Even though I eat a lot and have expensive tastes. It seems she only took Jeremy's words as a child's fleeting statement. Jeremy replied with a smug look, "At least I have to provide for you." Hearing this, Masa asked, "Why are you helping her so much?" Jeremy blushed, grinned, and replied, "So I can marry her." Hearing him say that, both Masa and Hannah couldn't hide their surprise. Hannah just asked, while Masa blurted out, "Crazy." Both had the same thought, "Marry? Who?" Then Hannah turned to Jeremy and said, "Jeremy, marriage is between 2 people who love each other." He replied without any embarrassment, "I know." Then she explained further, not the love between family members, but, between a man and a woman. "You'll understand when you're older." Then Hannah, her cheeks flushed, continued, "Once you find someone, in your eyes, they'll be the most precious person. After that, you'll get married and live happily ever after." Jeremy stubbornly insisted, "But what if I still choose you, miss? I think you're the prettiest person in the world." Hearing this, Hannah couldn't help but giggle. Then she continued, "In a few years, you probably won't even remember me." She turned away, walking and laughing as she said, "Anyway, my standards are very high." The 3 of them continued to chat. Under the starry night sky, we talked late into the night, as if today was the last day we would ever see each other. After a long time around the bonfire, the garden became livelier. Then, as soon as the sun rose, all 3 said their goodbyes. This was the beginning of a long journey to find their own lives. 6 years later, at the enormous, brilliantly white cathedral. You know this is a scam, right? Hannah held the letter she had just finished reading and questioned Ethel. Hannah went to get the letter. She asked irritably, "So, is there any reason why I have to make holy water today?" Today, Hannah had to create an extremely large amount of holy water. Normally, healing priests would use their divine power directly on patients. However, in Hannah's case, she channels her divine power into anything containing water. Of course, she had to learn how to handle her power, and she also had to directly heal patients. However, it was more beneficial for the church if she created holy water. Moreover, there was a slight problem when Hannah used her healing power on patients. When someone received her healing power, they felt pain. A patient lay crying on the bed, "Can I go home? Please save me." Hannah, not understanding the situation, tried to reassure him, "I'll heal you right now." Simply put, she didn't like delicate tasks like directly healing others. Anyway, today the church had ordered her to create a large quantity of holy water for some reason. Ophel, the archbishop, Hannah's direct supervisor and Sage's teacher, said, "I heard that this batch of holy water will be sent to the desert as medicine." Hannah was surprised. The desert? She looked worried, clasping her hands together. "Are there many injured people there? Don't tell me there are also many casualties." Ophel said, "That's not the case. I believe they are preparing for a large-scale battle that is likely to occur." Hannah became even more worried. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Ophel then shared his thoughts, but it's better than it dragging on forever. After all, it would be much more dangerous if the war continued in a place with such strong, evil energy for almost 6 years. Hannah, soft-hearted, clasped her hands in prayer. "I hope they will wipe out the monsters and return soon." Ophel looked at her. "Now that I think about it, you once said you were at the same church as Seiya, right?" Hannah, deflated, replied, "You've asked that question more than 10 times. He chuckled. "Old age makes me forgetful." Then he muttered to himself, "But the Pope isn't like that. He's even better than young people. You shouldn't compare him to ordinary humans." Though no one had asked, Hannah looked at him and thought doubtfully, does he do things half-heartedly like Seiya? I'm sure Ophel is heavily influenced by Seiya's personality. She continued, "Besides, aren't you worried about the priests going to the desert?" Ophel said innocently, "Who? Me? Worried about them?" He frankly stated, "The empire will collapse if they can't take care of themselves. Worrying about them is no different than worrying about myself and my own life. I've never worried about myself." "Hannah, you don't need to worry." "Oh my God, you're using hairspray again. What kind of twisted logic is that? How can you even think like that?" Now his face relaxed. "Anyway, let's just trust them." Hannah also gave her opinion directly. "Next time, please be more concise. I barely understood what you meant." Ophel laughed. "I think you didn't understand anything. Not just barely." Hannah still thought to herself, he's clearly one of the people who raised Seiya. She shrugged. "Anyway, I'm so tired now, I'm going to take a nap." Ophel said, "All right, don't sleep in the garden again. Please sleep in your room." Hannah massaged her neck. Even those who don't need it search for and collect it. This has caused a shortage of holy water in the church. Just like Seiya, now she can sleep anywhere. She dozes off while walking and even while eating. She jokingly asked, "I wonder if I die from overwork, will I get compensated?" He teased right back, "You don't have anyone to inherit it anyway." "Well, you're right." Hannah thought, I knew I shouldn't have asked. How disappointing. Should I get married? She turned around, "I'll be going now." Ophel nodded, "All right." While walking, she held her head. "Why am I so dizzy today?" Hannah yawned, tears welling up in her eyes. She arrived at a spot in the flower garden, feeling that this place was even more comfortable than her bed. She went to a chair and thought, should I sleep here for a bit? Later, it got dark before she knew it. A large hand was stroking her pink hair. "I told you to sleep in your room before." The handsome young man sighed helplessly, but his voice was indulgent as she rested her head on his lap. Hannah stirred. She opened one eye, waking up Jeremy. She looked up at the face she was resting on. Oh, it's Jeremy. His face was gentle, his voice soft. "Yes, Mississippi." Hannah sat up worriedly and asked, "Are you injured again?" Jeremy said, "Just a little, Mississippi." "Where? Did you get hurt while practicing swordsmanship again?" Hannah wanted to check immediately. Her heart ached as she touched his hand, causing him quite a bit of pain. Hannah quickly withdrew her hand. "Oh my, your hand is injured? Why do you get hurt so often?" She cursed inwardly. Is that Knight Academy trying to kill its students? Why don't they care about the students' injuries? Jeremy untied his shirt with both hands. "Others often get injured too, Mississippi. I'm lucky to have you by my side." "Let me see. It's really difficult, isn't it?" He was taking off his shirt, and she was being too hasty. Your whole body is covered in scars and bandages, from your left hand to your stomach. Seeing you struggle with those injuries every day isn't becoming a night your specialty? Jeremy smiled brightly. It's all right, Mississippi. My aunt just laughed it off again. How many times has she told me to be careful? January, you little rascal. Don't you think getting injured is a bad thing? Hannah was about to raise her voice. How could it be a good thing? Look at your body. Who else walks around wrapped in bandages? He joked. I like it because it lets me see your worried face. Such sweet talk. I almost hit you. Hannah frowned. If you keep spouting such nonsense, I won't heal you. Jeremy remained stubborn. Aren't you so worried about me that you can't sleep? So I have to show up so you know I'm still alive. She got goosebumps. Stop it. If you get hurt again, I'll refuse to see you. Honestly, you're like a 10-year-old child. Hearing her grumbling, he furrowed his brow in thought. Even though many people trembled in fear just seeing him walk down the street, she still thought of and worried about him like a child. The power from her hand glowed as she began to heal him. The more she did this, the more he wanted to play along and act like the child she saw him as. His voice softened. That's why you have to take care of me. Miss. Hannah's face still hadn't relaxed. Jeremy commented, it seems your healing skills haven't improved much. Hannah knelt down. Being eager isn't enough to properly care for you. Does it hurt? Hannah saw them too. She gently inquired, her voice filled with compassion. What about the scars? Are they healed yet? He pulled his sweater on, flashing a bright smile that I think they're painful enough to make someone pass out. You should have told me when it hurt. You don't show any expression, so how would I know? He just chuckled. Somehow I've gotten used to it. Hearing him say that, she felt a pang of sadness, her gaze dropping. She suddenly looked at her palms, blaming herself. Why does my healing always cause pain? I should have given him holy water. She looked up at him and said, by the way, I think those scars will be permanent. He maintained his bright smile as he replied, well, I think they're medals I've earned. Hearing this, she raised her hand. Are you trying to reopen your wounds? She said with mock anger. Come on, I don't feel the pain anymore. She held her aching head that I thought I was just a little tired, but now I feel dizzy. Jeremy worried. Lie down, Mississippi. She chuckled, secretly thinking, look at him acting like he wasn't the one who caused this. She brushed the thought aside, replacing it with a sense of entitlement. Whatever, I have the right to use his legs as a pillow. Then she comfortably rested her head on his thigh. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to him and asked, hey, when will you officially become a knight? With your skills, shouldn't they make you the princess's knight? Hearing her ask such a question made him chuckle and reply, there's no such thing as a princess in the Empire, Mississippi. Frowning slightly, she continued to ask, what about the Emperor? He patiently let her rest her head on his thigh, patiently explaining, not everyone who graduates from the Knight Academy becomes a knight, Mississippi. Her eyes widened with curiosity. Then what do they become? His low, teasing reply, your bodyguard, miss, made Hannah roll her eyes in exasperation. She huffed and raised her voice slightly. My salary isn't even enough to pay you. Do you know how hard it is to live in this church? She thought angrily, how dare you tease me like that? But when he heard her, he just covered his mouth and chuckled. Turning back to her previous position, she spoke to him exasperatedly. You applied there before, so why didn't you become a knight? You didn't go around doing anything bad, right? He stopped to ask her, what do you mean by bad things, miss? Hannah's voice replied, you don't have to answer right now, but why are you asking what I mean by bad things? He smiled brightly and replied, no one can live by only doing good things, isn't that right, miss? She rolled her eyes at him and said, always be vigilant and don't get involved with bad people. She continued to advise him, while he reached out and gently stroked her hair. He chuckled again and replied, Miss, you're worrying about me like I'm going to become a bad person. She closed her eyes and said calmly, I don't think people will just naturally become bad. He looked at her, sighed, and thought to himself, there's only one reason I don't think that way. She's always worried I'll become a delinquent. She's overreacting like this because she's worried I'll rebel during puberty. With each thought, images from the past flashed before his eyes. He smiled brightly and said to Hannah, you always hide a lot of secrets, Mississippi. Can you see the future or something similar? Her excitement made her voice rise. Yes, the gods are whispering their words in my ear, so don't you lie to me. He stiffened slightly, his voice soft. Oh, I understand, Mississippi. Jeremy, with his hand on her shoulder, asked curiously, and did your brother skip school again today? Hannah, comfortably resting her head on his thigh, replied, today's the weekend. Suddenly, her eyes widened in alarm. What? She turned to look at Jeremy in a panic. I told them I wouldn't work on the weekends. They overworked me, so it ended late today. Didn't anyone tell you? His red eyes sharpened, his face cold, and his voice low as he asked her, should I deal with them, miss? After seeing his coldness, She closed her eyes, no longer thinking, no need. Then, switching to a threat, but I forbid you from skipping school. He softened, agreeing with Hannah. Yes, miss, I know. His thoughts continued to race. Sometimes I think she forgets I've grown up. He placed his hand on top of her head. He gently stroked her long hair, lost in his tangled thoughts. I guess even if I died and came back to life, she'd still never stop seeing me as a child. His face fell, a melancholic sadness flickering across it. For the past 6 years, I've painfully realized that. Suddenly, her voice broke through his thoughts. If you're going to fall asleep, just go. He sighed. How could I do that, miss? Her eyes were still closed, but her voice came out evenly, instructing him that she would get up on her own shortly. So if his legs were numb, he could go ahead and leave. This place was safe, so he shouldn't worry. He softly replied, yes, miss, to her. He looked at her, thinking to himself, even though they were in a church, why wasn't she being a little more cautious? His hand gently stroked her soft pink hair, cherishing every strand as if afraid it would dissipate into clouds. Looking at her sleeping face, a strange sense of peace crept into his heart. He felt that feeling distinctly and kept thinking about this peaceful sensation. It was morning in the solemn church. The sky was clear blue. Birds were singing cheerfully. It was another beautiful day to be alive. Looking at the styrofoam boxes filled with holy water, she asked, are you seriously smuggling these? Vincent protested, you're so cruel, Mississippi. Why would you say that? She gave a nonchalant, and continued, it's just that every time you take these things, I wonder where you're taking them. Vincent crossed his arms and explained to her, a low-ranking priest like me wouldn't know. I'm just taking them because the Archbishop told me to. Hannah sighed, throwing her hands up in the air as she looked at the stacked cartoon boxes with suspicion. I'm the same as you, but wouldn't it be better if they told us why? Hannah spoke up, I don't even know if your supervisor is a priest or a businessman. Taking the opportunity to add a sarcastic jab to her frustration, she said, oh, I know, he's definitely a con man. Vincent felt a surge of angered Oh, that means I'm an accomplice? She leaned on her hand, her face haughty as she said, you're just a pawn, emphasizing it again as if to twist the knife, a pawn. This made Vincent force a smile. She asked him suspiciously, honestly, do you get any cut of this? Vincent, utterly exasperated, grimaced and replied, if I did, I would have put my heart and soul into it. It turned out he was Hannah's colleague, a priest of the combat division. It turned out his archbishop was Archbishop Maxon, the one with white hair, a stern and cold face. In terms of rank within the palace, he held a position equivalent to a knight commander. Within the church, they were divided into combat priests, healing priests, priests with clairvoyance or nature powers, and holy knights. Holy knights and combat priests seemed similar, but their powers differed significantly in that combat priests used the power of God, while holy knights used armed force combined with weapons blessed by God, and their duty was to protect the priests. However, the problem here wasn't the holy knights, but the fact that the oversight of the combat priests seemed less than transparent. Hannah put her hands on her hips, voicing her thoughts to Vincent. Combat priests are only allowed to move around the church, so I don't understand why they need such a large quantity of holy water. Vincent closed his eyes and shook his head. He didn't say anything about that, but I don't think the holy water is being misused. Hannah smiled, but anger simmered within her. Oh, of course you don't care because I'm the one making it, not you. You don't even have a shred of compassion for your colleagues. She scolded him. You're so cold-blooded. The words cold-blooded seemed to have struck a nerve. He retorted defensively. I'm always being ordered around by the supervisor, the healing priests, and even the holy knights. Do you think anyone has it worse than me? I'm just as tired as you are, Mississippi. They both exchanged 4 smiles, but as they turned away, their faces darkened, as if they held no fondness for each other. Looking at the magnificent church, a cynical thought crossed his mind. This place resembles an army barracks more than a church. Vincent, his eyes welling up, pleaded earnestly with Hannah. Honestly, if I don't deliver this holy water today, it'll be the end of me. Her hands were never idle, constantly stirring a large pot in front of her with a ladle. She calmly reassured him, I'm sure they won't go so far as to kill you. He continued to plead, you know I'm just exaggerating. Her face lit up, teasing him, oh, my dear colleague, if you happen to see God, please send my regards. Vincent looked as if he was about to cry, his voice trembling, oh, come on, don't do that. She found his distress amusing, laughing heartily. Finally, he resorted to bribery, pulling out small slips of paper from his hand. How about this? I'll give you 5 discount coupons for Volania Bakery. But she wasn't easily swayed, flatly refusing. Do I look stupid to you? Seeing that he hadn't achieved his goal, he pulled out 5 more coupons, sweating as he tried to persuade her. What about 10? She began to waver, sighing, "Oh my God," in exasperation. He furrowed his brow, determined to convince her, lest he face his own demise. "You know how hard it is to get these coupons." He relented. "All right, I'll give you all of them, all 11. Hannah responded with a bored tone, something better. He raised the stakes. 12, then. That's all I have. You could trade just 3 more for a 2-tiered cake. She glanced at him, humming thoughtfully. Finally, she decided to reach out and take the coupons. Vincent breathed a sigh of relief. As he placed the coupons in her hand, he remarked, "You're a very pragmatic priest." He suddenly changed his mind. "Or should I just pay you?" But she was quicker, snatching the 12 coupons as if bathed in heavenly light. She clasped her hands together. "Oh, dear goddess, please continue to care for this little lamb once more." She turned to him with a look of pity. "Although I was going to refuse because I'm not feeling well today, I feel sorry for Vincent. He's been enduring this for over 6 years now." She looked at Vincent, her voice warm. "Oh, and I'll need at least 3 containers for it." She paused, calculating. "Considering the time needed for rest and energy recovery, I should be done before midnight." His face brightened, a wide smile spreading across his face. "I'd be incredibly grateful if you could finish it before tomorrow morning." She sighed inwardly, thinking, he looks like such a poor puppy. Holding her aching neck, she instructed him, "You can pick it up tomorrow morning." She suddenly remembered something, hesitating before continuing. "But I probably won't be there, so you can come whenever you want." He replied, "Okay, I understand." She sighed internally. This life is just... Unable to finish her thought, she shifted her focus. "Should I start exercising?" Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows characteristic of the old church, casting fragmented rays of light upon her. She walked slowly down the hallway, murmuring unconsciously, "Is it dawn already?" Holding the precious spoils of victory from Vincent, Hannah mused about the future. "Now that I have bakery coupons, should I think about what to do during my 3 days of leave?" A small itinerary formed her mind. I should probably stop by the bakery, then buy an outfit for going out and a thick coat. She'd heard this winter would be harsh, and magically heated clothing sounded very appealing. Images of the new clothes filled her thoughts. Suddenly, the thought of how to afford them struck her. "I wonder how expensive they are?" Even a priest's salary isn't that high. However, at her request, they had promised her a house if she worked diligently for 7 years. That made things more bearable, and above all, they had accepted her unreasonable request for immunity, a right decided in a private meeting with the Pope. Recalling that day, she remembered the kind-faced, white-haired Pope asking her, "Why do you request immunity?" She clearly answered the Pope, "It's a way to protect my children." After that, the Pope didn't ask any further questions. She was certain he had stopped suspecting her and knew about the children's past, but he was simply concerned about immunity and healing abilities. The moment the Pope agreed, telling her, "All right," her eyes sparkled. "Thank goodness. It seems it's more about healing abilities than immunity." She walked alone down the hallway, reflecting on the past 6 years. Time really flies. She clenched her hand, crumpling the coupons slightly. I should have mentioned a raise. Next year, I'll definitely ask for one. A few days later at the church, Hannah sat in the sanctuary during morning service. Seeing the sunlight spilling onto the floor, she sleepily sighed. The sunlight is so warm. She kept nodding off, her mind wearied. "I don't know why I'm so sleepy." Before she knew it, her consciousness succumbed, and she fell into a dream. She saw a small wooden house on a grassy hill and heard the children calling, "Miss Hannah, look, there's a cicada." Lost in her dream, she heard the children's voices echoing around her. "I'm going to catch it," and "Jeremy's teasing me again." It all made her dazed. She struggled to recall. "That's strange. I'm sure I was just in the prayer room." Familiar calls rang out. "Miss Hannah, I'm hungry," and "Miss Hannah, over here," accompanied by a small hand reaching out. The 3 children kept calling her by the affectionate name, Miss Hannah, startling her. As she reached out and took Jeremy's tiny hand, she mused, "Hannah, is this name so special that they call it so affectionately?" Her heavy eyelids wouldn't lift, leaving her unable to fully awaken. Suddenly, a warm voice called out, "Miss?" She murmured, "Yes, I'm here." A large hand clasped her folded hands, its arm covered in small scars from swords and knives. It was Jeremy. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Miss, you're drooling." Startled by these words, Hannah snapped out of her nostalgic dream. She gasped, "Oh," and quickly covered her mouth, her weary face flushed with embarrassment. "Jeremy," Hannah asked, a bright smile on her face. "That you're working hard." She suddenly turned around and looked back. "How long have I been asleep to make you feel so helpless?" Seeing everyone sitting on the chairs, sincerely praying to the revered saint, she realized what she had done. The sun seemed to be setting. She guessed she must have had a long nap. Hannah hurriedly returned to her original position and asked with concern, "When did you get here?" Jeremy calmly replied to her question, "Just a while ago, Mississippi." "Are you exhausted?" He saw her looking at the people praying. A smile finally grazed Hannah's lips. She explained to the talkative Jeremy, "No, not at all. It's just so peaceful and warm here that I got sleepy. But thanks to that, I feel much more refreshed now." Jeremy hummed hesitantly, scratching at a scar on his hand. "When do you get off work, miss?" Hannah's curiosity was piqued. "Why? Do you want to go somewhere?" Jeremy grinned. "Yes. Is tomorrow your day off, miss?" Hannah was startled. "How did you know that?" she stammered. Jeremy chuckled. "Miss, don't you know I'm your follower?" Hannah gasped after hearing him. Jeremy beamed, having successfully flustered Hannah that I'm just kidding. "The priest in the hallway told me. Since your leave starts tomorrow, he told me not to let you sleep all day again." Hannah, embarrassed, scratched her neck, her face contorting. "Who said I only know how to sleep?" Suddenly remembering something, she turned to him. "By the way, what time is it?" Jeremy stood up as he answered. "Around 5 p.m., Mississippi." Hannah said slowly, "Then wait for another hour." He walked away, a brilliant smile on his face. Dazzling to behold, "I'll be here praying." Hannah nodded. "All right." Turning back to watch the mature child walking with such steady steps made her heart skip a beat. He went down to the prayer area, his face aloof and distant, yet he still attracted the attention of everyone in the chapel. People couldn't help but let out exclamations of awe when they saw him. Seeing this, Hannah puffed up with pride. Who raised such a handsome and bright young man? She drifted into a reverie of the past. Jeremy has grown up so fast. I wonder how the other children are doing now. The youthful faces of Ian and Masa appeared, reminding her of the day they parted. We had to separate during our developmental years. If they happened to pass by, I probably wouldn't even recognize them. She looked up, wondering, I don't know why I missed them so much today. Night fell on the road. Hannah asked Jeremy in surprise, "But what happened yesterday that made you come to the temple?" He smiled in response, "I just suddenly thought of you, Mississippi." Hearing that, Hannah chuckled and patted Jeremy's back. "You rascal, you're the only one who cares about me. I was just about to go to the bakery and then stop by to see you." He asked why, miss. Hannah held up a stack of coupons in front of him, cheerfully, "Tada. 15 discount coupons." Jeremy looked happy. "We can exchange these for a cake, right? When did you collect these, miss?" Hannah replied, You know, Pinsef, the one in the same class as me, he kept asking me to make some holy water, so I took the opportunity to get these coupons." Jeremy understood and thought, he faints every day due to lack of energy. But she made holy water just for bakery coupons. As expected, she's still adorable in this way. But that's just an excuse. You're still helping out of compassion, right? Jeremy chuckled, praising her. "You're really good." Hannah looked at him and started reminiscing. "I've loved sweets since I was little. I used to hide candy under my bed and then deny eating it." He asked, embarrassed, "When are you going to stop telling that story?" "I don't like sweets anymore." She laughed, bumping him playfully. "Hey, how can that be? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I like snacks too." Looking at his blushing face, Hannah thought, he really doesn't understand me at all. Looking at the stalls ahead, she said, "Oh, we're almost there." She said cheerfully, "Let's take our time strolling through the night market today. It's really interesting here. I haven't been out much at night lately." Jeremy reminded her, "It's dangerous at night." Hannah continued, "But with my knight by my side, there's nothing to worry about." He asked with a smile, "Why do you like street food so much?" Hannah replied, Does there have to be a reason? It's delicious." She pulled his hand and said, "Come on, let's go over there first. They have amazing duck." Jeremy replied, "All right." Hannah pointed to a table ahead. "Let's get it to go and eat by the fountain. We can people watch too." Jeremy wondered, "Don't you get bored of watching people every day?" Hannah replied, You'll never understand." Hearing that, he didn't know how to respond. She murmured to herself, "To me, this world is still new and exciting." Pointing to a seat, Hannah told Jeremy, "Go save us a spot. Your face is better suited for saving spots anyway." "What about my face?" Jeremy asked with a teasing smirk. She replied, Because you're handsome." Seeing her hesitate, he laughed loudly, ruffled her hair, and said, "I know, so hurry back." She complained, "Hey, I just tied my hair." I wonder when it changed from me patting Jeremy's head to him patting mine. Was it when he grew taller and started looking down at me? As the food was placed on the table, Hannah warned, "Careful, it's hot." After she sat down, Jeremy asked, "Miss Hannah, is life at the temple fun?" She replied, "You call that fun?" Jeremy rested his chin on his hand, looked at her, and asked with a smile, "Then why don't you leave the temple and live outside?" Hannah was surprised and replied, But there's nothing to do outside either. Plus, in just one more year, the temple will give me a house. A house in the capital. It's truly a successful life." Jeremy beamed at her. "Wow, so our Miss Hannah has it all." Hannah replied happily, "Of course." He continued, "So, I can live in that house too, right?" Hannah didn't understand why he would ask such a thing. She said seriously, "No way. Don't be a freeloader when you're all grown up." Jeremy chuckled at her words. She picked up a piece of meat and offered it. Here, try this. He opened his mouth to eat and asked, "You always treat me like a kid." Hannah asked, "But it's good, right?" Jeremy picked up his gloves and started teasing her. "Yes, but I think I'll eat it all. Take me." She didn't understand what he meant. Jeremy explained while tearing the meat. "When you eat with another man, don't lift a finger." Hannah said, "What?" He continued, "Just sit still and let him cut the meat and put it on your plate. Then you just smile." Hannah replied, "What the heck? I'm getting goosebumps." She asked, "Are you like those guys too?" Jeremy smiled. He replied, "I can assure you I'm not like those guys." Hannah still didn't understand. "Huh? What do you mean?" The night market drew everyone's attention. Jeremy said, "It's getting cold, isn't it?" She looked towards a juice stand and said, "I think the night market has started. They've started selling fruit juice." Jeremy stood up and asked her, "Would you like some?" Hannah exclaimed happily, "Wonderful." He said, "I'll go get some. Wait here for a bit." Hannah nodded in agreement. Watching Jeremy go by the drinks, she smiled happily. The night breeze started to pick up. Hannah closed her eyes, inhaled, and said to herself, "The wind here is really different." Suddenly, a voice broke the peaceful atmosphere. Well, look at this beautiful lady all alone." Three shady-looking men approached and asked, "Miss, where are you from?" Hannah said with annoyance, "It's my first time out in a while. I don't need this kind of attention." He didn't understand what she meant and asked what. She replied, "Your hearing seems to be a bit off too." Hearing that, his face flushed with anger. The thug asked, "This lady's got guts, huh? Doesn't she understand how the world works?" Hannah replied with a cold expression, "Whether I understand or not is debatable, but it seems like you guys don't understand much either." He gritted his teeth and warned, "Watch your mouth and worry about yourself." She calmly replied, "Oh, I worry plenty." The thug slammed his hand on the table and yelled at her, "Are you mocking us?" Hannah, unafraid, replied, "Not worrying about myself, but about you." She smiled at them and said, "My night is rather rough." He turned around when he saw her wave and saw Jeremy appear behind him. Looking at Jeremy's intimidating face, she continued, "Of course, I also have to worry a little about the cleanup afterward." Jeremy placed a glass of strawberry juice on the table for her. "Thank you, Jeremy." Hannah scratched her chin, feeling a bit embarrassed. The bullies glared at him, thinking, "This guy thinks he's a knight in shining armor. Huh, looks like a spoiled brat." He reached for his small sword. Hannah thought to herself, "But don't look at his face. Look at that toned physique. If you draw your sword first, I welcome it." Jeremy was serious, and he was ready to fight. Hannah, watching the thug's hand tremble on the hilt of his sword, wanted to shout out a warning. "Don't draw it. Don't draw it. You'll lose your head." The bald man behind the leader whispered in his ear, "Boss, what do we do now?" He said, as if stating the obvious, "Don't draw your sword. Just teach him a lesson gently." Hannah sipped her juice and thought, and gently here probably doesn't mean palm reading, does it? Oh well. The bald man decided to go in first, unarmed. Before he could react, his shoulder was grabbed. Jeremy spun around, seized the back of his neck, and kicked him in the stomach. That was all it took to make him cough and stumble back. The other two, impressed by Jeremy's prowess, watched in awe. The leader remarked, "Seems like he's got some skills." Both of them charged forward. The leader said, "But we're not easy to deal with either." Hannah watched, assessing the situation. "This will be over quickly. I wonder which will be faster, me finishing this drink or them falling down." She seemed to have a lot of faith in him. Hannah drank half her juice and set it back down. "How's it taste?" a voice suddenly asked. Seeing Jeremy standing before her, arms crossed, clean and cheerful, she was a little startled by how quickly it was over. "Huh? Oh, it's delicious." She wanted to pull him aside to see the aftermath. Good heavens. "Couldn't you have been a little gentler?" Hannah asked. "Look at them sprawled out, faces dirty, lumps on their heads, it's pitiful." Jeremy replied, "Trash like that. If you go easy on them, they'll never learn." "Still," he added, "wouldn't it have been better to hand them over to the guards?" She turned her chair fully from the refreshment table to face the street as she questioned him. Jeremy said, "I doubt they'd care." Hannah agreed. "True. This world is far different from where I used to live. They probably just take some gold coins, laugh it off, and walk away. As long as they don't come back for revenge, we're lucky. It's a good thing you didn't need to use your sword." Hannah stood up, relieved. "Are you hurt?" But Jeremy responded about something else. "Miss, please don't heal them." She said, "Don't you know I'm a divine officer?" Jeremy didn't understand. Mistakes should be etched in pain. But she still walked towards where they lay. That's just by human standards. Our goddess is merciful. You're making that frustrated, about to die face, aren't you? She didn't need to turn around to see his reaction to know. But evil people should live long lives, right? Jeremy was like, "Isn't it the other way around? People need more time than you think to pay the price and repent." Hearing her say that, he couldn't keep his sullen expression. You're lenient even with the wicked, huh? Hannah turned around and smiled. Oh, you know the kind of people I'm most lenient with? After everything was settled, they walked back along the deserted road. Jeremy asked, what are you going to do this holiday? Hannah said, first, go to the bakery, then buy some clothes. What do normal people do? Jeremy didn't know either. Probably meet up with friends. She was still holding a skewer of fresh strawberries. I don't have any friends. Jeremy was like, did you have to answer so quickly? Hannah laughed. That you're always free to be by my side, aren't you? What do you think I take you for? He asked one thing, and she immediately thought he was a jobless freeloader. Jeremy laughed. I only have time for you, you know. Hearing that, she conceded. But anyway, thank you for always accompanying me. But I hope you become an official knight soon. Jeremy stood with his hands on his hips, his tone sounding a bit dejected. Why do you want me to become a knight so badly? She said, isn't that your dream? Not understanding his slightly distracted expression, she only received a in response. There was a time when I had such a lovely dream, too, he thought. Hearing this, she realized, don't tell me it's not anymore. What's your dream now? Jeremy replied shortly, to live without thinking. You've become a boring person, she stated frankly. He then asked, do you know what a knight who lives without thinking becomes? Maybe a thug? Her answer made him laugh in the middle of the street. What is it? What's with that strange laugh? Don't annoy me. Nothing. It's just that you're so right. Jeremy continued to laugh. Seeing him laugh like that, really? One of my wishes is to attend your knighting ceremony. It'll probably be majestic and cool. She winked at him. Bet you're handsome too. So the knighting ceremony will be a wonderful sight. She tried to sound hopeful. He scratched his cheek. Is that so? Do you like knights? Hearing this, she asked, what are you saying, Jeremy? It's not that I like knights, it's that I like handsome knights. Wow, straight to the point, Grandma. It made him flustered. I want to see the knighting ceremony of a handsome knight, she said longingly. Jeremy covered his mouth with his hand, stifling a chuckle. You really are something. Have you ever heard of lookism? Handsome is number one. He was probably used to her bluntness by now. This handsome Jeremy. Anyway, she changed the subject. Tomorrow's a school day, right? Yeah, he replied, thinking there's no real need to study anyway. How about we go eat cake after school? She offered that I'll pick you up. He turned his head slightly. Yeah, all right. Hannah, knowing his tendencies, added, don't wander off anywhere afterwards. Come straight home. There have been some scary rumors lately, so stay away from dangerous places. Dangerous places? Jeremy looked puzzled. Hannah elaborated, like pubs and gambling dens. I hear those places are all the rage these days. Stopping at the school gates, she looked at him and said, we're here. Now be a good boy and go straight to bed. He replied, yes. Good night. She suddenly stopped and stared at him, making Jeremy wonder, what's wrong? Hannah scratched her head. Nothing. It's just, you've gotten so tall I can't pat your head anymore. Jeremy teased her. Should I cut my legs off then? She immediately retorted, don't say such creepy things. Get inside. Jeremy waved goodbye. Huh, you should head back too. It's getting cold. She waved back that I will. Be careful getting back to your room. She watched his back as he gradually disappeared from sight, then turned and left. Jeremy's pace quickened. Then he broke into a run and disappeared around a different corner. A moment later, in a dark alley, a man waiting there spoke as someone approached, you've arrived. Jeremy got straight to the point. What's going on? The man reported, although Viscount Sapincha caused a commotion, we managed to get him back without any trouble. That drunkard is still causing problems? Jeremy asked. Yes, as usual, it's about money. He stepped inside and looked at the mess before him. Jeremy clicked his tongue. Anyway, it's time to shut down this gambling den catering to these drunks. A masked figure descended the stairs that you've arrived. Jeremy confirmed, panicked. The other replied yes. Jeremy continued, it seems it's time to clean this place up. I had to lie low because of the palace inspection on my way here. Panet added, I heard you've had your eye on him for 3 days now. I'm bored with it. Shut down the gambling den and renovate it into a bar. I don't know when we'll use it again, so just move the essentials. Yes, there will be a lot to do today. Currently, Jeremy was the leader of this dark guild. He had an unparalleled talent for making money. When his father's dark guild fell apart, it fell into his hands. In just 1 year, it had become a powerful organization through the manipulation of money. Recently, he had been specifically targeting the royal family in his gambling business, where black money permeated every corner. It was truly a lawless land. Have you found the miner? Jeremy asked. Yes, he's being protected by the villagers of Galatia. He thought to himself, I should start clearing out the drugs and gambling tables tomorrow. Thinking of that, he remembered his appointment with Hannah. So he said, no, I'll go meet him myself the day after tomorrow. Yes, go ahead and take care of it. The next morning, Hannah hummed "Chiu Chiu" as she walked, thinking, since I've ordered new clothes, should I go look at some shoes too? Suddenly, she stopped with a gasp. It was a flower shop. Glancing at the beautiful flowers, she wondered, should I buy some flowers for a vase? The shop owner greeted her cheerfully, oh my, welcome. Hannah said, I'd like to choose some flowers for a vase. Yes, all these flowers were brought in from the flower market this morning. If you're putting them in a vase, you should choose the ones that haven't bloomed yet. Hannah agreed. All right, let's see. Yellow flowers would be beautiful and vibrant in my room. Oh, I think these indigo flowers would look nice by my bedside. The color is interesting too. Red. Suddenly, a hand reached out and touched hers. Hannah exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I'm sorry. Looking at the person next to her, she murmured, ah, so dazzling. Blushing, she apologized again, I'm sorry. She looked at the radiant young man before her. Her jaw dropped. I've never seen a burgundy outfit like that before. The intersecting lines are usually white, and in the palace, they're black and gold. The young man interrupted her thoughts. It seems you're here to buy flowers. Hannah, her face flushed, stammered. Yes, yes. She wiped her mouth, embarrassed. Why is my mouth watering? The young man looked at the flower selection, and Hannah watched him. What is it? Something seems familiar, especially that ring. Hannah racked her brain, tried to remember. The ring, the red ring, and red hair. Realization dawned on her, and her eyes widened. Wait a minute. Short red hair and a uniform. Who is that? But he looks so familiar. Why does he look like Masa? While Hannah was lost in thought, the young man picked up a yellow rose and offered it to her. I think this flower suits you. But Hannah was still thinking, that's the ring I gave Masa. It's been 6 years, and I still remember it. The young man moved closer to Hannah. This flower's color is very similar to your eyes. Hannah stammered in astonishment. The young man smiled brightly, confirming her suspicion. Yes, what is it, teacher? The air seemed to still. He took Hannah's trembling hand. You seem quite surprised. Hannah was speechless. Well, it's been 6 years. How could I not be surprised? She reached out and embraced the young man, emotionally calling out, Masa. He hugged her back and asked, what's wrong? Looking at the young man before her, she was overjoyed. Masa is here. I can't believe that little boy has grown up so much. Regaining her composure, Hannah asked, what did you get back? My goodness, why didn't you come find me sooner? Masa replied, I just got back today. I was going to buy some flowers and then come see you, but it seems you beat me to it. If we were going to meet by chance. No, you should have at least sent me a letter before coming. Well, we did meet under these circumstances, didn't we? Hannah still couldn't believe it. She pinched her cheek and asked, I'm not dreaming, am I? Masa chocolate, I'll tie adorable action. You're that surprised? I'm sure I wrote that I'd be back around this time. Hannah was still angry. Masa, don't you remember the only way I can contact you is by letter? You should have let me know you were coming back. Masa scratched his head sheepishly, looking away that I didn't know I'd be back today either. I had some business to take care of, but I finished early. Looking back at Hannah, Masa was surprised. Huh? Wait, are you crying? Following that was a small shriek. Da-da. Hannah wiped her tears. Why did you scare me like that? Then came loud sobs. Wah. Hannah continued wiping her tears as she spoke. Why would you do that to me? Wah. Masa was at a loss for what to do, teacher. Hannah cried even harder. Wah. You're so bad. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? You should have told me, so I could prepare something to welcome you back. One crying, the other consoling. They attracted the attention of everyone around them. You didn't have to do that. The last time we saw each other was 6 years ago. Masa pleaded I was wrong, okay? Please don't cry anymore. Hannah sniffled, no, you're not wrong. Everything's okay, as long as you're healthy. Oh, what's wrong with me? Seeing this, Masa offered her a handkerchief. Here you go. Taking the handkerchief from him, she continued to cry. Masa, a handkerchief. Masa now had a handkerchief of his own. Wah. Masa was confused. Teacher, why are you crying? Hannah hugged him tightly. Because you've grown so much. Do you know how worried I was? You've grown so big. Why didn't you visit me? All these years, why didn't you visit me? Wah. Masa could only chuckle awkwardly to, oh dear. Are you alright? Hannah kept her head buried in his chest. Bad Masa, Bear Masa, you don't have to be so cool. So, you mean you missed me, right? Hannah lifted her head abruptly and confirmed. Of course. I missed you very, very, very much, Masa. For the past 6 years, you've been in every one of my prayers. Masa, a little embarrassed, replied, Teacher, I'm touched. Your face looks really funny when you cry. Hannah was startled. Huh? Do I have a runny nose? Reaching out to wipe a tear from the corner of her eye, he said, That's not it. Your face is so beautiful that I'm flustered, teacher. A little while later, they had moved to a different location. Masa asked with concern, Are you feeling better now? Hannah wiped her face as she replied, No. I didn't think I'd cry over this. I was just surprised. You appeared in front of me. So suddenly, of course, I'd be surprised. I knew I'd be happy to see you. She glanced at him. Aren't you happy to see me? Why didn't you shed a single tear? Masa grinned brightly. Crying would ruin my handsome face. I can't ruin all the effort I put into looking handsome in front of you. Hannah's face darkened at this. What's with this narcissistic attitude? But your face when you cry isn't that bad either. Hannah, speechless, could only ask, you didn't really hit your head in the magic tower, did you? Well, I know he's always loved himself, but now it feels different right, he's become a narcissistic prince. Worried, she asked, you didn't join some kind of cult, did you? Masa burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. You really haven't changed at all, teacher. Did time just stop for you? Hannah retorted. I've changed too. I have more wrinkles now, and I'm taller too, see? Masa leaned closer to her. Let me see. Are there any wrinkles here? No. I was just saying. I guess you've changed a little. Hannah panicked at his words. Huh? What? Do I have wrinkles? Or dark circles? Masa teased Hannah. Before, you were just beautiful, but now you're breathtakingly beautiful. Hannah blushed, embarrassed. Haha, really? We meet after 6 years, and you're already teasing me? I'm not teasing you. What about me? How I changed a lot. Hannah looked confused at his question. Huh? Hannah quickly pushed him away. First, back up a bit. Hannah looked him up and down, assessing him. First of all, your hair is shorter. It looks neat, right? And the uniform, you're wearing long pants. They suit you, don't they? Your shoes are so shiny. I polished them a bit because I was going to see you today. I've also gotten a lot taller. Since I've grown taller, you have to look up at me now, just like I used to do when I looked at you. Your voice is deeper now, but there's still no sweeter voice than yours, right? She added silently to herself. He's narcissistic, and now he's so confident too. Remembering Masa's past image, when he asked, am I weird? Looking at the current Masa, there wasn't a trace of the younger Masa left. Don't doubt your 10 years ago self. She continued, in your face. Not letting her continue, he cut her off, still as captivating as ever, making Hannah burst out laughing. Oh my god. You're probably the only one who's this confident in bragging about how much they've grown up. Masa didn't argue. Well, I'm not wrong. Do you like what you see? Yes, it's good to see you up close like this. Even though I told him he's grown up, he's still the same mischievous Masa. Looking at the ring on his finger, she asked, by the way, Masa, is that the ring I gave you back then? Ah, yes, it is. You still have it? But I heard mana stones break when they run out of mana. Of course, but you gave it to me. It's such a waste if you don't use it. Hurry up and use it all up, then you can throw it away. He looked at it and said, but I plan to wear it forever. She thought his magic power has grown so much. It's a wonder the gem hasn't broken yet. Thinking back, she widened her eyes as if remembering something. Then Hannah looked around as if searching for something, leaving him confused. Don't mages usually carry a bunch of gems to boost their magic power? Then she declared, since when did you become so stingy? Masa was completely bewildered. What do you mean? Why aren't you wearing any jewelry? Why? Did you think I'd like jewelry? Well, because you were like that in the original novel. In the original novel, you were greedy, loved wearing clothes studded with jewels, and filled your safe with mana stones. Well, I should have known things would change significantly from the original novel ever since he showed up like this. Aloud, she said, because you like beautiful things. Teacher, I already have the most beautiful gem. Why would I crave any other jewels? I'm really grateful that he liked my gift, but I don't know why his words were so cheesy. By the way, where are you going? You're not going to see him, are you? I have the day off. I'm going shopping and then Jeremy. Now I remember. That's right, Jeremy. She turned and asked him, Masa, you want to see Jeremy too, right? He's still alive, isn't he? What are you talking about? Why did you suddenly mention him? I'm going to see him today. Jeremy was startled. You two see each other often? Yes, sometimes he comes to the temple, or we meet on days off like today, because he's the only one who lives near here. Masa replied with a bright smile. Yes, it's good to have him around so I don't feel lonely. On the surface, that's what he said, but inside his head, he thought differently. He's always so considerate of others, like. Really? Hannah excitedly stood up. That's right, I think Jeremy will be very happy to see you. Masa thought to himself, he asked, how's that kid doing these days? Jeremy is doing very well at the academy. It's a shame he hasn't been knighted yet, but it's okay, as long as he's healthy. A knight, you say? How adorable. He squinted his eyes, thinking I miss my friends so much. Now that I think about it, Masa, yes. Where's Coco? How big is Coco now? Is he too big to travel with you? Did you come back alone? Her next sentence startled him. In no way, don't tell me you ate him. He replied, how did you know? Hannah felt like she'd been struck by lightning. What? Masa continued, Coco, that little rascal, his appetite is as big as he is. We had no choice but to pluck his feathers and eat him. Hearing this, Hannah's face paled as she thought, it's not that I don't believe him, I just can't believe it took 6 years for that to happen. In the novel, Masa would do anything to enhance his magical power. Could it be that his ugly instincts have awakened and Coco, finally? Seeing Hannah's expression, Masa probed, are you seriously suspecting me? Hannah laughed. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? I was just putting on a show. I was just joking. How could you do that to your family? She felt uneasy, thinking to herself, wait, did Masa kill his family in the novel? Oh no, that was Ian or Jeremy. Hannah continued, how could you do that to Coco, a creature like family to you? Masa spoke, his voice sounding doubtful. You sound suspicious. Hannah laughed awkwardly. Ho ho ho, you're such a tease. Living in a magic tower full of old-fashioned people. Is that it? Why don't you have any sense of humor? Masa asked, do you want to see Coco? Hannah replied, of course. Masa straightened up and said, then prepare yourself. Hannah was puzzled. Prepare myself? Masa continued, because you'll be surprised. Hannah wondered, confused, surprised? Could it be we're going to see him right now? Masa slowly raised his hand, confusing Hannah. A dark aura began to emanate. Then the dark aura gradually spread throughout Masa's body. Hannah was astonished, wondering, magic? The dark aura enveloped Masa's entire body. Hannah repeatedly called out, Masa, the wind is so strong. I can't open my eyes. Hannah slowly opened her eyes. Looking at her palm, she wondered, is it night already? At this moment, Hannah was surprised. What? That fast? Masa spoke up. Coco, the one you've been longing for is right here. Hannah was still bewildered. What? Where? Masa looked up and said, look up, teacher. Hannah looked up as instructed, but asked, what are you talking about? It's pitch black. At this moment, she was stunned. Coco. Impossible. Masa chuckled. It's much bigger now, isn't it? Hannah gaped, thinking to herself, I don't think much bigger is quite the right way to put it. Hannah asked, can it hear me? Masa replied, of course, it has excellent hearing. Hannah lifted her head and asked, Coco, are you all right? Coco let out a call, go. Hannah jumped, yelling, oh my God. Her heart pounded. Wow, that scared me. She then looked over at Masa, startled. Hannah then sheepishly explained, it's not that. I don't find Coco scary. It's just, I didn't expect it to be so big. Masa laughed. Yes, its size is certainly a bit alarming. Hannah asked, where does it usually stay? Did you summon it? Masa explained, Coco isn't limited to its original form. It can also transform into pure magic. Hannah asked, puzzled, pure magic? Masa replied, yes, it can exist without a physical body. Hannah was surprised. So, does that mean Coco can change shape like water? At this point, why doesn't it just turn into a person? Masa replied, that's possible if Coco wants to. However, so far it hasn't transformed into anything else. Hannah's eyes sparkled. Wow, that's amazing. She imagined Coco in human form. That I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to talk to a human-shaped Coco. Masa chuckled awkwardly. WY mage standards. Coco is still just a newborn fawn. I can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. So I think that might be possible in a few hundred years. Hannah said, that's a shame. Suddenly, Coco called out, go. The sound made Hannah jump and flinch. Masa chuckled, I think it's happy to see you. Hannah, still in shock, asked, really? Approaching Coco, Hannah thought to herself, Coco is really big. Oh my, the small, cute Coco from back then is now. Although its voice is much louder than before, it's still Coco, isn't it? But really, just as a precaution, I'm asking this just in case. Hannah spoke up. I have a question, Masa. Coco doesn't eat people, right? Hearing this question, both of them froze for 5 seconds. Masa burst out laughing. Puffed, teacher, are you worried Coco might eat you? Don't worry, I'm here with you. Of course, Coco has no intention of eating you. Hannah thought to herself, right, I can't even understand the thoughts of a normal person. So how could I possibly understand Coco's thoughts? She then breathed a sigh of relief. Hannah approached Coco and called, Coco, are you all right? Coco, like an obedient puppy, nuzzled its head against Hannah's hand. Hannah drifted into thought, though its fur isn't as soft and cute as it used to be. But strangely, a day from the past surfaced in my mind. There once was a small, pretty Coco running and jumping on the green hill and flapping its wings as it soared. Although its body has grown large and its face has become somewhat frightening, it's still Coco, unmistakably. Wow, it's grown so much. You don't have to worry about anyone taking it away anymore, Masa said. Taking this guy away? No way. Hannah turned her head and asked, by the way, have you been feeding him properly? Masa sighed and said, this guy eats human food just for fun. He actually lives off magical energy. Hannah was astonished. What? She frowned, thinking to herself, then what on earth has he been doing at the orphanage all this time? I worked so hard to save up money for his food expenses. Coco came closer and Hannah let out a yelp, startled. She muttered, well, I'll let it slide because it's cute. I swear it's not because I'm scared of it or anything, but because it really was cute back then. Hannah asked worriedly, but is it okay for Coco to stay in this form? Masa replied, Coco likes this form, but it puts me in a difficult position. Hannah wondered, how so? Just then, someone ran up and shouted, Masa. Hannah turned around. Huh? There wasn't anyone here just now. Did they appear using magic? Masa said, I made a mistake because I was too excited. Hannah immediately asked, is there any trouble? Masa replied, summoning a magical beast within the capital is forbidden. Hannah gasped, what? This mistake isn't simple at all. Masa still smiled that it's okay. Although, I might get scolded later. Anyway, I don't think I can spend time with you peacefully anymore. Look how angry he is. Doesn't he look like he's about to tie me up and drag me away? Masa turned back to look at Coco, and then recalled Coco. Hannah, watching this from the side, closed her eyes with a worried expression. After recalling Coco, Masa said, "You can open your eyes now." When she opened her eyes and didn't see Coco, Hannah immediately asked, "Where did Coco go? Did it go inside you?" Masa said, "Your thoughts are scary." Masa held up the necklace and said, "It's in here." Hannah's eyes widened. "Wait, isn't that Coco's necklace?" Masa explained, "This gemstone is different. The one you gave me was too weak. Teacher, I replaced that gemstone with another one that looks as similar as possible." Just then, a blonde-haired man ran up and yelled, "Masa!" Masa gave a strained laugh. "Ha ha, why are you running around like that?" The blonde-haired man said angrily, "What are you doing here? If you've arrived in the capital, you should go straight to the magic tower." Masa gave a smile. "There are things more urgent than the magic tower." Seeing Hannah, the blonde-haired man asked curiously, who is she?" Masa stepped forward to introduce them. "Let me introduce you. This is my teacher." "Teacher, this is my colleague from the magic tower." Hannah bowed her head in greeting. Ilo. The blonde-haired man asked again with some confusion, "Your teacher?" Masa replied, "She's not a mage." The blonde-haired man clapped his hand and said, Anyway. Do you know how shocked I was when I saw that magical beast? The magic tower is in an uproar." Masa tried to explain, "It's been a while since I've been to the capital, so I forgot for a bit." The blonde-haired man turned his head and said, "Don't cause any more trouble and follow me to the magic tower." Hannah worried to herself, "Is he in trouble because of me? I was the one who said I wanted to see Coco." Masa turned to Hannah and said, "We just met, and now we have to part ways again." Hannah asked, "From now on, will you stay in the capital?" Masa replied, "Perhaps, occasionally." Hannah smiled. "All right, then we can meet another day." Masa left, saying, "Yes, don't worry, we'll see each other again soon." Hannah waved goodbye. "All right, Masa, feel free to come to the temple anytime." Masa waved back, then left. Hannah watched him go, thinking to herself, since when did he grow up so much? The next afternoon, she said to Jeremy, "Yesterday, I met Masa." Jeremy was surprised. "Huh? Where did you meet him?" Hannah explained, "I was buying flowers when I bumped into someone, and it turned out to be Masa." "Oh, and he was wearing long pants, a very impressive uniform. I didn't recognize him at first, but his smile was exactly the same as when he was little." Jeremy simply replied, "Is that so?" Hannah sighed, "I wanted you to meet him, but..." Jeremy asked, "Was he forced to leave?" Hannah replied, "He was dragged away. He caused a commotion at the magic tower for summoning Coco." Jeremy chuckled, "Puffed. He hasn't changed a bit. I bet you were happy, teacher." Hannah readily admitted, "Of course, I haven't seen Masa in years. I also received these flowers." Looking at Hannah's happy face, Jeremy said, "You look very happy." Hannah smiled, "Of course. You'd be surprised if you saw him too. He's changed so much, you might not even recognize him if you bumped into him." Jeremy thought to himself, why is she so happy to see him? Is it simply because she hasn't seen him in a long time, or is it because it's Masa? This is a bit troublesome. It's annoying to see her smile so brightly. That evening, it suddenly started to rain. Jeremy sat inside, annoyed, thinking, why does it always rain when I'm upset? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Jeremy wondered, what's that? The knocking from the window grew louder. Jeremy went to open it and was surprised. Masa appeared, wearing a smile. "Long time no see." Jeremy asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" Masa stepped inside, replying, "I just came to say hello." "Well, everything here looks great." Jeremy asked, "Can't you tell the difference between a door and a window?" Masa turned back, laughing, "Of course not. I just thought using the door would be much more tiring. How have you been?" Jeremy replied, "As you can see." Masa hummed, "You look more tired than the last time I saw you." Jeremy said, "Galia village, 3 months ago." Masa continued, "You recognized me back then, didn't you? I'm sure we crossed paths. But you quickly turned away, so I thought you didn't recognize me. Or were you pretending not to? However, I sensed danger from you. Why did you come to Galia village?" Jeremy said, "Don't you think you're being too harsh? You're interrogating a friend you haven't seen in a long time, when you should be happy to see them again." Masa crossed his arms and said with a smile, "You've gotten better at talking smoothly." Jeremy walked over, picked up a glass of water, and said, "I was just observing the village, wondering if I could make money from something." "No," Masa continued, "I heard your guild has scraped up all the money in this village. Your greed truly knows no bounds." Jeremy replied, "If I could, that would be a goal, not greed. Anyway, it seems like you're very interested in my affairs." Masa smiled, "Of course I'm interested. We used to be so close. Besides, Galia village is a village closely monitored by the magic tower." Jeremy's eyes turned icy as he thought, he must be here for the second reason. Masa snatched the glass of water from Jeremy's hand and said, "Anyway, let's save this serious talk for another time." since I'm the one at a disadvantage here. Jeremy scoffed. Now you're a real mage. Masa shrugged. Do I look like the type to stick to one place? I'm just imitating them. Isn't that what social integration is all about? It's great to see you living well enough to have such a luxurious temporary residence. Well, I think my lab is only the size of the bathroom here. Jeremy cut in. You haven't even seen the bathroom yet. Masa turned around and said, right, I really don't like using other people's bathrooms. Do you visit the temple often? Jeremy replied, I go whenever I have free time. He took a sip of water and added, I'd think someone as busy as you would have free time. You must have squeezed it into your busy schedule. Does she know? Jeremy didn't answer. He thought, of course not. Masa silently observed Jeremy for a moment. Then Masa remembered Hannah's words. Jeremy is doing very well at the academy. Masa thought, Asterisk, it seems she still doesn't know he's become the head of the Dark Guild. He seems to be telling me to keep it a secret with that look. Asterisk. Then Masa laughed and said, haha, no need to look at me with such scary eyes. Friends should keep secrets for each other, right? But inwardly, Masa thought, Asterisk, I also don't want to tell teacher news that would make her sad, especially when I'm trying to get on her good side. Asterisk. Masa took another sip and said, the bottom line is, I just came here today to meet a friend. It's great to see my friend and be treated to a drink. Jeremy breathed a sigh of relief, then said, right, it is a good day. Don't wear your uniform here next time. Masa asked curiously, oh, will it cause trouble for you? Jeremy replied, no, I won't be the one in trouble. You will be. If you're unlucky, you might get hurt. Masa smiled. Ah, that's because my friend lives in a really dangerous place. Maybe I should wear those dresses you've seen before. Hearing this, Jeremy immediately changed his mind. Just wear the uniform here. This made Masa unable to hold back his laughter. Ha ha. Hannah had been eager to see Masa again. At least for half a day since their last meeting. Hannah asked, don't you have a lot of work in the capital? Masa replied, why do you ask? Is it bothersome if I come too often? This was the 5th day Masa had been going back and forth to the temple as if it were his own home. Hannah stammered, wait, that's not what I meant. It's not really a bother. I can't say that to your handsome face. Masa said, I'm about to go on a business trip up north, so I wanted to see you as much as possible before I leave. Hannah thought to herself, so he's going away on another business trip. Masa continued, oh, I heard today's menu is chicken. Hannah asked, how do you know the temple's menu so well? Masa explained, the head chef told me. Hannah continued to ask, why would she tell you? Is she your aunt or something? Masa replied, she said I could be her nephew because I'm so handsome. Hannah inwardly exclaimed, oh my goodness, that head chef. The head chef in the temple is a priestess in her 50s. Because Masa always acts cute, she dotes on him. He even got the title of nephew. Now I have no choice but to accept it. Masa had grown up, becoming an extraordinary young man, and able to use his sociability and looks as he pleased. Hannah, her face darkening, asked, when in the world did you lure the magic tower? Masa replied with a laugh, love traps. Hannah froze for 5 seconds. They taught you that? As they walked, Masa asked, Hannah, do you think I'm a wizard? Hannah, poking her cheek, said, well, the magic tower can do a lot of things. Masa replied, you have a rich imagination. Masa replied with a laugh, love traps. Hannah froze for 5 seconds. They taught you that? As they walked, Masa asked, Hannah, do you think I'm a wizard? Hannah, poking her cheek, said, well, the magic tower could do a lot of things. Masa replied, you have a rich imagination. Hannah thought to herself, that's a given. Everything you've done is beyond my imagination. Masa took Hannah's hand. Are you finished with work today? Hannah hesitated. What? No. Masa smiled that let's do something fun. Hannah forced a smile that I just said I wasn't finished. I need to check the storehouse again. Hannah wondered why. Hannah put her hand to her chin. Something's been off lately. The holy water I worked so hard to make seems to be disappearing. Masa said, maybe it's just your imagination. Hannah immediately countered, no, my gut feeling has been off lately. Maybe it's because I'm a priestess. Hannah was still uneasy. She needed to check the storehouse before eating, no matter what. As she walked, Hannah overheard hushed gossip. Who is that man? He comes here every day. He's so handsome. Does it matter? Judging by his uniform. He must be a mage, right? I wonder how he knows Hannah. Are they dating? The other person giggled in a way. Anyway, I hope he comes often and brightens this place up. Oh my God, we just made eye contact. Hannah thought irritably. If you're going to whisper, please don't let us hear you. And what's with the no way? Why is that thought so ridiculous? What if Masa is offended? Masa asked with a smile, what's wrong? I'm used to it. It's the fate of someone overly handsome. Hannah thought, I knew he'd say that. Then with a sigh, she said, well, I suppose so. A little later, at the storehouse. Upon entering, Masa said, this temple really can't be bribed. It's all sacred stuff in here. Hannah replied, it's not a treasure vault, it's just a storehouse. Masa sounded surprised. Then why store holy water here? Hannah replied casually, because holy water is easy to come by these days. Suddenly, Masa noticed something. He asked, did you make all of this yourself, Hannah? Are there always this many supplies piled up here? Are you holding back the supply to maintain its value? Hannah thought to herself, I didn't realize there was this much holy water gathering dust. Just a few days ago, they were pressuring me, saying they needed more. Holy water. What's going on here? Wait, what's that? Hannah walked over and looked at the paper hanging on the wall. The storage date was when High Priest Maxon ordered her to make the holy water. So this was the holy water allocated for the warrior priests. Hannah's face darkened. They begged me desperately and then left the holy water here like this. Hannah turned around out, let's go, Masa. Masa asked, are you done? Hannah replied, I have something urgent to do. You should go home first. Masa followed behind her, asking, what's wrong? Can I help? Hannah replied, no, I have to go complain to my superiors. Masa continued to follow, that I'm actually really good at that. Hannah's face darkened. This is my problem. Masa also became apprehensive. She looks really angry. I should stop following her. He thought, then sighed. Masa called out, I'm always on your side, Hannah. Hannah was surprised. Huh? What's that all of a sudden? Masa put his hands on his hips that I hope you can do it. Hannah responded with a confident smile. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Hannah was striding inside. She thought, I won't allow this much holy water to be wasted. At that moment, Vincent also saw her. They both quickly recognized each other. Looking at Hannah's expression, Vincent asked curiously, why? Why does your face look so scary? Hannah said, did you check if the holy water was delivered properly? Vincent asked back, confused, holy water? Hannah said, the holy water you're always nagging me about. Vincent replied, it's probably been sent to those who need it. Hannah thought to herself, Vincent doesn't seem to know anything. She turned to leave and asked, High Priest Maxon is in the temple, right? Vincent replied, yes, he's there, but what's going on? Hannah said as she walked away, there's a mountain of holy water just sitting in the storehouse. Vincent was astonished. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? We're always short on holy water. Hannah replied, I checked thoroughly. It's the holy water I made myself, and the records show it's under High Priest Maxon's name. Vincent said he knows our situation. He would never let holy water just sit there and gather dust. Hannah stopped in front of the door and said, that's why I need to ask the High Priest. I need to know why something so ridiculous is happening. Vincent tried to stop her. Wait. Hannah's face showed no tolerance for any nonsense. She said, why? You can't give me an answer, so I have no choice but to see the High Priest. Vincent stammered, I'll ask him first. I'll ask him, and then. Hannah didn't say much. She pushed Vincent aside. He fell sprawling on the ground, trembling. He reached out to Hannah and called no. The door slowly opened. Upon entering, Maxon immediately asked, what's the matter? Hannah replied, Your Holiness, I have something to ask you. Please forgive my abruptness, as I'm not currently composed enough to mind my manners. Then Hannah said to Vincent, Vincent, if you're not going to sit with us, could you please close the door on your way out? Maxon rubbed his head and said, go on. What caused you to burst in like that? Hannah sat down and said, today I was instructed to deliver goods to the warehouse, and I witnessed an unbelievable sight. I saw the holy water I made piled up in heaps, covered in dust. Would you mind giving me an explanation, Your Holiness, if you're not planning to use it? It would be better to send it to dilapidated temples or the Black Desert. Maxon said, so that's why you rushed here in such a hurry. Hannah continued, I just need to know that not a single drop of my holy water is being wasted. Maxon said, I assure you it will be sent somewhere. I'm just storing it because now is not the right time. Hannah immediately asked, could you tell me where it will be used? If the holy water is being put to good use, I'll devote all my efforts to making more. Maxon clasped his hands together and said, have you heard that we're about to exterminate all the monsters in the north? Hannah asked, puzzled, are you talking about the monsters in the Black Desert? Maxon continued, yes, the priestesses and holy knights have destroyed their fortress and advanced into the heart of the desert. Along the way, they also discovered mineral veins in the desert and the surrounding area. The minerals are created from the remains of monsters deep underground. These minerals exist as crystals of pure power, containing an immense amount of energy beyond your imagination. However, they are still tainted with evil power. To mine the minerals without being contaminated, we need holy water. Hannah spoke up. Wait a minute, why do we need these crystals? Do we really need to use such a large amount of holy water just for that? Maxon explained, in the future, those crystals could shift the balance of power in this world if we obtain them. The temple could rise even higher, surpassing both the royal family and the magic tower. Hannah wondered, all of this is just because of a rivalry between factions. Maxon closed his eyes and said, you mustn't underestimate the power of those crystals. Hannah suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, minerals in the desert. She spoke up. Do you know the name of that mineral? Maxon said, it doesn't have an official name yet. However, the magic tower calls them Galia crystals. Galia crystals, the crystals discovered in Mount Galia, which separates the area behind Galatia village and the desert. In this chaotic world, these crystals are the main culprit behind the war among the villains, the greatest villains in the world. These crystals containing pure power can be combined with magic, divine power, sword aura, and all other kinds of power. They can also become a material that amplifies that power. In the novel, to monopolize the Galia crystals, the Dark Guild, the Magic Tower, the royal family, and even the temple all set their sights on Mount Galia, which became a battlefield. The world has been following the direction of the novel all this time. I've been oblivious to it. Hannah asked, has the news about these crystals spread everywhere? Maxim replied, only a few people know about this. That's also why we can't reveal how to use the holy water. Hannah wondered, if this gets out, wouldn't it cause chaos? Maxim clasped his hands and said, the guilds have fast information networks, and a magic tower has already taken action. We're the ones who dealt with the monsters. It's ridiculous that they're now hoping to pick up scraps from our table. Hannah worried, could this lead to war? Maxim said, everything will become a mess if we don't acquire these crystals first. If this power falls into the wrong hands, I don't know if we can prevent a disaster. Hannah uttered, I can't believe this. She thought to herself, asterisk, it seems like the temple is hoping to gain possession of the crystals. However, they probably won't succeed. In the novel, there was a huge war because of these crystals. If things go the way of the novel, I have to stop it. I have to stop everyone from going crazy over them and destroying asterisk that place. However, these kids now aren't the same as in the novel. Asterisk Hannah turned and asked, how do you plan to use the holy water? He replied, we plan to use it to purify the miners hired by the temple. We'll station priests there to monitor everything. Seeing Hannah lost in thought, he asked, what is it this time? Hannah thought, I know that no matter what, the crystal issue will be revealed to the world, but I still have a bad feeling about it. I want to go to Mount Galia to check the situation. Vincent, also puzzled, called Hannah. Hannah declared, I've decided. I'll go there. I'll go to Mount Galia. I'll bring the holy water there myself. I'm also curious about that place. Maxon immediately asked, did I forget to mention how dangerous this is? Hannah remained confident. It's all right. Maxon said, this isn't something you should take lightly. There are still monsters living out there. Hannah calmly replied, aren't you planning to send the miners to that dangerous place? I'll go and do a preliminary check. Wouldn't I be more motivated to make holy water if I witnessed firsthand how dangerous it is? He's still worried. It's still dangerous. What if you get hurt or even die? Hannah smiled. I promise you I'll make sure I don't put myself in any dangerous situations. That's why, Your Holiness, how about I bring your beloved apprentice? Vincent will come with me. Hearing this, Vincent froze. What? Hannah grinned triumphantly. Whether you like it or not, you're coming with me. Hannah continued, I'm sure you'll need a lot of holy water, so please allow me. Maxon remained silent. After a moment, he said, I'll go and request permission from His Holiness the Pope. Vincent stood up abruptly. Wait, what about me? Maxon's words stunned Vincent. Didn't you hear? You're going with her. A cry of dismay echoed throughout the temple. What? Thank you for watching today's video. So we've reached the end of Season 1 of this captivating story. See you in Season 2, where the story promises to be even more dramatic and surprising. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you for watching, and have a nice day.